Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. I have a jam-packed show, most likely going to be a long one, so get buckled in. We've got a lot to cover today. We're going to start in general, and I'm going to make sure I'm going to get to the foreign policy discussions today. But in just what made the most sense and the way to organize the show today, we're going to start with kind of the same structure we've been having the last so many, as I'm sure you guys tend to pick up on. Just kind of organically kind of end up coming up with kind of organizational, like during COVID-19, I kind of ended up doing it in certain ways where I would start with this category that would lead to this category. And I don't like, it's not like a definitive thing, but you'll kind of sense the same kind of things over the last so many shows. In general, we're going to start today with the cabinet picks for Trump, but it's more than just that, but around how this is developing. I really do think, I mean, obviously what I will still stand by which I think is just objective fact, objectively obvious, but what's going on in Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, that's the biggest story in the world right now, in my opinion. There's just no way around it. It doesn't have to mean you have to care the most about it, but it is an ongoing genocide. People are being killed as we're speaking. My point in saying all that is that I also find the coverage of what's going on with the current power structure in the United States, not just Donald Trump, but obviously he plays a major part in that right now, and how that's developing and who's influencing that. My point is obviously that's relevant specifically for Americans, but I see how it connects to a lot of larger things. You guys watch this show, you know exactly what I'm getting at. But I think that's why I felt it was very important the last so many shows to make sure that you're keeping up on this, not in the way that you're seeing a lot of even independent, but mostly mainstream sort of tit for tat, just kind of relishing the bad thing, no matter what it is, as long as it's against Trump or for them. And that's just stupid in my mind. That's childish. And so I want to make sure I'm coming through the lens that I see it at, see through the problematic thing that it is, and the concerning developments and their backgrounds, but while still trying to be positive where we see something that is positive, not the hope, but something actually happening thus far. Like I said before, this all happened, like, for example, Dr. Shiva, who is running for president. Now, plenty of things I disagreed with, but more often than not, most of what he's putting forward, I thought I really agreed with. And my point was that if he would have won presidency, for example, it would have changed changed the way I viewed all of this. Because my mind is he's such an obvious example of what they wouldn't want in that position for the same reasons, because there's highlighting the two-party illusion, and that if he would have won, it would have really opened my mind to that. And so my mind in this case is that if I see people that he was choose for any number of positions that, and I guess it's my opinion, but that I feel would have represented something different, and who I do also think both matter, are educated about what needs to happen for the position. Not just a simple outsider or somebody who's friends with Trump or somebody who there's a lot of examples to make about people who are being picked who are bad for obvious reasons because of their connections to Israel or because of their past history against Trump or, against the country, but also people that are just not educated or have a good background in the very job they're going to be serving for. Because I think that highlights a team sport politics right there on the surface, where people are just more excited about somebody who's a deviation from what they were seeing, as opposed to somebody who's just the best person for that job. And I have a point about that we'll get into today. But we're also going to make sure we talk about the overlapping points of the technocratic element, which I really do think are important to continue to highlight. More so as well, the deep state entity presence within the Donald Trump administration already. And yeah, these, as I keep harping on, they're not definitive yet, whether needing confirmation or just having yet to be in that position. And so there's a lot of interesting things going around. And all of a sudden, one of the points is that this is all a 4D chess move. Certainly possible, but it's interesting how the partisan element, left and right, but right now on the right, will ultimately create an assumption to make sense of things, directions, actions that they don't like. For example, picking a bunch of Zionist deep state technocrats and oligarchs and then defending them all week until suddenly someone throws you a bone and it goes, oh, here's why. So they are actually bad. I'll take all my defense back. He picked them because they're bad, and that's all part of the plan to expose them, which I think is interesting. I think I brought that up today, or I will bring it up today. And my point's simply, so he's exposing them by highlighting things that are publicly known. Doesn't seem to line up for me, but we'll wait and see how that plays out. But I do think this is becoming more and more obvious, and as well as the overlap of the technocratic side of the correct me if I'm saying his name wrong, but Javier Milei, I think that's how it was pronounced, and the overlapping point there around the libertarian guise that is very clear to me. And Whitney Webb pointing out very clearly the AI structure, and that's what ties in with this very clearly today, because I see it being tested in Israel, the whole battle-tested dynamic, and I see him beginning to float the, without, not very visible, but beginning to float the moves that are going to step us into that very thing. And I believe that's what's being kind of tested out right now. I think there's parts of that during COVID-19. And I think this is kind of where it comes together when it's about the technocracy. And of course, free speech. And then we're going to talk about first in the foreign policy side of it, Russia and Ukraine, which I stand by what I said before, but we're going to go into it more in depth around what's happening today and the recent firing of these rockets or missiles, and then go into what's going on in Israel and Gaza and the UN resolutions, the recent voting of the United States yet again to vote against or veto a resolution for a ceasefire, despite all of the continuous talk about how it's only Hamas. And, the point is, well, I'll save it for when we get there. But we're going to talk a lot about this today, so make sure you stay tuned. There's a lot to get to. I'm not going to try to rush through anything today, so it's going to be a long one. So sit down, take notes for what you want to clip out, because I really want to see more people clip. I mean, there's a lot of people that make clips for us that we pay. There's also people that make them just because they like to get parts of it out. But I really would love to see more of you out there just randomly making clips. Tag me. I will share them. And that shouldn't be the only reason you want to do it, but just in case that's what interests you, I will share them. I will help people see them. Maybe you can start making clips for other people. I just want to see this happen more, because whether me or anybody else, because it's easy. It's a better way to organically get the information out there. Make them quick 1 minute, 50, 10-second clips. I don't care. Whatever you think is important. And the last thing I'm going to say to get started, I recently had a conversation. I thought about whether I wanted to hold off and even talking about this, but I feel really good about a conversation I had today with the CEO of BitChute, and in regard to specifically becoming whatever they're going to call basically working with them ultimately in order to help grow that platform and help bring people into using what I see as pretty much one of the only actual free speech platforms out there. Well, as always, I haven't gone into anything official yet, but the point being, for me, as you know, it would never mean anything that has to do with content. It would never influence anything I have to say or do, or it'll all be my choice, which I was very adamant about, in order to basically promote what I already agree with, which is a free speech platform. So I'm yet to see how that will materialize. We're going back and forth, but I just wanted your thoughts on that, what you guys think about it. I'm never adverse to working with a group or a platform that I think I would, which, by the way, like I'm already doing in other contexts. I've already decided recently to bring BitChute up on the sidebar, just because I think that they are one of the obvious examples. And one of the conversations, or one of the points made today in the conversation was, which really, I wrote it down. The simple point that they are acting, it's a large expense for them, especially with people not wanting to advertise or whatever else they're doing to grow, which, by the way, they're going away from now, which I appreciate. The point is, they spend a lot to defend keeping the comments that we see, or whatever it is. And that's not something that necessarily should be praised, because in my mind, that's just simply saying you're doing what we expect. But realize in today's world, it's praiseworthy, because what's going on with Twitter and everywhere else, even the pretend free speech platform, is still censoring people. And they will continue to allow, and I think it's weaponized against them, quite frankly. I think people like other platforms and the ADL type dynamic, which we know exists, bombing them with terrible comments because it makes them look like they're. The point is that will be an element of an actual free speech platform. There'll be people that say things that are disgusting, and you have to go, well, yeah, you're a terrible person, but that's part of the platform. And I love that they're willing to accept the reality of that and not, defend that. Even as they know, I argue, it's weaponized to a degree, as well as the fact that it is something that drives away people that might otherwise, in classical senses, help fund the platform, which I think is why part of all the Odyssey included, they're going in different directions, because the system is designed to support people like the groups like YouTube. So anyway, on that note, I just wanted you guys to let me know what you thought about it in general and just kind of float that out there, because I think this is something I'm going to continue to support, any of these platforms that I believe are truly fighting for your free speech, or just respecting your free speech. Very few platforms out there are doing that. So let's get into starting today. One quick point that I wanted to shout out that I thought was really interesting. And this is something that I haven't gone too much in depth on, just because there's so much to go on. And frankly, I find the Tate brothers story to be one of the least important things going on. And I also think they're objectively disgusting people, for not because of the lawsuit or because of partisan narratives, but because of what you can literally look at them saying, literally contradicting everything the narrative is about them in the right-wing conversation, literally contradicting, per their own statements and per their own videos, everything that Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson let him say out loud in interviews that we can prove are false. Now, I always point to Milk Bar TV's work on this, and it's not him slanting or changing, or he's just showing you the videos that prove the opposite of what they're putting forward. That's not even to get into the lawsuit and what it is and all of that. It's just important to recognize how manipulated that whole thing is. And again, my personal opinion, but I would love to believe that all the people out there in the right-wing conversation, especially, who are very rightly so talking about and concerned about human trafficking and child abuse and sex crimes and whatever else, and then ignoring how obvious it is that these people are lying about what's actually happening. My point is, objectively bad people. But that's just to point out my general opinion. Whatever's going on with the current suit, I thought was just interesting, because apparently, based on what I can see, there's a partisan narrative kind of swung through, and it comes from the Tate saying this online, that their case was dismissed. To the best of my knowledge, that's not true. But again, there's the way these things tend to go. It can be difficult, especially when it's a person. It's hard to tell that something could have changed and hasn't been publicly put out. The bottom line is, you have Murder by Crayons and a bunch of others that are highlighting the fact that it does not appear to be the case. The reason I kind of waffled right there is because ultimately that could change, that he could see something that he thinks that makes it, that shows it's not. And then a week later, the thing comes out that only the Tate saw that shows that it was, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just saying, look into it for yourself. Do not take the word of people who have a partisan interest in maintaining a very clear illusion, which is the case regardless of this lawsuit. But I think it's interesting that he highlights all this, and he says confirmed 95. And these people have been keeping up on this the entire time, have access to the case itself. I mean, it's very clear that they've been exposing lies the whole time. Doesn't mean they absolutely are telling the truth now, but I do think this is the case. 95% of the evidence in the Andrew and Tristan Tate case remains intact. 100% of the WhatsApp messages and computer data remains. Nothing was deemed false or fabricated. This is a devastating blow. Majority. Oh, hold on. I was BitChute. Started playing in the background. Not sure. That's never happened for BitChute before. Huh. Interesting. Sorry about that. Anyway, lost my train of thought. Just point is, they're saying that this is the evidence is still present. You a lot of comments below saying you're wrong. And so basically, if you just look through their thread, they've been talking about this a lot. The case was not dismissed. Go into the details, right? Listen to yourself. My point is, listen to what they're saying. Look at the information. And as far as I can tell, the reason that kind of sold me on is, if you look the information so far, the only thing showing that it's dismissed is coming from people involved in the case. And everything else seems to suggest, at the very least, it's not gone. There's different parts of this that are being reevaluated. And that's just not to, I'll leave it there to not get too much into, because again, it seems like it's more up in the air than not. But the point is that there were some things that were being reevaluated. And I guess that was used to argue it was going away. I don't know what the interest might be of them lying about it. Maybe just more influence. I don't know. But what I do know is there's a lot of people. Here's Jackson Hinkle, for example, saying the fake case has been dismissed. I saw Ben Swan, for example, and plenty of others here saying it's been dismissed, which, again, I mean, that seems a little bit of a jump for me, because I don't see it actually being proven. Anyway, I'll leave it there. I do recommend you look at what Murder by Crayons and Milk Bar TV and the rest have been highlighting, because in my experience thus far, they've been right about all of this, despite the pushback from the partisan field. So come to your own conclusions about it. But I believe they're accurate in here on this case in particular. Now, one other opening point that I wanted to highlight that I thought was interesting, same thing from these partisan. It's interesting because it's not that it's all misinformation. For example, like the Venezuelan conversation, or Haiti, or in this case, the Venezuelan gangs in both Tennessee and Colorado. There's obvious truth to some parts of the story. Same with the Tate conversation. There's some truth to some of the things being put forward, but it's an often case using a piece of truth to hide a larger lie. And in this case, what I find interesting is that I keep highlighting this. Same with Aurora. When I first covered the story, it was clear to me that there was a huge contradiction, that Republican entities, both the leadership and the government, as well as the police department, were saying that's just not true what you're saying. Now, there is gang presence, and there are people, which, by the way, has been the case for a long time. So again, just a quick opening point is that we've been hearing a lot about this, especially from political people in a political position or people who have a political interest in pushing a story. Now, this is from a local channel, and it's saying officials disagree on the presence of the gangs, which this is one of the points I keep making. And just to make it quick, here's ultimately what it says. Now, the whole point of the article is it's people in a political position who have an interest in saying this is happening. Okay. And that's what they're doing in Chattanooga. It's Tennessee. It's a town in Tennessee. Now, the police chief, John Chambers, quoted saying he has no evidence to indicate that a gang is actively operating in our city. The whole point of the article is that in this city, they're their overwhelming presence. So I just find that fascinating. Of course, he could be lying. Now, that's an obvious point to make. As the police chief, maybe he doesn't want you to know that because it hurts his job. But realize that now it's becoming very clear that there's a divide there. And if all you're going at was with whatever libs of TikTok said today, then maybe you should reevaluate how you're going about this information. For me, there is a presence that's clear. Whether or not that's they're overtaking these buildings, which does not seem to be the full picture to me, that's what we need to start making sure we do is question everything. Never been more important today. Now, let's go into the cabinet picks that I think are very important, which definitely overlap to a larger. It's not even just about Israel, but that's one of the clear things that I'm concerned about because of how undeniably, in my mind, Israel is playing a major role in the globalist agenda, in the World Economic Forum Great Reset direction, in the medical biofield direction, in the authoritarian technocratic direction, and everything we're talking about. But they're just one part of it. You can decide if you think they're a leading part or not, but still a very clear part. The specifically people in the partisan field that really hype globalism never really want to talk about, if at all. Show that I did on the 14th, conservatives begin to acknowledge Trump's cabinet picks reveal Israel first agenda. And it's only gotten more, it's just cascading. I'm seeing more and more large people, both conservatives or just team sport politic Republicans who are suddenly going, I don't know. And I would argue the ones playing team sport politics, and it's much more fewer in that category than anything else, are more so doing it because of opportunism. And I think that's a huge part of this. I have a few examples like that today who just start to recognize, okay, shoot, I'm losing all of my support here, so I'm just going to lean the other direction a little bit because that's what they do. They're fair weather everything in the partisan game, in my opinion. But recognize that there is a growing awareness of these problems. Now, we're going to point to Mike Rogers again, who we, check out the show I just showed you. We go over a lot of these picks. But Mike Rogers is one. And now, again, to be clear, I'm going to say this every time I talk about this until past January, these things are not certain yet. Even if Trump genuinely means it, even if Rogers genuinely accepts publicly, we don't know what will happen between now and then. Maybe they get in a little tiff. Maybe Trump decides to change his mind. Maybe Rogers changes his mind. Or maybe the Senate doesn't confirm them. Or maybe it's all a big lie. The point is, until it happens physically in the position and the acceptance and online, it hasn't. Not until then. Now, the point is, just the act of Trump saying it and Mike Rogers publicly saying I accept show it's important then to highlight the problems therein and ask yourself, does he mean this pick? And if he doesn't, then why are we being lied to? But that's always politics, right? Floating somebody else. But the point is, nonetheless, this is what's being put forward. So this is all we have to go on thus far is the people he's pointing to. And it is a absolute dumpster fire so far. And this is not a partisan game. I think these are all politicians, and I think Kamala and Biden's administration or anybody else are all playing the same game. Objectively, these people are deep state Zionist technocrat monsters. It's like everything else. Try to be more facetious, really. But the truth is, obviously, they are not the people that we were being floated. The outsiders, we're going to tear down the government and build a libertarian utopia. That's really not at all what they seem to be focusing on. Trump's FBI head says WikiLeaks, the potential pick, Mike Rogers, was co-founder of Deep State Never Trump Group. Again, I mentioned this briefly last time, but I find it to be almost cartoonish. Every single one of the people in the inner circle, not every one of the picks so far, but Elon, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, JD Vance, every one of them didn't just go Trump's not so good, went on a rants about how bad he was and what an idiot he was, what a shill he was, and they're different, respectively. I've shown you all the videos. Vance himself, I'm a never Trumper. Now, it just doesn't make sense unless it's all a big illusion or they're being incentivized to go against what they think. That's the only thing I can make sense of it. I'm sure there's an option out there that we can't fathom. The point is, here's another one, Mike Rogers. actually worked, as WikiLeaks is writing, the co-founder of Deep State, Never Trump Group. So explain to me how they're fighting the deep state with one of the people, from what even WikiLeaks points to as the deep state. You can decide for yourself if that's the case, who is now part of their team, who was recently part of the team trying to stop him. The Alliance for Securing Democracy, ASD, founded in 2017, became a central player in efforts to tie Donald Trump and his supporters to Russian interference in the 2016 election. Among its co-founders were Mike Rogers, former Republican congressman and chair of the House Intelligence Committee; Michael McFaul, Obama's former ambassador to Russia; Michael Chertoff, former Secretary of Homeland Security under George W. Bush; and Michael Hayden, former CIA and NSA director. These figures with deep ties to the intelligence community and bipartisan opposition to Trump were instrumental in advancing ASD's agenda and its controversial Hamilton 68 project. Do all the Trump supporters out there know that he's a part of this? And he's now he's being floated as the FBI head? Like, really think about how crazy stupid that is. We're talking about the FBI, who's been there. The whole point is being, weaponized against Trump. And your pick to change that is Mike Rogers? Or the whole point that he's floating this because he wants to expose them, as we keep getting told. Well, okay, in what way? Unless that happens in the Senate confirmation, which I can go along with. The point is that they're only exposing the stuff we already publicly know about these people. And that seems like an interesting choice to expose them. And, for Trump's, I don't know, if you think too much into it, it kind of falls apart. Or the one thing that does line up for me, the possibility, is putting these people forward in order to rationalize a choice that they want, which is also bad, but not as bad. The whole Nikki Haley, Mike Pompeo dynamic, which everyone kind of seemed to agree on. So who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But I think it's really crazy these are the ones being floated, and that you can see most of the core Republican side pretty much defending whoever he points to, which then shows you that it's really just about going along with team sport politics, because the whole point is they're going, yes, no, you're wrong. Here's why he's good, and here's why that. And then suddenly, oh, wait, no, now he's just using him to play for the other game. That's QAnon for you right there. Totally driving an undercurrent this whole thing, in my opinion. Hamilton 68 presented as a tool to track Russian disinformation. Yeah, in general, I think that's the main point for me. It's just the idea that he's against him and ultimately played a role in the other parts we talked about. Yeah, it says ASD was funded by entities like German Marshall Fund and the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, both of which are closely tied to intelligence community and have long promoted foreign policy agendas at odds with Trump's claimed policy of reducing U.S. intervention abroad, which is obviously never what he was going to do. If you actually understand what's been going on and what the interests are that driving him, or what he did, he didn't. He continued the wars. Now, here is Matt Gaetz, another example of a possible, one of the seems the most that are being floated as the idea of kind of expose them game, I think. Because he seems to be kind of a roundly unpopular pick for most of the Republicans. Which, I mean, it makes sense to a degree, but I'm going to get into the hypothetical for the most part. But what's interesting to me is this overlap with the Israel point. Now, he's one that doesn't seem to have provable, AIPAC funding, for example, but has been very open about his just blind support for Israel. And here is another example. This is from 2018. And he says Airbnb's decision to delist Jewish homes in the West Bank is a win for the boycott movement. The BDS movement is blatantly anti-Semitic. No, it's not. I mean, that's just completely false. Anything against Israel, they call anti-Semitic, when really it's just having an issue with the Israeli policy that takes land from other people. Why that's only about Jews is the whole thing they roll this into. I put off a point about that today in regard to show up, which I've gone into many times in the past. But there are open Orthodox Jew communities in Israel who are literally going up. And there's videos right now kind of going viral where they're going up to them on film and saying, look, you're doing this. What you or Zionists are doing around the world is why people are attacking Jews, for example. Or maybe they're just looking at the videos, people claiming that aren't even true, but still feel the same way. But it is the truth. That Zionism is using the idea of Judaism to protect itself. I mean, Jews around the world are starting to call this out. So that's why you call it anti-Semitic, to hide the crime. But then ultimately that causes people who don't know the bigger picture to think that is the reality. It's this obvious game they're playing. And it says consistently targets businesses operating in Israel. Yeah, that's the whole point. He frames that like that's the problem. The point is to target businesses that are operating on Palestinian land for the benefit of Israel. Not Jews in general, not even Israelis in general, but the government of Israel. He says, as a rep from Florida, I'm proud to serve a state which has anti-BDS laws. Right there. That is unconstitutional, period. There's really no conversation to have. You can argue you don't want that to be the case, and we can talk about that. But if you're pretending that this is somehow consistent with your constitutional rights because you agree with him or you agree that Israel should be protected no matter what, then you're a hypocrite or you're lying to yourself, because it is not constitutional to argue that he can pass legislation or do anything from a government position to stop you from boycotting, sanctioning, or actually calling them for or divesting from a foreign government. So here we are with many examples of people showing you what they really care about. Now, that could be about any other country, guys. They love to try to make it about racism. The point is, any foreign entity, for them to tell you you're not allowed to boycott Egypt or UK, wouldn't you say that's unconstitutional? Well, yes, it would be, because that's the same point. Now, here is a post from his Truth Social talking about Dr. Oz. Now, you might have seen this floating around. It's getting a lot of pushback. Now, this is what I think is so interesting. Of all the examples, or even the main point that I was just saying about people arguing it's about exposing them, this is kind of the same game. These are all publicly known things about Dr. Oz. So why would he pick this and only cause confusion in his entire support base? It seems odd. Now, I'm of the mind that these are people that he's picking in some of these cases, or really to create the worst choice in order to give you a little bit less choice, kind of the ongoing world of lesser of evils. But here are some examples of what Dr. Oz is promoting. Ask yourself if this lines up with the direction that Donald Trump's administration is pretending that it's going for. Now, he's nominating him for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Regardless, he is a part of this government, or at least that's what he would be if he were to be confirmed. And this is what I think is interesting. High Impact Flicks talked about this. This was today. Trump's new pick to head the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Oz, has promoted transgender ideology for toddlers, endorsing cutting-edge gender surgeries for kids. Oz gave a platform to transgender children, parents who change their gender identities, parents who groom their children, pediatricians pushing child transitions, and at least one surgeon who performed transgender surgery. Now, if you guys are new to this platform, to this very day, I have actively been trying to make sure people were aware of the truth around this conversation, around the dangers, around the illegal nature, around the focus of children, around the very clear perversion that exists around it all. It's just important. If you want, just look up TLAV or go to the main site, look on the search bar and type in any number, transgender. It'll all pop up. Because we do have a lot of new people coming to the show in general. I think it's important that you understand that. But the obvious point is around the freedom and liberty dynamic around it. If you're an adult, I'm not someone telling you can and can't do whatever you want to do to your own body. But that's an adult. When it involves children, whatever we're talking about, obviously there's a line there. Now, the main point that we make about this whole thing is that we've proven without question that the end, which is now being acknowledged, even though it still gets pushed in partisan ways, that this is a dangerous thing. It is a completely unjustifiable thing, especially I would say for an adult as well in regard to what it does, but it's your body, do what you want. But for a child, the point is that this is not just damaging, it is life-shattering. Whether we get into the idea of the hormones themselves and what they do, the sterilization aspect, or the surgeries, or any number of things. I've gone through this extensively on this show. So the point that he supports this and that Donald Trump would put him forward does not make any sense unless there's some kind of 4D chess move going on. But the idea that we ever act like we know one way or the other, that's part of the problem with that whole narrative, is that it becomes an assumption game. You assume whatever makes it look like he's what you want him to be, and it never stops. But Oz gave a platform to what we just discussed. Transgender children, parents who change their gender identities, parents who groom their children, surgeons who perform surgery. Even before Bruce Jenner broke onto the scene in 2015, Dr. Oz also hosted two fathers who had become moms discussing a couple's sex life and said it was wonderful that a child now called her dad mom and mom squared. Now, I'll play this clip in a second on one of the later points. I think it's a montage that Decentered News did. We'll show in a second. So here's Shannon Joy, someone who's been really, really prolific about calling this stuff out, which I really greatly appreciate. And this is Dr. Shadow of Ezra, who's a pretty, I think mostly, I never like to assume because I'm the one that doesn't like labels for myself included, but whether it's a Republican or conservative, I believe that that's the direction that they are supporting, and they're calling it out. I think it's important to see. She says, why is Trump elevating this guy? It's a good question. Now, here she is also pointing to this clip about him discussing implants. Here's Donald Trump's pick, pimping implanted microchips for humans. Doesn't that seem, the more you understand about Elon Musk and Trump's and the government's position, you recognize that is totally in line with what they're going to be doing, I would argue. But publicly speaking, or what most Republicans want to pretend he's supporting, does not line up with what you want. Does line up with what Elon Musk is planning and driving for. I'm talking about legitimately on paper. The implants, it's all part of where this is going. But it's all okay because he's the good guy, technocrat, evil billionaire, right? She also points out what Mary Talley Bowden says. Meet our new head of CMS. Here he says, here's what Dr. Peter Hotez wants you to know about the importance and benefits of the COVID-19 vaccine booster shot, says Dr. Oz. Right, because we're all in support of Mr. Hotez with his brown teeth and all about health, right? It's pretty wild. I mean, it seems like almost like if there was ever a better example of what you might pretend is him playing 4D chess or trolling something, it would be this. But if and when it ends up, this is the guy, let's make sure we're honest about how crazy this is. And she says, this is unacceptable. Dr. Oz was a lockdown mask and vaccine pimp. Very troubling. Shadow of Ezra also pointing out, the same thing we just saw, promoting transgender, the whole agenda on his show many times. Joshua says, Trump putting Dr. Oz on the spotlight. Oh, here's the one I was talking about. And this person says, you know what that means. Okay. This person says, yep, everybody he has picked is central casting. The original one is already gone, but he's bringing them into the spotlight. Wow. And I said, so let me get this straight. You are of the mind that Trump is pretending to pick these bad people to expose things that are already publicly known about them? Walk me through why that makes sense. Looks like somebody responded, but one of the people that... Oh, here it is. Real time. Let's check it out. She says, publicly known? Yeah, tell the liberals that. Okay. What? So she somehow knows what they do or don't know? Like, the idea that Oz supports this stuff, that's a public thing. Guys, that's literally his show. And you're the one telling us that's what liberals are what? Okay, so see how easy it is to lie to yourself? But it says, no, most of the public don't have a clue. Well, I'm pretty sure this is a very live TV show that was very popular. So we're pretending that not everybody knows he supports transgender or... Guys, that's a very public thing. Look at his Twitter account. But so now we're exposing him by highlighting what is publicly known. Maybe not to every single person in the world, but see the point? And she's like, yes, that is what's happening. Do you think Trump is this stupid to pick these people? I do. Even when Matt Gaetz is an actor, are they all baddies? They are all baddies, and they have already been taken out. You can believe what you want, but you will find out eventually, and you will probably remind me. And then you will probably remind me. Okay. You see how crazy this Q, look, sure, everything's possible, but this is without question a Q, whether she knows it or not, narrative. So the idea is this is all some big show. It's all players, and he's exposing them all by putting them in the spotlight and then people highlighting what we all know about them. Now, that's not, who knows, maybe it comes tomorrow where there's new things we don't know. But this is such I hope she's right. Because that would mean that we're not going to get these bad people, at least right now. Who knows if the next ones are worse. But gosh, man, this is why people like this have so much influence and power, because there's always people like this that are willing to assume whatever makes it make sense, which I've dealt with with people around, even people in my family from the first 2016 dynamic. Where something happens and I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. And I'm like, well, there must be a reason. Oh, must there? That's a very easy thing to do. Well, he must have something that knows that we don't. Well, if you're going to do that, then just don't even care. Just put a I support whatever Trump does sticker on your forehead and ignore everything that goes on. Because if the only point is, well, there must be something that explains it, maybe not. Maybe they know you're going to think that. So this is just scary to me that people actually do this, but let's wait and find out. Now, here's Decentralized News putting up a clip about Dr. Oz. Again, all public clips and information. It's all out there. I'm sure somebody's going to be informed about this, but I would argue far more likely Republicans. So how does that make sense? You get the point. But great clip showing you what he's been talking about over the years.
Even I'm in awe of the incredible advances made in search of a COVID-19 vaccine. Never in the history of mankind has a vaccine been developed at this speed. But just because we're moving fast doesn't mean we're moving unsafely. We're cutting red tape, not cutting corners. I trust the science.
100% wrong. And not just because I disagree, like fundamentally. That's a provably false statement. In every way, you can see that they cut corners. I mean, this is what we now know as a fact. So just who knows if he's lying or if he's just blindly repeating what somebody wrote down from the CDC. But it's not true. These things are deadly and dangerous, and obviously were rushed out, as Trump loves to brag about.
And the scientists behind these COVID-19 vaccines, and you should too. That's why I'll be in line when it's my turn to get a vaccine. As we speak, cargo planes are carrying doses of the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines. They're landing all around the country, like near where you live. I know what you're thinking. Why are they delivering vaccines if they haven't approved yet, right? Well, it's all part of the plan to have everything in place. So once the FDA signs off and gives the green light, we are ready to rock.
Nope. Wouldn't that have been at least, so no, that's not what happened, right? They rushed him out and then they forced him. Under Trump's administration, too, despite all the narratives you love to put out, because of the state of emergency, because of that. Now, maybe he didn't do it physically himself, but I'm pretty sure I didn't see Biden force any shots in people's arms. The point is that it still is the case. Here, he's talking about rushing them out because we just want them ready for when that happens, the thing that ultimately never happened.
If there are enough people who've been vaccinated, the virus won't be able to spread anymore. I know a lot of you are worried about getting...
Now, I don't need to keep jumping in. All of these are false.
Vaccine, I get it, I understand. Because you think the science is just moving faster than ever, right? But I want to assure you, the FDA may be cutting out the red tape. They are not cutting any corners. Why should they trust the science and get the vaccine when it's their turn?
What I want people to understand is that there were absolutely no safety or scientific corners cut for this vaccine.
Wow. Joining us today is the one and only Dr. Oz.
Hello, Dr. Oz. So
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
You too.
Now, as a healthcare worker, you are first in line to get vaccinated for COVID-19. So, have you gotten your vaccination yet?
I did. My whole group of surgeons went down. I got vaccinated right there. It didn't hurt at all. It wasn't even sore afterwards. I didn't get any fevers. In fact, I talked to all my colleagues. None of us really had any issues. And I'm encouraged by the fact that
I wonder what that's like today.
it works so well, 95% impact, but it doesn't seem to cause...
Nope. Relative risk reduction. So more like 0.08% difference between not getting it and getting it.
a lot of side effects. I've had a bunch of people on my show who've been vaccinated. They were in the clinical trials, and they got a little fever after the second shot for a couple hours, but otherwise it's remarkably safe from what we can see.
Wow.
To date, there are no long-term side effects reported. Okay, wow. So I've been vaccinated.
And that's a lie. As he said that, we could prove that. And that doesn't have to mean that he's choosing to lie. He could just be not doing due diligence, but that is dangerous in its own right. The facts were always there. And as you remember for TLAV, we were showing you from the websites as it was coming out. And that's why they eventually censored it, because it was undeniably showing you that these things were hurting people.
Right? There's a low likelihood that if I get COVID virus in my body, I'll have a problem. See, it just sort of bounces off me.
What can you do after you get the COVID vaccine?
All those things are like, you can go outside, you can play with your friends, things that you don't need government permission to do.
I love that you shared your video of vaccination on social media. How freeing was that moment for you?
Oh, it was so freeing. And I was so grateful, just so grateful to be able to have my first and second shot. I felt that the cloud was lifting, that we could definitely see the light at the end of the tunnel. And the word you used, freeing, that is exactly how I felt.
Wendy Williams says there's no way she's getting vaccinated.
No, I don't trust it. There, I said it. I don't trust it.
Dr. Oz tries to persuade her during an appearance on his show, even showing video of his own vaccination. Dr. Oz tells Inside Edition he's concerned that Wendy's reluctance may influence millions of her fans not to get vaccinated.
I was stunned and flabbergasted when she told me that she wasn't going to get vaccinated.
One commentator called her remarks incredibly ignorant and destructive.
There you go. By the way, we'll come right back to this, but here's what Trump just put out. This was on the 17th of November. We're coming up on the 5-year anniversary of COVID. And if you recall, under Trump's leadership, we had incredible public health policies. So you can pretend all day long, we didn't force it. You realize he's not just focusing on that. This is an overarching point about all that happened during his administration. Do you believe the emergency or the Operation Warp Speed was incredible public health policies? So if you don't agree with that, why aren't you commenting that? Are you pretending like it's some 4D chess move? And there we are again. Assume whatever makes the bad thing not look bad to you. President Trump's unparalleled creation of Operation Warp Speed was like we've never seen before. What does it even mean? That's such a Trump thing to say. The unparalleled creation was like nothing. Yeah, it was very deadly and dangerous. And that's exactly what we're talking about. Thank you, Decentered News. Now, here's another one. This is for announcing the Matthew G. Whitaker from Iowa to be the ambassador to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, otherwise known as NATO. So, of course, the point is that they want to do away with NATO, but I think an interesting move would be to create an ambassador to NATO. Wouldn't you just, of course, the argument will be that you need that and to initiate the process. You can just stop being a part. You could just stop funding. Yes, you could just put a pin in it and be like, no, it's not, but nope, here comes the ambassador. Now, I'm going to say, okay, I hope maybe they do, because I also agree that this is I think this is the post 9/11 international army dynamic that I think doesn't need to exist. I think it's about even only the one time so far that it's been used is in regard to, I'm forgetting what article it is, but they attack one, attack all. That's how this is. That's one of the biggest problems in my mind. But whatever, my point is that the steps that are being taken do not seem to deviate from the norm, despite what you want to tell yourself about it. But when it happens, let's hope there's some kind of a difference. But overall, this is the point that stands out to me. Oh, actually, I hope I didn't close that. Oh, it's right here. Okay, good. Here it is. Did I move these over? Yeah, sorry. Hold on one second. Are these all mixed up? Okay. So this is a clip. I'm just going to read this, kind of talk about it, and I'll do the clip for you. Here he is speaking on Fox News. Sputnik's pointing out Matt Whitaker blasted Biden's response to Russia's special operation in Ukraine, emphasized need to punish Russia. Relevant to what we're going to get into in a minute. Trump's pick for U.S. ambassador to NATO previously expressed disappointment with President Biden's slow and inefficient response to the basically engaging with Russia. He says, well, certainly ratcheting up the sanctions on Russia is a good thing. However, I didn't sense first that he showed any strength or resolve, which, again, I think Biden's, whether he's even actually in charge of what's going on, is important to point out, actually punishing Russia, he says. Well, I just want to point out that seems to be a little bit of a deviation from what they were pretending Trump's statements mean about what's going to happen with Ukraine and Russia. We'll get to that in a second. But as the ambassador to NATO, punishing Russia seems to be a little bit different than what his supporters are pretending the statements mean. Here is an interesting point. Now, this is a little bit less, it's a personal point about his own finances, but I think it's an interesting point that brings up at the end about the door that opens. But he said, this is William Coffin pointing out, he says, how about Matthew Whitaker pays off his $130,000 plus interest and penalties income tax bill from 2020 before he is confirmed as an ambassador to NATO? All of these clowns with massive personal and financial problems would seem highly vulnerable to bribery and extortion. Amongst other things. Not to mention this guy's background in business and charity is garbage, he says. Well, my point is only getting at the idea that if you are in a financial hole, you open the door to being very vulnerable to people that might want to use financial manipulation, and who has a very clear track record of doing that. I don't even need to say it. Matthew Whitaker says, hey, took Palm, and this was his own tweets, right? Just on for this podcast on his Twitter account from 2021. And it says, quote, they took palm branches and went out to meet him, shouting, Hosanna. Blessed is he who comes to the name of the Lord. Blessed is the King of Israel. Isn't that interesting how we've got these biblical, like you find this more often than you have them stating Bible verses in any other context around Christianity or around the United States, but you'll find these weird prophetic, but not that very thing is weird, but the way that it's being shown and what they believe and it's interesting. Here it says, spoke today with, and this is, I guess, just RC, I think it's the wrong tag, but it says RJCHQ's candidate forum. The United States has no greater friend than the state of Israel. So these are all things he's saying. I think that really matters for the ambassador of NATO, but realize that every one of the people we're talking about are just blind. And again, it's not unique to Trump's administration. It's pretty much everybody in our government, which should be even more alarming, by showing you that somebody's pretending to fight the deep state and fight as an outsider to change our government. Doesn't seem to be doing any of that. Seems to be going right in line with what you expect from the past. Another weird pick was Linda McMahon, which that was my point from before that I think is relevant to point out. Hold on, make sure. Oh, yeah. See, that's what happened. I got these a little mixed up. So before we go past that, I wanted to play this clip about Israel, since we're pointing this out. And the interesting, every person that seems to be in his cabinet is willing to ignore the genocide and really will blindly support Israel no matter what happens. Whether you support Israel or not, that shouldn't be okay no matter who we're talking about. That means you could be taken advantage of by fill in the blank. Whether that is Russia, China, UK, if you are unwilling to challenge them and they have unfettered influence on your policy, then that should matter to an America First anything. But I wanted to point this out as well. I've mentioned this many times. Keith Woods just shared this recently, so I figured I'd play it for you since I've mentioned it many times, and I've played it once in the show. It's just a clip of Dave Smith interviewing RFK Jr. And the pause that he has when asked a very relevant question, I think speaks volumes.
You have concerns about the level of Israeli influence in our politics here in the United States of America?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a politician in political office, so I don't see much of that.
Wow, what a ridiculous sidestep. Yeah, you don't know, right? Because it's not like you've been led around by the nose by Shmuley for the last 6 months. And look at Dave's face right there. Look at his face there, and look at it right when he speaks after 7 seconds. 7 seconds. His face right there. That's a ridiculous response. You damn well know that you are very, very aware because the point is there's no way he's not aware of the influence in it, especially since he is personally being influenced as he's running for president, because that's when this is being discussed. I just want to point that out, guys. Now, I'm not saying I can't read his mind. I don't know what he's thinking, but I do know that shows me a sidestep. So you could argue that he has a bigger plan. He's saving Israel for last. I sure hope so. But at the end of the day, I think it shows what we all know is there. Some kind of a blind spot, whether that's because he doesn't see it, which I find impossible, or because something is incentivizing him not to. It's very important with where we are. I think that's showing us all of what we're dealing with today. Now, the next one I was going to get to is Linda McMahon for the Secretary of Education. Now, this is McMahon from the WWF. Here is Fox News. Trump taps former WWE CEO Linda McMahon to serve as Education Secretary. Now, my only point I want to make about this was what I was saying earlier. And this is kind of a broad point about, for example, I've talked about KJP many times as like a diversity, whatever you want to call it, that she was clearly, by even their own admission, not the best person for the position, but was chosen, not that they say this explicitly, but that's clear, for her ethnicity, for her sexual preferences, which I think is ridiculous. Not because I think those are bad things, but because that has nothing to do with the position. It's about trying to give you your token to say, we care, when in reality, I don't care what you look like and what your religion is. It's about if you're the best for that position. Now, if you are a foreign entity, not Jewish, but Israeli, or not whatever religion, but Russia or Chinese, that matters. But when you conflate the two and pretend it's about her religion, you see, I'm making a point right there, because right there people would act like that's not true because you care about these. No, it's about a foreign entity influencing policy, not the religion of that person. Again, that matters no matter who they are. But back to KJP, the point is that she is, and a lot of different picks are chosen because of a different reason than what's best for the job, not by merit, by something else. Now, in this context, if that bothers you about her or anything else, right? If you have an issue with KJP being picked for anything other than whether or not she is the best for the position, then you should also care about Trump's picks. You should also care about his political choices right now, because it shows you that this is not because they're the best Secretary of Education, but because it is something else. And it's the same point. Now, just because they're different things that you care more, and I maybe even rightly so, about the idea of the diversity picks versus whatever his driving force is, it still is the same principle. But you may disagree and think that she is the best choice for that. But are we really going to pretend that Linda McMahon is the best possible candidate for the Secretary of Education out of everybody in the country? Come on, guys. We know that's not true. But this is what I'm trying to highlight is the principle of it all. And the woke left and the woke right dynamic, or whatever you want to call them, that they do the same things because it's about a larger agenda from either side, your government, and driving us right down the middle. I think that's important to point out. Now, back to the Operation Warp Speed point. Again, if you haven't seen it, he's on the 17th saying we're coming up on the anniversary. And if you recall, Donald Trump's leadership, we had incredible public health policies. And then he goes on to point out what he thinks is one of those. The creation of Operation Warp Speed was one like never before seen. That's just unreal to me. How you can have people that still support this when the vast majority of his support base, that he knows, by the way, does not think that. And in fact, most of them pretend like he's playing some kind of a chess move. That's so alarming to me. And again, if you think this is unique to the right and you're listening to this, then you're lying to yourself. It's everywhere in the partisan game. It's everywhere in people that blindly convince themselves to support a government that does not care about them. Here's what Alex Zeck had to say. How many times does Trump have to brag about Operation Warp Speed before MAGA people start questioning whether he's truly a champion for health and freedom? I'm of the mind, by the way, that most of them are, but just don't know what else to do by design. And I mean specifically the conservatives in this conversation, not most of people in the political game. Because the whole team sport politics dynamic, I do believe is the minority of the conversation, but it's a lot of people. Of course, that's my opinion. Either way, I agree with his sentiment. He says, I've heard the whole, if he didn't do Operation Warp Speed, we'd all been FEMA camps. That's one of the QAnon points. Their literal argument right now is that there was going to be 10 years of lockdowns, which maybe, who knows? No way to prove that. And if he hadn't rolled out Operation Warp Speed, then we would have been in it for 10 years. But this is the point I made yesterday or the day last show. Operation Warp Speed was rolled out in response to whatever you say was happening through Trump's administration. So we're to believe that the Operation Warp Speed was what saved us from something that hadn't happened yet, or that it was all happening. Like the idea would have to be that this was something, again, I understand the point of the manufacturing of it. But if you think that was just what the Democrats, that is more willfully blind than anything in this conversation. The overwhelming overlap to both sides of the paradigm in regard to what took place is on the surface. But of course, then it becomes, well, they're the rhinos. And it's like picking what you want. It's like picking your own team. That's not how this works. The facts are clear. So if you think that Operation Warp Speed, which is what has killed a lot of people in this conversation, was the savior of it all, they're literally getting you to ask for your own killing, to support what actually killed everybody and the guys that it just would have been worse. That is the logic, how they get people to believe the shot. Well, it would have been worse if you hadn't taken it. Okay, I'd love to see the proof of that. Willful ignorance using partisan manipulation. But it says, like he says, you can't know that would have happened. This is pure speculation and likely total nonsense. Good luck putting hundreds of millions of people with guns in FEMA camps. Now, this is the point that really stands out to me. And even if it were true, he could very easily acknowledge the harms of Operation Warp Speed right now, especially now that he's been elected. But of course, the argument will always be kicked down the road. We have to wait until he's confirmed, otherwise something can happen. Okay, then once it happens, there'll be another excuse. Well, he has to wait until the election, until next season, whatever, until he's out of a presidency to admit it, because that is always a assuming answer. And maybe you're right, but we don't know that. The bottom line is, yes, he could have exposed this by now. He could have called it out instead of allowing children to get hurt by the thing that he supported and drove forward. But he says, but he doesn't do that. He continues to praise it. Praise the shots, praise the COVID response in general. He gave Fauci a medal before leaving office. The whole point becomes, well, he didn't force it. That's not even technically accurate when you really look at the big picture. But overall, that's why the two-party paradigm works. They get you trapped in that ideological difference. At the end of the day, coming together is how it all works. Just like the SAVE Act and everything else. It's about combining the two sides to get you always pointing at the other while essentially tacitly accepting whatever they do. Because, well, it was the bad guys. It was their side. Well, okay. Well, it's still happening. We're still existing in it. Shouldn't that matter more than what side you want to point at as it's happening? Well, to not childish people, it should. Here's what he said as well. It's interesting and ironic that many in the MAGA crowd want Trump to hold the nefarious actors accountable for crimes against humanity during COVID when Trump initiated Operation Warp Speed. Oh, I see. I was reading it funny. Sorry, I thought I misread it. He simply said it's interesting that many of the people in the Trump supporters want him to hold these people accountable. who carried out crimes against humanity during COVID, when he's the one that initiated Trump's warp speed, praises Operation Warp Speed till this day, calls himself the father of the vaccine, consistently told his followers to get it, still to this day, by the way, praises the use of ventilators, signed the CARES Act, resulting in the largest wealth transfer to the 1% the world has ever seen, and gave Fauci a presidential commendation medal. And this person says, did he mandate it? It's the same thing every time. And that's not about, it's a fair point, but not in response to, so basically, as long as he didn't shove it down your throat, all of that stuff doesn't matter. Like literally building the blocks to allow the next one to do that, that doesn't, I mean, that's, again, willful ignorance. That's choosing to ignore it because it's all about the one thing that you've decided to make it about, when in reality, all of those things are horrifying. It's like ignoring, well, he didn't start new wars, but we'll ignore the fact, even though it's technically not the reality, ignore the fact that he killed a lot of people in lots of different war zones, initiated many regime changes, carried out assassinations that are against the law. But it's all okay because he didn't start new ones. Well, you're just creating a bar that ignores all the things before it. This person says he's the worst kind of fence sitter, a contrarian. How ridiculous. He's talking about Alex Eck, by the way. And this is the kind of thing you get, the black-pilled purity test kind of nonsense people throw when you're literally pointing out valid concerns. But let's first make fun of the person who's saying he's the worst kind of fence sitter, meaning he's in the middle, contrarian, which literally means the disagreement. Yes, contrarian tend to disagree for the sake of disagreeing, but how in the world can you be fence sitting when you are disagreeing with something? Maybe you want to think this through a little bit, bud, because I think at the end of the day, it's about trying to distance yourself or ignore, because of whatever you can put in front of yourself, the obvious concerns. So no, he's not a fence sitter if he's a contrarian. That's stupid. But on top of that, he's not doing that. He's explicitly calling something out. So he's not fence sitting. Either way, you just don't like what he's calling out. So you pretend he's somewhere in the middle because that's the only way your partisan brain can make sense of what's going on. Dr. Jane Ruby points out the overlap to Operation Warp Speed that's currently in his administration at the highest level. And we've all talked about this. A disaster waiting to happen, she writes. Anybody want to ask J.D. Vance why he's invested millions of dollars with Vivek in self-amplifying RNA factories? Can you imagine that being ignored after what we just went through? To people that are like, whether they end up having the high, like Vance is the vice president, but whether Vivek has some higher position or not, he's clearly on the inner circle of this. And Elon Musk as well, who was invested in CureVac microRNA factories. All of this stuff is happening. Think about if this was anybody, even tangentially connected to a left conversation, you know the response, and it should be the same. We should be standing up and saying, absolutely not. But it's all rolling forward, just like with the EI, Elon Musk guy. Well, it's the good version. I mean, even if you think that, even if that's the truth, what happens when the Democrats take over? I even feel stupid saying that because, guys, it's just such it is clearly going forward, regardless of whatever team you see put in front of you. Your government has maintained these agendas over using the two-party divide to keep us pointing at ourselves for a very long time. She goes on to say, and even though this article was published in Children's Health Defense, started by Robert RFK Jr., he's silent on specifically self-amplifying mRNA, which terrifies me. I did entire shows about this. Actually, I think I might be able to grab one that pops up. It's been a while. Well, this is about, here it is. Here's one of them anyway. Going over all of them, and I'm glad I found this because this is a good episode for you guys to check out. This one's entitled Self-Spreading Vaccines, Self-Amplifying mRNA Vaccines, and COVID Vaccine Menstrual Disruption. Look at that, May 2nd, 2021. Another example of how far ahead TLAV is on a lot of these topics, patting myself on the back, but really demonstrating my value, our value, for this platform. All right. So right now, there's a lot of people discovering this stuff, and we've been diving through and investigating this since the beginning of the COVID-19 illusion. But they're right. Why hasn't he called this stuff out when literally the inner circle is not just involved, but pushing these things forward as we speak? Door to Freedom says, this is Jessica Rose, we've interviewed before. As she says, self-amplifying mRNA products should not be used. This is an absolute disaster waiting to happen. That's on Children's Health Defense. All right. And so why aren't they calling it out? And there's just some images they include to show you the interconnected. These people are immersed in this field. And we even just went over Vivek and his former company about the, suing Pfizer and Moderna for the patents for lipid nanoparticles. It's really wild what people can choose to ignore. Now, Mary Talley Bowden again points out the person rumored to be taking over the FDA in Trump's administration will not call for the COVID shots to be pulled off the market. And she says, as long as it's a choice and not, and she writes, I hope the rumor isn't true. As long as it is a choice and not a mandate, this person writes, as long as it goes through clinical trials, as long as we can make informed choices, I am fine with it. I won't take it, but I don't care if you take it. Now, look, I'm all for the idea of the personal. It's not all, that's what matters. That's the same thing I said before with the original idea that clearly, if it's not being forced and not now realize that overlaps with even the coercion. Maybe they're not pushing it into your arm, but they're saying, well, you go to the back of the line or you can't access, you can't get on the bus. It's the same point. That's part of it too, which happened under Trump's administration, not just from certain governors. The point, though, is that it's a dangerous thing at work. Well, like this is like for example, it's the same thing a point I make about fluoride or the dioxin point. We can prove that these things are not just subpar, they're deadly. So they should not be on the market. So if we're applying this in any other metric or if we're meeting any other requirements under any other discussion, this thing would already be gone. So this is what I see as problematic, because people, especially in their Republican side, are so willing to kind of overlook it right now, despite what we just went through and what they were saying more than anybody, because it seems to undermine Trump. And this thinking is so dangerous. But I do agree with the idea that it's about your freedom, right? So if it's there and it's not being pushed, at least it's not being forced on you. But we need to recognize that this thing is going to go in people's arms, Republicans too, because Trump has supported it and still does. And on top of that, she points out all babies, and I already said this before, and actually she clarifies this for me from what I was saying the first time about this, are expected to get 3 mRNA shots by the age of 9 months. Ah, my God. Now, at first, I wasn't sure if they simply meant there were 3 possible choices. No, guys, they're talking about 3 shots. So you're getting a shot and supposedly 2 boosters before you are 9 months old for something that is less deadly than the flu, if it's even there in the first place, and this shot being more deadly for anybody. No, it is most deadly for children. It's babies, children, and the elderly. All the evidence we've gone over in this entire from 2020 to now, it's undeniable. And again, it's not just the first version. One of the main studies finds that it's the platform itself, the lipid nanoparticles, the mRNA structure, the entire thing. And this is a peer-reviewed study from 2023. Finds the platform itself is what's driving myocarditis and a lot of the other problems. So here we are, where it's all still continuing under Donald Trump's administration, or so we see coming forward. Now he responds saying, wow, that is crazy. I didn't get my son vaccinated when I went to enroll him because I don't think vaccines should be mandated for anybody. Well, again, I agree with that. And that's at least, if that happened, that at least is a positive away from what's happening before. But at the end of the day, if this was cyanide, would we go, well, at least they're not forcing it on you? No, we'd say this is deadly. It should not be even floated for a child or for anybody. And that's where we have to recognize this is. Now, in the conversation of Vivek, obviously, but this kind of overlapping dynamic of these people being involved with what specifically Elon Musk and Vivek, but all the choices we discussed and the idea of somehow making it more efficient. I'm really clearly of the mind that this is about trying to use whatever problems that they have created to roll you into the next control structure. And I of course hope that I'm wrong, because obviously we all probably, I think most anyway, would probably want to see reductions in our government, our overwhelming government, and hopefully decide to just entirely remove it. And so it's a hard thing to see what appears to be what I would think. They just floated as an idea what might be a good step, coming from people that I'm convinced don't have good intentions. So it worries me. But as it goes along, as I said before, if we see positive change, I'll point it out. I'm not going to always be poo-pooing on something just because it's coming from these people. If I see something happen that I think is a net positive, I will call it out, just like the point with fluoride. But my problem here is that I don't believe they have good intentions, and what we are talking, even thus far in this show, demonstrates that I think that there's dangerous things just behind it. And so that's what worries me, is that we're stepping into it using these problems that are already, like the Fed conversation or the collapsing the economy issue, all the things that we can prove they've knowingly allowed to get worse. Just like taking 2008 to today. How many times can we talk about the provable example that the people, even 2008, obviously nothing happened. They gave them money, they gave themselves bonuses, and we don't act like that's incredible. So from that point forward, immediately, they did not only did they stop doing the things that caused it, you can prove that with the first month that they had increased doing the things that caused that. I've gone over this many times. Maybe we're not talking about subprime mortgages at this point anymore, but auto loans are playing a part. There's a whole discussion. We've gone into it many times. But nonetheless, we're talking about the same problems, the same markers, the same metrics that have got that. And why is that allowed? Because I think it's another engineered, well, it's the same idea. They're going to maximize their own profit off of your back before they know you're going to be rolled into something new. And that may even look like a positive step. Look, we're going to end the Fed. Well, I'm going to be the first to go, absolutely. But if that is simply a shell game to roll you into the CBDC dynamic, which we all know is certainly possible, maybe even when they don't realize it, we should be worried about that. We should at least be on guard about that. So in this case, Vivek points something out about the Pentagon's failed audits, which, well, good. I'm glad we're talking about this. This should be public knowledge, but it's not. And we actually, oh, you know what? That's actually where that should have gone. Oh, well, I was going to point, I have it coming up in a minute about a clip from, it's about the failed audit point, and I'll come back to it in a second. But it says they failed the 7th straight audit. Our healthcare system siphons billions into waste and fraud. Our Department of Education blows money without accountability. One of the points everyone seems to be making, even Republicans, is that, look, if we're not going to address the military dynamic in this, then this is all show. Because that is the central driving factor in all, and really the most obvious location for cuts. Because most Americans don't want what's going on overseas, not supporting Israel, not supporting Ukraine. You may, in the moment, find more people propagandized into supporting the ideology around it. But if you just ask a general statement of whether Americans want to be involved in wars, it's pretty overwhelming that they don't want that. These polls have been going back as far as you can look. And yet, every year, they just rationalize even more, use propaganda to get you all immersed in some reason to support the next thing. The point is, actually, let me play the clip first, then we'll read what Catherine Ruston Fitz said about it.
Cutting ribbons, we're going to be cutting costs. And so those recommendations are going to be on a real-time basis. But I do want to take a big step back and for people to understand the scope of this problem. Over $500 billion in the first place. The Pentagon has just failed its 7th consecutive audit, nearly $1 trillion of budget. They can't even tell you where it goes. So I think part of this is exposing for the public the extent of that rot and waste, but then to take steps first through executive action and then laying the groundwork for broader change through legislation as well.
Doesn't that bother anybody? You have control of every house. Why would you have to do executive orders? Look, no matter what you fill in the blank right there with, make it faster. Oh, it doesn't matter. You are circumventing the process. Now, that is the only logical reason that might happen is because you go, well, the Democrats are not going to let it happen. Well, we're currently in a situation where you control every position or the Senate, the House, the judicial. It's very clear that you guys, executive, are in control almost in an unprecedented way. Not really unprecedented, but it's been a while since we've had that position. And we're going to talk about executive orders right away. Why wouldn't you go through the process and show people how it's supposed to go? Because it's all driving in the same direction. They know. How many times I've written about or discussed the rule by executive order? Because that's where we are now. They don't want to change that because technically there's illegal. As we've said before, these things are only meant to apply to the executive branch. So the fact that they can even argue this has sweeping enforcement, it shows you that we're getting to a place where it's about convincing you that there is no structure ultimately. That if they say it, they're in power, that happens. Your rights are allowed. If they say so, they can pull them back if they want to. A lot of people are beginning to, without even realizing, get pulled into this kind of way of thinking. We should not be allowing executive orders like this. They should be going through the process that at least pretends involve what you think. Because you have to realize that's not how this works anymore. Congress does not act. They're not the living embodiment of our will. We know that's not the case. We've talked about the Princeton study or plenty of other examples that show you have a near zero, minuscule, statistically insignificant effect on the outcome of policy. That's the Princeton study, but there's plenty of other examples that show that lobbyists ultimately control what happens if they want to. All right, so we know that. So in this position, we have to recognize that it's all about convincing you that you are having an effect. Hold on, I lost the thread on that. Damn it, I was going to say another point. Let me go back, it'll refresh me.
Work for broader change through legislation as well to rein in that deficit, to rein in that budget. And more crucially, Maria, I know we're talking about this in terms of efficiency, but there's something deeper going on here. This is about restoring self-governance and accountability in America as well. Elected leaders, if they make the wrong decisions, voters have a great choice. You can vote them out and remove them. Most of the people making these decisions, from healthcare to the Department of Defense, are failing on effectiveness because they have no accountability. Historically, it's been the view of many scholars to say that those people could not even be fired. Now we take a different view with the environment the Supreme Court has given us in recent years, and we're going to use that in a pretty extensive way, Maria, to move quickly.
See, this is my point about everything they're doing. It seems to be under this guise that we need this to, we're changing for the better, but in doing so, almost seeming to rapidly drive in the direction of the opposite. Like, why, going back to the point about actually going through the process. Oh, I mean, I think that was one of the points, is ultimately pretending like you are the ones making these decisions, right? So at least in the process of Congress, they pretend that they're acting out your will, and then they make that happen because of the decision of Congress. But again, that's my point, as I was getting at, is lobbyists are the ones actually driving that decision. But now we're just saying that's not even pretending anymore. We're just going to sign executive orders. So this game, where even if we should want a democracy, which we shouldn't, the idea being that is supposed to be representing your democracy, the one person in a room signing a document that they say everyone has to abide by. I mean, it's all so transparently not what they pretend, but it's all under the guise that we have to because the evil bad Democrats, or whatever the focus is, which the same thing happens in reverse. But we're going to pretend like executive orders, like he's discussing, are going to take you, like, who knows, maybe they do all this and next year we're back in our democracy. Whatever you want to pretend makes sense. If that comes to pass, and whether we want it or not, that's what you wanted, then I'll happily point that out. But I think we should all be getting the sense that that is never what actually happens. Didn't happen last time. Hope it does this time, but if it doesn't, have the courage to call that out. Oh, sorry, I had it way down there. So as the Solari report says, another gaslight. The problem is not unelected bureaucrats. It is unelected corporate and tech contractors and the New York Fed, which runs the bank accounts, and the primary dealers who keep financing this. You need to get your hands on the contracting budget, unless, of course, you want to get rid of the civil service, so the central bankers can have complete control of the fiscal side of the house through private contractors. Oh, and therein lies the point. Right? So this is what I'm so worried about. You could argue that they're going to take this executive order action and start cutting things down and reducing it, and I really hope that's the case. But somebody very intelligent, financially speaking, in every way I would argue, is simply pointing out, well, here's another alternative. This is in the interest of getting rid of the civil service so the central bankers can take complete control over the fiscal side. And this is written everywhere. Don't forget, one of the groups that is overlapped with a lot of the elements in Trump's administration right now made this clear about CBDCs a long time ago, the Bank of International Settlements.
Our analysis on CBDC, in particular for the use of general use, we tend to establish the equivalence with cash. And there is a huge difference there. For example, in cash, we don't know, for example, who's using a $100 bill today. We don't know who is using a 1,000 peso bill today. A key difference with the CBDC is that central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability. And also, we will have the technology to enforce that. Those two issues are extremely important, and that makes a huge difference with respect to what cash is.
Right. And that's what she's talking about, guys. So removing the civil service aspect to allow the central banks to essentially have complete control, which, by the way, the whole BlackRock overlap, we'll get to in a minute, is very clear. Now, whether or not he becomes the person in that position, it's already been stated by Fox News that Trump is tapping Larry Fink to help him pick this position, which is just as problematic. We'll come back to that. Speaking of that, billionaires are the ones controlling what goes on. And we shouldn't, this is a great way to frame this. And that's not to say that Jeffrey Sachs is necessarily on. I mean, there's plenty of things I could point out that make me concerned, but he does seem to have a lot of good statements around this general point that I think is really important for the average person to hear. In case you don't forget, this is Jeffrey Sachs right here. And I have a clip I'll play for in a second, but here's what he said. And this is Sony Thang pointing this out. It says, who elected Trump? Billionaires. Who was opposing Trump with Harris? Billionaires. When you look at our policy, our politics, we, the people, were like spectators at a sport. It doesn't have to be that way. This I'm adding, but I think this is obviously where we exist right now. And this is why it's like Maggie and the fake steering wheel. Like, we need to recognize that you're being placated. That's what I believe. And I think the evidence is shockingly clear. So that's what he's saying. He's like, we are been relegated to serve spectators while they play out the game. Who are the billionaires, he asked. Well, it's that list on one side and it's that list on the other. We sit back. Who's going to win? He says, I don't know, but it's going to be the billionaires. So what do the billionaires backing Trump want? Tax cuts. Now, this is his point, but you could just, the point is, you'll see, but there's a lot of things they want. He says, what did the billionaires backing Harris want? Tax cuts. What is the election going to produce? Tax cuts. Big surprise. Is it a drama? Of course not. Of course it's not a drama. Our Congress is corrupt. Our political system is corrupt. It's run by the big boys, not the little people. So we're going to have more tax cuts. Here comes Trump, elected by a disgruntled voting population, the working class. This is his core. And he's telling the working class, you've been cheated. I'm going to support you. And what is he going to do? He's going to give tax cuts to the rich people in the world. 10 people now, the 10 people have a net worth of $2 trillion. Yes, I'm sorry, we can't even imagine what this means. The days after Trump was elected, their net worth increased by $100 billion in days. Remember, Elon Musk, that's one of the main points he's making right there, was $70 billion. Just like that, because after post-Trump's election, like immediately. This is because people who have money know, oh, this is a bonanza for the billionaires. By the way, if Harris had won, it probably would have gone up the same way because it's billionaires on both sides. So this deficit is going to rise. It's not going to fall. Now Trump has a very peculiar, clever electoral strategy. He says to the voters, the billionaires are your friends. That's not the problem. Your enemy is the immigrant and your family enemy is China. I'm going to go after your enemies, not your friends, but the billionaires. See, it's such an easy game, sleight of hand, just to say that the opposite is true of what they're saying. And it's such an easy game that people are, I think, choosing to fall for, quite frankly. But he says, so what Trump is saying is, I'm going to raise tariffs on the Chinese. I'm going to kick out the immigrants, and you're going to live the American dream. He says, and it's not going to happen. And sure enough, within the next few years, the Trump administration will be a failure, widening income inequalities, big unhappiness, larger budget deficits, frictions with China, a lot of lawsuits in the United States, and people trying to stay in the U.S. who are threatened with deportation. It is not going to be a happy period. Frankly, I think he's right. And this, whether he wants to do it or not, like, I feel like this is basically the same things we're seeing today with a different flavor. He says, and this, unfortunately, comes from the fact that when you have two parties, billionaires backing this one and billionaires backing that one, someone's getting left out. And that's the people. Whatever you think about it, I mean, that's pretty damn spot on with where we are right now. Now, as I'll include the article Derek wrote, election 2024, Zionist technocrats versus Zionist technocrats. The picture's right there for you. I mean, it's literally the same. Yeah, if you can make it out to be, no matter who wins, the people supporting this ultimately win, no matter what you think you're choosing, isn't that a rigged election? Depends on who you think is rigging it, though. Here's a clip of what Jeffrey Sachs thinks. And this is High Impact Flick saying Jeffrey Sachs gets it.
Who has done more damage to America than any of our miserable presidents have done in all of their failed policies. Because Netanyahu has used America, misused America repeatedly, because the Zionist lobby is so powerful that Netanyahu basically has had control over the Pentagon to fight wars on behalf of Israeli extremism. And the war in Iraq in 2003 is a Netanyahu war.
Can you imagine this being said before October 7th? Right? I mean, and it's just simply, and again, we're not talking about Jewish people or Israelis. We're talking about actions of a government, illegal actions. And it's just wild to me how controlled. I mean, even right now, there's like aggressive flounder. They're just floundering. Like, they're really just flailing and screaming and calling everything racist, and it's just not working anymore. I'm talking about Zionists. And what's incredible to me is that this has always been this obvious. But just this, whatever reason, I mean, I think it's because of what they've done. the most important thing they had control over was just kind of the average person who's not really invested in the politics, watches a couple shows here and there, but were of the mind that what they saw the bad things, it was a game of anti-Semitism, and they ignored it while supporting what they thought was and once they started seeing day after day, moment after moment, just dead children and murdered people, you can't really put that back away. People see it, right? And so thank God people are starting to call this out, because this is one of the, if not the central issue of our time. The whatever we're talking about and the influence over our country, our government, at the expense of Americans. It's incredible we're talking about make America great again or America first at a time when it's never been more clear that the people saying that are completely acting for a different country.
Right. The attempt to overthrow Bashar al-Assad in Syria starting in 2011 and continuing 14 more years of war is a Netanyahu war. Right. The overthrow of Muammar Gaddafi in 2011, unleashing instability not only in Libya but across Africa, is a Netanyahu war. Netanyahu and his friends in the U.S. government, these arch-Zionists, so-called, have had effective control over the U.S. military. They have cost you and me and the rest of us as taxpayers trillions of dollars. It's quite a dandy deal that the Israel lobby or the Zionist lobby puts in, say, $100 million into campaigns, and it gets trillions out. Not billions, trillions out. And so when Netanyahu speaks, it's bizarre to me. It's not who Trump is appointing or naming. It's that the United States of America has let itself be used by a band of extremists on serial wars that have been disastrous for America's interests. Fighting Israel's wars so that Israel can maintain its extremism and its occupation of Palestinian lands and its apartheid rule over Palestinian lands is not in America's interests. And President Trump, who speaks for America, should be saying to Netanyahu, first day, I am president of the United States. You no longer run our country. Right, Bibi. That's what I hope.
Now, this is on Judge Napolitano's show. To make the point clear, if that happened, my God, I would be standing up and praising Donald Trump like you've never seen. And still being critical about anything else he does that might be wrong or I might see as a trap, but nonetheless, standing up and giving him credit for taking a very dangerous and a very, trailblazing, well, I guess, in a way you could call it that, action. And then even go back and say, looks like the people for Q were right. Saving it, or however you want to frame it. But I would be thrilled to point out that I was wrong in this case. So I just think it's important to recognize that that's what we should expect, because it's that obvious that even within the internal Republican circle that they know and don't care because they're also blinded or willfully supporting Zionism. But if he stood up and truly said that, you are no longer in control, and not just said it, but took action that demonstrated he was aware and trying to change that, I mean, it would be a very positive step. And it would go a long way in reaching people like me and showing me what you think is happening or what you think he is trying to do, which I hope you're right about. Interesting point on that about the billionaires and Israeli influence. This is an interesting overlap that I thought. Remember this tweet that Ye put out, Kanye West, before he was deleted from the platform for posting something that everyone seems to post today? Just such a stupid dynamic. And the bottom line is, if you remember, it was he actually, I think, tricked them, to be quite honest. But he came out and said, love everybody, and posted an image that had what looked like a swastika around like a spaceship, but it wasn't that. And it was actually a symbol you can look up that had to do, somebody used that and created some weird religion thing about like UFOs, and it had nothing to do with that. Like, you can easily look it up and verify that it had nothing to do with it. It was this different dynamic, because the symbol itself has a historical meaning before that. Either way, he said, love everybody or something like that. And they censored him for it, or the guys that it was a bad symbol. There are Nazi symbols being posted all over the platform right now. So clearly they get to decide based on the moment that they can, that's crazy. That's why it's obvious censorship. with a lot of topics, but most in particular in Israel right now. Now, here for the podcast, Ye tweeted this and says, let's always remember this is my final tweet. Now, Elon publicly said it was for the other thing, but who knows? Maybe this was part of it. Now, this is him with Ari Emanuel. The Red Pill simply points out, was Kanye West suspended from Twitter over this tweet? Now, that was put out and people speculated about this exact thing right back when that happened. So this isn't new, but for whatever reason, he's choosing to put it back up. And I think it's worth considering. In the picture, Ari Emanuel is seen hosing down Elon Musk. Has anyone looked into Ari Emanuel? And if so, what do we know about him? So it's just this kind of embarrassing picture of Elon Musk being hosed down. Weird. But Free Speech points out and says, who is Ari Emanuel? Now, you might have seen this. This is at the UFC fight. Elon Musk was chatting it up with Ari Emanuel. And this is a clip from Ian Carroll, talking about this exact discussion, which I think is interesting to consider. So the main points to take from this are just simply the billionaire influence over all of what we're seeing, and really just to recognize that there are strings behind all of what's presented to us on the mainstream. That's always the case. And that doesn't have to be some nefarious thing, just that there are influences that are not about just acting out the will of the public, which they love to pretend is what's happening. So consider this and consider whether there's more to the story and the overlaps with everything else we're talking about as well.
Wondered who owns the UFC? You better buckle up for this. I'm just going to read very mainstream sources and I'm going to let you fill in the blanks. And don't worry, it won't be hard to do. So in case we're not clear, we're talking about the UFC, the biggest mixed martial arts fighting promotion in the world. They're owned by TKO Group Holdings, which is owned by Endeavor Group Holdings. And the CEO of TKO Group is Ari Emanuel. And he is also the CEO of Endeavor, the bigger company, along with Patrick Whitesell, the executive chairman. But I guess his name is probably pronounced Ari Emanuel because it's Jewish, not Mexican. His father, Jerusalem-born Benjamin Emanuel, was a pediatrician who was in the Irgun, a Zionist paramilitary group that operated in mandatory Palestine during the 30s and 40s. And
that's interesting, right? Especially since this is the same, the Lehigh and Irgun, all these earlier elements that were radical and dangerous. And this, you could look this stuff up yourself. They were, they themselves framed themselves as very, the settler colonial conversation. Lehigh specifically called themselves terrorists. I've talked about this many times. But these are all foundational elements to Zionism. And these points should very much matter with what's going on today and whether there is a lot more overlapping influence than we recognize for not just Israel, but Zionism and for other larger globalist dynamics that seem to be completely missed by all these other people that seem to be talking about globalism.
just to clarify, paramilitary group means terrorist organization. And just to clarify, that is not my definition or Hamas's definition or Palestinians' definitions. That is literally the Israeli government's definition. In 1948, they outlawed the Irgun and Lehigh groups, declaring them terrorist organizations. Basically, everyone inside and outside of Jewish worlds called them terrorists and strongly condemned them. Here's a list of the bombings that they were responsible for.
And realize they praise this stuff today. I mean, they even have a pin. It's called a Lehigh pin that they give people for positive things. Despite at the beginning, post this time frame, trying to distance themselves from it, because at the time, even as we pointed out, post the first Nakba, for example, a lot of their own Jewish communities were calling out what they were doing to the Palestinians, saying that's not in line with Jewish values and so on. And the point is, over all this time, they have just warped the world's mindset of a lot of these things and shut up anybody disagreeing with them, including Jewish people.
So anyways, his dad was a Zionist terrorist from back when Israel was being formed. And now he runs the UFC. Well, he owns the UFC. Dana White runs it. But that is just the start of this. Because he has two brothers. This one was Obama's White House chief of staff after years in senior positions in the Clinton administration. But there's another one. This one works at the Center for American Progress, the Wharton School, Harvard, and the NIH. But don't worry, the deep state is not real. Oh yeah, and President Joe Biden named him one of the 16 members of the COVID-19 advisory board. All three of those guys, their dad was an Israeli terrorist that even the Israeli government outlawed because their terrorist acts were so fucked up, like bombing civilians, literally.
Right. So exactly what Israel's doing today. So it seems nothing has changed.
But wait, there's more, because both Ari and his buddy Patrick, who are in charge of that other whole organization in charge of the UFC, they are also both in charge of IMG. They are co-CEOs. IMG is like a sports and media company. They have a whole entertainment and modeling division, including Miss Teen USA, Miss Universe. What does that remind me of? Yeah, you remember Epstein's pimp, Jean-Luc Brunel, who hung himself right before Epstein was all coming out? He allegedly procured more than 1,000 women and girls for Epstein.
You know who else is involved in all of those? Donald Trump.
One of IMG's top representatives described him as a coked out misogynistic pig from day one. Whew. Thank goodness. I'm glad that IMG is not involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, except for this article where a bunch of survivors told their stories, and this one said that she worked for IMG. She told IMG what he was doing to her over in France or wherever she was, and IMG was like, oh, that's cool, whatever, no problem. And then they continued to send girls to him. Yeah, so IMG worked with him. And IMG doesn't just do modeling. No. Here is all the sports leagues and events that they work with. There's the UFC. They do modeling, consulting, events, like the Premier League, the highest level of English football, like the PGA of America, like the United States Tennis Association. They've got figure skating. They got motorsports. Shit, they've even got the world's strongest man in the US Open of surfing. Are you getting the picture yet? These three brothers, whose dad was a Zionist terrorist, have been top dogs at the Clinton White House, the Obama White House, the Biden COVID response. They control the UFC, a huge amount of the modeling industry, a huge amount of the tennis, golf, all sorts of sports, soccer, rugby. There are quite literal ties to Epstein. And don't get me wrong, I love MMA. I love watching the UFC. But just think about culture. Think about gladiators. Think about Rome. Think about all the other
Bread and circus is what he's getting at, that we're being placated.
industries we've recently learned have weird ties to sexual blackmail rings. Think about modeling. Think about how young boys and girls grow up in America. And if you're on TikTok, think about downloading this video right now.
Good. I stopped before showing that little clip at the end. Now, the point that I think is interesting, and it's still good information, but recognize that there seems to be a little bit of a blind spot from him around Trump. And I think maybe whether deliberate or not, I think in 100 different ways that even with obviously right now with his administration, there was the same overlapping ties to Donald Trump in 45 different ways, whether it's the pageants, it's a lot of stuff right there. So what I think is interesting is that it's your government. It's not left or right. The reality being that right now, Elon Musk, who, again, that's the picture right here, who is buddy with this guy, is immersed in Donald Trump's administration or the UFC overlap. The bottom line is that none of these things you could argue are definitive proof that they're part of some Epstein, but there's Epstein links to all of this. It's just crazy to me what people can choose to ignore. And that's what I'll read what Sin Krona says. Ari Emanuel, next to Musk, agent of Elon Musk, who brokered the Twitter takeover, CEO of the biggest agency in Hollywood. William Morris, owner of the UFC and WWE, dual citizens of the US and Israel, boss of the UFC president Dana White. Now ask yourselves, why is Donald Trump at UFC all the time sitting with these clowns who's actually running the country? Now, that's a huge jump at the end, but nonetheless, these are valid points to consider. Do you think it does translate to an influence? Do they know these things? Very, very valid point. David Icke says it's a big club and you ain't in it. Ari Emanuel is the ultra-Zionist owner of the UFC, son of Benjamin M. Emanuel, who helped to bomb and terrorize Israel into existence through terrorist organization Irgun, and brother of Rahm Emanuel. Remember, you've heard that, right? Never let a good crisis go to waste dynamic. Obama's chief of staff, fixer, and Ezekiel Emanuel, who was on Biden's COVID-19 advisory board. He's also the friend and former Hollywood agent of Donald Trump, longtime close friend of Elon Musk and ultimate employer of Joe Rogan, of UFC commentator. If you can't see, though, some of those things, I guarantee, came across the research that could have gone in that video, but maybe didn't. That's my opinion. Either way, clearly, it's overlapped and immersed with all of it. And if you can't see what that might show you, doesn't have to prove it, but it might show you that there's something bigger than what's being put in front of you, the left-right dynamic that's actually driving what goes on. And that's not any representation of a religion or anything. It's just about power structures that are able to influence the outcome of policy. No matter who it is or what it's coming from, that should matter to somebody talking about America first. Now, we just talked about this main point from 2 days ago. Trump confirms plan to declare national emergency, which in and of itself should immediately put people on guard. Even if you trust this person, which you should trust politicians, you don't know them, but even if you did, he could be played, right? He could be misplayed. He could be wrong. Is that the whole sentiment from last time, that he got tricked? Okay, fine. Maybe he's being tricked now. But the problem is that people don't do that right now. The idea is that he's doing it for a good reason. Well, what if he's being tricked? That's the whole, I'm trying to highlight a choice to not do that no matter what the justification. And that's the bigger problem. And I think that's more team sport politics than anything else. But he says to do that for mass deportations using military assets. That's what he has confirmed. There's in so many different ways that's really concerning to me. I mean, Brian from High Impact Flicks, I might have that clip today. He made good points about why this is concerning. And we all, even if he has good intentions, where this could go out of hand, the incredible government overstep, the increase of government control over your life, all these things, which typically don't go away. This gets rolled out for some fill the gap point, and then like the Patriot Act, it just becomes the norm. The government almost never gives back power once you give it. Look at the COVID-19 dynamic that Trump initiated. We're still there. As much as they're not doing those things, the power was never taken away. I think that's by design. So talking about this exact point, I wanted to overlap it with one thing that just got said. So this is what Alex Jones, we're going to go in a section in a minute about these kind of statements, he's putting them out on the 18th. Trump pledges to use military on land and sea to dismantle, drug and human trafficking networks. Okay, so now we're just expanding. We're in mission creep territory and we haven't even started yet. So now you're going to use the military in the United States to go after drug trafficking, or really maybe on the border is the point. But he says in the United States. Now, the whole point is it comes from the idea that just today, and I was actually on Ben Swan's show earlier, which I don't know when that comes out, talking about this, and in regard to the border and the recent whistleblower that said the U.S. government is the largest human trafficking operation in the world. Now, what's crazy to me is that people, 100%, I would agree with that, except people that talk about it are only pointing at half of the government, instead of recognizing that it is immersed in the government, and how long and how far back you can show the obvious overlap to Republican and Democrat, like people like Dennis Hastert, or some of the most egregious examples from the right. But the point is that everybody in the conversation online right now that's making these points are only aiming at, or when they say the government, they're only pointing at the Democrats. It's a willful ignorance that's the most dangerous and irresponsible kind. But that's not even the main point. My point is to highlight, and I guess on top of that, before I move past it, is that, like always, if you're only focusing on half of the problem, guess what happens? The problem never goes away. That's by design. But pledging to use military on land and sea, well, what does that remind you of? Right? Doesn't that sound like something we've heard already?
Number 8, we will finally complete the biometric entry-exit visa tracking system, which we need desperately. For years, Congress has required biometric entry-exit visa tracking systems, but it has never been completed. The politicians are all talk, no action, never happens.
And we'll do it, right? Instead of recognizing, like, wait a minute, don't we not want these things? Oh, but he said they failed, and that's why we're going to succeed. And he said Clinton couldn't do it, so the Republicans will do it. You mean the thing that we all screamed we shouldn't want 30 seconds ago, but because he said they didn't and Clinton failed, that we get... Are we that simple? I don't believe even the vast majority are like that. But we know that's happening. And I think it is a problematic element in both sides of the paradigm that are that easy to be swayed by using simple reverse psychology dynamics, or even some more simple.
Never happens. Hillary Clinton all talk. Unfortunately, when there is action, it's always the wrong decision. Do you ever notice? In my administration, we will ensure that this system is in place. And I will tell you, it will be on land, it will be on sea, it will be in air. We will have a proper tracking system.
Yeah. Can you imagine Clinton saying that? Like literally the exact same thing for the same reason, and the Republicans will be marching through the streets. And we should be both ways, both times, because it's the same damn thing. But again, this clip is talking about using the military for trafficking, which of course we should try to be fighting. We should be fighting. We should be doing everything we can. The problem is that if we do recognize the government's the one doing that, you're using the government to stop a government. This is the whole thing. You're being played. Even if you somehow only think it's the Democrats, which is just such a childish worldview, there's this line down the middle of the government where you can prove the opposite. Even if you think that, okay, fine. Then the next question is he actually going to use it to stop this? I know the idea is that you believe it because you believe him and you have faith in him. Well, that's crazy. Even if you believe it, couldn't he be being tricked? Either way, military on land and sea. What about posse comitatus? Are we still talking about National Guard at this point? And if that's the case, are they only going to be deployed within the states they're from, which would then be the loophole? Well, how does that make sense? I mean, guys, this is about rationalizing the problem. Even if you think he means about fighting this, you're realizing you're now talking about an overreach, a step that is going to change everything. And we just talked about the idea of this was specifically about the deportation dynamic, which is supposed to be temporary, right? That's what I was showing you the article for, to declare a national emergency to do this. Well, okay, then now we're just adding, here's another thing, same reason, but for drug trafficking, human trafficking. Well, that's how this expands, and we haven't even gotten there yet. Anybody who, an objective, especially a Republican, would be calling this out as a problem. But certain people don't. Never seem to. Breaking 911 says Elon Musk and Vivek are teaming up to launch a podcast titled Dogecast. Guys, it's just so clear how this is. You could think what you want about it. I think this is ridiculous. Where they'll discuss their plans for government cost-cutting initiatives in the Trump administration. Well, I really hope it turns out to be something where you can just, this is about trying to make it appear as if they're engaging with you when you have no say over what ultimately happens. That's how I read this. Either way, do we need a podcast? Do we need them sitting down? How about you take time in the job that you're being paid for from U.S. tax dollars to not do a podcast talking about what you'll do? How about you just do what we need done? It's all about placation. Just a Thought points out, trying to reason with MAGA has the same exact outcome as trying to reason with blue no matter who. They will excuse genocide, blatant corruption, obvious lies, history, and actions that prove their leaders are owned. Red hats and blue bracelets, sorry, but you're in a cult. Now, sure, plenty disagree with that. But I want to point out that the only entities that I'm only highlighting right there, the team sport politics of it all. I think I can see clearly. I recognize both the liberals and conservatives that are willing to call out some of the things on their side, but are still ideologically trapped because most of us have been convinced there's no other choice besides playing through this cycle. That's what I'm trying to wake people from, and but I agree with that. But I don't think that's as large of a thing as it used to be. At least I'm hoping so. Andrea Lynn points out, warning signs of a cult. The leader is always right. Criticism of the leader is considered persecution. Followers are obsessed with the leader. No matter how harmful the leader's behavior is justified, the leader is the only source of, quote, truth. Members who recognize members won't recognize they belong to a cult. If any of this feels familiar, it's time to break free before it's too late. As always, and this is not just some side point to make it, I see the same thing in regard to what's happening with Biden or whatever else. Like you're women at an Elvis concert, the kind of overwhelming, emotional driven, critical thinking, compromising position of blindly believing in somebody because they're your hero, right? It's emotional. So I agree with this completely. As Carrie points out, unfun fact, people in cults don't know they're in cults. Stay vigilant and break free, she says. Here's what she pointed out.
Whoever thinks they'll get sucked into a cult, but it can happen to anyone. Here are 5 red flag warning signs that you've fallen prey to a predatory cult. Cults use constant lies and propaganda, indoctrinating people into believing their cult is right and good. Members and outsiders alike are shunned for disagreeing with the cult's ideology or its leaders, who are believed to have superhuman qualities. They're discouraged from asking questions or thinking critically and are unable to change their minds even when presented with clear evidence of corruption, incompetence, deceit, misconduct, and evil. Cults constantly engage in black and white thinking and fear of the outgroup. We're good, they're bad. We're enlightened, they're brainwashed. We're right, they're wrong. Only our group is moral. Collectivism is key. Cults exploit you financially, taking your money and providing little to no accountability as to how they spend it. They'll insist it's for the good of the group and shame you for not contributing. Cults emphasize special doctrines and set rigid rules and regulations that demand strict obedience. You're punished if you dare to disobey these rules or fail to comply exactly how they expect you to. You might even be punished even when you comply fully or haven't disobeyed at all. Authority is paramount across all variations and brands of cultism, and defying it is sin that warrants brutality. Cults demand intense loyalty to the group and its leaders, who are considered to know best what's right for everyone. Because of this, there's never a good reason to leave. If you do, it's because you're wrong, bad, crazy, and a threat to the security of the group. If this is you, don't panic. Simply stop making excuses for psychopathic authoritarians of all partisan persuasions who rule over a system that has trained you since birth to make moral exceptions for their depraved, violent, megalomaniacal monopoly over your freedom. Take responsibility for your life and claim your own self-worth so you aren't susceptible to the false promises of these manipulative power mongers who convince you your subservience to their power sets you free. The cult leaders and their enforcement henchmen can't control people if their followers stop believing in their propaganda, refuse to buy into their fake authority, and start believing in themselves. Sound like too much work? It's still not as hard as facing the ramifications of being a slave to a death cult that's rapidly destroying humanity.
Always nailing it, Carrie. Very well done. Now she continues a different tweet. This app, as in Twitter, has taught me that government spending and debt are very bad and dangerous, unless your favorite cult politician added to them, in which case they're actually the best qualified person to balance the budget. And if you question this, you have Trump derangement syndrome and wanted Harris to win the election. It's perfect. Which is clearly not what she thinks. High Impact Flicks responds saying, I haven't seen any of your posts in my feed in a while. I have to remember to seek you out. Meanwhile, crap I don't want to see from people promoting propaganda is all over the place. Keep up the good work. And everybody can recognize this right now. There's this game. They act like they're cultivating it for what you think. Guys, you're being propagandized aggressively on this platform. Very socially engineered. People you follow like her, the same thing. I have to go to these people to look at their content, and I am actively engaging with them more than anybody else. And the only things I see are Elon Musk and Republican supporting content that I barely, people I'm not even following. And there's two tabs, by the way. My point is the one you can go to will definitely be somewhat different, but more or less the same. I think that's very important. She says, same. I see mostly MAGA smut and have noticed my reach has fallen in the last few weeks. New Twitter, same as the old Twitter for those of us who won't fit neatly into partisan narratives. Keep up the great work too. I think that's exactly the case. People that, like that, as always, what my point is that objective, nonpartisan entities, content, that's the real threat to the machine right now. Now, in regard to the AI overlap, which I think is very prevalent in all this, Whitney Webb points out that for all the people who still cheerlead for Javier Milei, any comments on how his government has created a security agency to implement AI-driven pre-crime? Anybody? Please explain for me how this is Libertard Carajo. Thanks. Which I'm not. I forget what that. I believe that's a. Let's look it up real quick. Or I'll just look it up like this. Oh, it's weird. Usually it gives you a little box where you can click it. Meaning. There we go. Phrase popularized by Milei. Long live freedom. Damn it. Silly. So the point is, says for those who don't know, pre-crime was technically legalized under the last Trump administration via former AG Bill Barr. Very easy to prove. All of these different things that we keep pointing to they get sidestepped and dismissed by some. And let's be clear again for the umpteenth time. We're not making this about Trump versus anybody else. For my mind, it's just the government. He's one aspect of the same agenda being rolled out, and it's always done the same way. Just like the people who don't want to see what Biden's doing, who are supporting of the left. That's how this works. They only want to point to the other side. Now that team sport politics dynamic, I believe, is a diminishing number, which is why things are getting more desperate for the power structure. But Bill Barr, pre-crime, Donald Trump, Now we're at phase 2. This policy was continued under Biden and arguably expanded. J.D. Vance's benefactor, Peter Thiel, has major ties to firms seeking to implement pre-crime in the United States, including Palantir and the Thiel and Epstein-funded Carbine, which, by the way, this is the article she wrote for TLAV about that, specifically around Carbine. I'll add that down there. And this article is wild if you haven't read it. The Prince and the Spy, specifically about Prince, Academy, Blackwater, and Israel and overlap in the startup nation or startup city kind of, or rather startup, the idea of the Israeli tech field filling out the tech world and ultimately being facilitating the intelligence apparatus around it. I think there's one more thing in there. Oh, it was just the link she included right here. So this is what she was pointing to. Legislation and official notes, Ministry of Security. Now, specifically talking about the aforementioned countries, talking about all the, referencing the United States, China, United Kingdom, Israel, France, and what they're doing. They all use artificial intelligence in video analysis and facial recognition, crime prediction, cybersecurity, data analysis, drones and robotics, communication and coordination, all the things that we should be concerned about. Analysis of social networks. It says that its use can significantly improve the effectiveness and efficacy of the different areas of the safety ministry. Usually something like that, right? Safety ministry is the all-encompassing Orwellian control structure and safety, and the federal police and the security forces, helping them to respond faster and with greater precision to threats and emergency situations. That these countries are at the forefront of integrating artificial intelligence technologies to strengthen the security and protection of their citizens, improving their efficacy and effectiveness. This is why it's essential to apply artificial intelligence in the prevention, detection, and investigation and prosecution of crime and its connections. Prevention. So again, we're talking about artificial intelligence being used to prevent crime. This is pre-crime. This is what we're talking about. Or detection, investigation, or prosecution. This is where we're heading, and I think everyone recognizes the concerns here. If we pretend like we get the good guy version of it, that we want to overlook that, which is pretty concerning for obvious reasons. So here is Sovereign Bra saying, be Javier Milei. Pretend to be based libertarian. Sign legislation for full spectrum AI, robotic, and drone surveillance of your citizenry. Use artificial intelligence to create a minority report pre-crime unit that monitors everything your citizens say and do. Extraordinarily sketchy. Milei fooled the populist right with a facade of based libertarianism. Now realize, guys, if that was a one-off, you could just go, well, a smart political move, right? But it's everywhere. Thiel pretending, even arguably Musk and the rest of them, they're all pretending to be some kind of new libertarian. They are using and placating what would be the most resistant to what's about to come. That's what I think we all can see that, but it's my opinion. The reality being that if they're seeing so clearly all these different, like the Prospera, fake libertarian cities, kind of along with the Freedom City point and all this, it's clearly an agenda driving from somewhere to convince the, whatever you want to call it, the right-wing element of this that are more libertarian, more believing in constitutional rights, or even more no state kind of feeling. The clear point being is they're using that because they knew that that's what would be the most resistant, in my opinion. But you have to see how this is kind of an organized push. All these different people in different places of the world all tapping into something, even though you can prove that they're lying about it. Actually, I'll grab the article that Corbett did about this, which is important. Because again, it's the same point. It's a great read. Make sure you check it out from October 20th. But the point simply saying, like, what do you call a vegetarian who eats meat all the time? Well, not a vegetarian. What do you call somebody who has been actively collaborating with governments, militaries, and intelligence agencies its entire career? Well, you don't call them a libertarian. But there's a lot of libertarians that want to just overlook it for whatever reason you want to think makes sense. And he goes, then, when no one was looking, he signed like this, while pretending to be a libertarian. Then when no one was looking, Milei signed authorization, for the gnarliest Orwellian Big Brother surveillance state possible into legislation. And yet people still pretend that's not what's happening. He goes, this is exactly why I don't trust politicians. And guys, that should be your 101%. you always question politicians, even who you believe in or support, if that's the case. One, because obviously they could just be mistaken or wrong or misled or confused or maybe lying to you. God forbid you're it's obviously always there. And I argue, as always, that you should be holding the people you support the most. You should be the most critical of, because there should be a higher standard for them. It's not what happens. Now, here's where this gets most alarming. We already know this is going on in Israel. And I mean like the most alarming overlap. Stuff like this, right? This was the Habsora program, the mass assassination factory. That's a quote from an IDF member. Inside Israel's calculated bombing of Gaza using an artificial intelligence program to decide what people are being targeted, right? But then we also have the other one, which was more specific to, or I forget what, I think it was the first case was Habsora was the buildings and Lavender was the specific to people. Either way, there are two different programs where they're using artificial intelligence to decide who they are murdering. And guys, this has been objectively verified by international entities, human rights groups. They're literally testing out the artificial intelligence control structure, just like usual, in a place like Gaza. They sell their weapons as battle tested because they bomb innocent people on the ground. And this has been going on for decades. That's Israel for you. So I want to play this clip showing you what is going on inside of Israel. And then ask yourself if this is, recognize, I would simply say, why this should be so concerning with what you're seeing rolled out. Under a guise of solving problems, as many people have pointed out, including the Solari report, artificial intelligence seems to be the obvious go-to for what people like Elon Musk, who are championing this for their own reasons. You don't think they're going to lean into AI when it comes to efficiency? This is clearly one of the obvious steps in my mind to justify what they're rolling out under a guise of solving what you think is the problem, even if that effectively removes that problem momentarily and just puts in position a new problem. So this is what Mondaweiss is telling you or highlighting for you is happening in Israel. Israel's using facial recognition technology to organize how it conducts mass arrests, forcible displacement in Gaza. Some Palestinians say the technology is also being used to carry out field executions. Welcome to your future.
Gaza, a single camera scan now holds the power to decide life or death. Israel is currently carrying out an ethnic cleansing campaign in North Gaza, and it's using biometric scanning to speed up the process. According to witnesses, the Israeli army has set up security checkpoints all over northern Gaza, using facial recognition technology to monitor everyone that passes through. And it doesn't stop there. The technology is being used to fuel mass arrests, displacements, and possibly even executions. Using a vast database of personal data the Israeli government has collected on Palestinians. Eyewitnesses recount being forced into ditches and standing for minutes at a time in front of cameras before Israeli soldiers reveal their personal information, like their name, age, occupation, home address, and the details of their friends, families, and neighbors. Anyone deemed a suspect is beaten, detained, or carried off to an unknown location. Witnesses recall watching soldiers separate families and taking fathers and mothers away from their children. Others said the soldiers threatened to execute them if they didn't provide information on their friends and family. Israel has a well-documented history of using AI and facial recognition technology in Gaza and the West Bank. Over decades of occupation, Israel has collected a vast database of personal information on Palestinians. Several investigations have shown that Israel uses AI-driven systems to draw on these databases and identify wanted individuals in seconds, guiding military decisions on who to detain, interrogate, or even kill. But reports show that these systems often use faulty data and inexact approximations, and loosely identify civilians as military targets. Despite this, we're seeing Israel continue to battle test its weapons and technology on Palestinians, using these programs to ethnically cleanse Palestinians right now in North Gaza.
Well, that's where we're going. Now, I couldn't find the one that I was actually looking for. Remember, I played a video showing you what this was like in 2019. But just to show you literally Starlink. Oh, here's just this one. It says crazy that there are around 10,000 known active satellites in orbit around Earth, and almost half are Starlink. So I just want you to think about what has changed so rapidly and what has been condensed into the control of what apparently seems to be one person, or at least whoever's controlling him. And realize from 2019 to now, it was a rapid change. So I believe we're in a dangerous position where this stuff is changing before people even recognize what's happening. Here's what Elon Musk had to say about Javier Milei and his Orwellian control structure under the guise of libertarianism. This person says, this is Javier Milei. He's become president, kind of going over the thread about why he's so great, leaving out all the parts we're worried about, of course. But Elon Musk says impressive progress in Argentina. Of course, because that's what it's really about. These people are in the same boat, in my opinion. It's all about driving forward a very clear agenda under a guise of fighting for specifically seemingly right-leaning mindset, political freedom-driven concepts while actively doing the opposite. Now, one last point around this that I think is interesting, because don't forget, Elon Musk was like aggressively driving to support a Venezuelan president, fighting against Maduro, right? Well, I think it's two things are important to point out. One, that just shows you the kind of influence and there's very clear shifts happening all over the place. And Elon Musk is playing that role. But at the same time, that was something that they shared with the Biden administration. So all these conversations about them fighting for the communist people versus the people you want. Well, how do you explain that? Well, you explain it because you realize those are all narratives and they're all fighting for a government agenda, the same government agenda. But here's Blinken on the 19th saying the Venezuelan people spoke resoundingly on July 28th. We're still here, huh? And made what was his name again? Edmundo Gonzalez, the president-elect. No, he didn't. All the evidence clearly demonstrates the opposite. Democracy demands respect for will of voters. I guess we're done with Guaido then. I guess he's out of the picture. I guess how'd that work out for you? I mean, it's just so embarrassing. These people are so ineffectual. Alan McLeod says, even Edmundo Gonzalez gave up the charade months ago. But in your lame duck last few weeks, you choose to embarrass yourself by impotently calling for regime change. I'm sure there's some level of agenda behind it, but realize that is crazy. This is the same thing we keep seeing. They're floundering. But explain for me how Elon Musk and the right-wing argument were calling for the same person to be in charge of Venezuela. Doesn't that seem confounding? I'm sure there's an assuming answer that makes it make sense. Now, talking about free speech, since we're talking about the same conversation from the Musk side of things, I think it's important to highlight the fact that this is obviously not part of what's happening on this platform. It's really about trapping you in the idea to think that they're working towards that or whatever makes it make sense as they continue to censor people. Linda Yaccarino says, protecting free speech is more important than ever. World Economic Forum, mask shot supporter, active discussion, the person highlighting the idea that we are censoring for the right reasons, while then pretending like it's about free speech. Well, you don't have absolute free speech if you're censoring people. But it says the people have woken up and they are the media now. She's just tapping into whatever hollow point that they're making on Twitter, even though that's not at all what's actually happening. I mean, I'm all for the idea that you are out there, the ones informing those around you or discussing what's going on. The point is that anyone who wants to be is a journalist or part of the media. You don't have to go to some school. Supreme Court's roundly ruled that many times. Even though they still box you out of certain rooms because you don't have your accreditation, it's ridiculous. And they're violating laws and rules just like usual. But what's funny is that what they're doing is exactly what the mainstream is doing. Influencing, supporting, downplaying, supporting what they want, ignoring, downplaying, and censoring and hiding what they don't like, working with literal high-level deep state government organizations in order to work. How about the ADL, for example? Like, how do they fit into the rogue outsider fighting against the deep state? They don't. Well, they're immersed with Twitter. Little important facts like that seem to highlight a big problem. This person says, this is an interpretation of what I just read. Protecting free speech for corporations is more important than ever for the privatization of speech. People, corporations, have woken up and they are the media now. Freedom of reach is not freedom of freedom, right? Or freedom of speech, right, Linda? And he tagged me. Thank you for that. Well, let's go over this pretty quickly. This is the article from The Independent. Elon Musk to be summoned by MPs to testify about Twitter's role in the UK summer riots. It's interesting. I don't even know why he would feel that he has to show up for that, quite frankly. It's interesting. Because I don't know, are we talking about his own statements? Because that would be free speech. Of course, once you're in a government position, there's some level of change to that. Not that you wouldn't have a right to say it, but there are clear consequences to being in a position of power as a literal government entity and then influencing other government processes. But he says, quote, I would certainly like the opportunity to cross-examine him, the person from the UK, to see how he reconciles his promotion of freedom of expression, not speech, you see, with his promotion of pure disinformation. Well, you see, this is what's so frustrating. And this is how the whole paradigm game works. You're going to be driven to support him if you believe you're fighting for his side versus their side. The reality, though, is they're both playing a game against you because they're censoring on this platform. And what they're talking about is his, how do you reconcile free speech with what? His right under free speech to misinform or to be wrong? Whatever which way it goes, it's protected under free speech. Maybe not in the UK, if that's how that works out. But he's here talking about, so the point is, clearly this is about trying to create the back and forth to, I argue, drive the next step. Like all the things we're talking about today. He says, Mr. Musk was dubbed deeply irresponsible by ministers for his remarks, which many of them were, by the way, and asked for justification for his claim that civil war is inevitable. And this is a good point, actually. So here's that tweet. Ashley Sinclair says, the effects of mass migration and open borders is what's going on. Well, let's not forget that if that is the full picture, which I don't think it is, it's being driven by other entities like Israel, for example, and we can literally prove that today. But of course, you want to make it about those people as the enemy when even your argument is it's being weaponized. So do they know they're being weaponized? And if that's not the case, then why are you attacking them like they're the enemy? Because this is a lot deeper than just being against the migration. There is a level of racism and hatred that's involved in this argument. No matter, it's very clear. But even within that, there is still a fair argument to be made about how this is affecting these locations. But if we're going to make it about the individual versus the one using them, or even bigger, that you won't identify who that entity is, there's clearly a game being played here. But he says civil war is inevitable. Like, I really think that's a crazy thing to say. So their point is, which by the way, he has a right to say it, but what you're doing is driving civil war. Like, inevitable? Based on what dynamic? The fact that there are immigrants who are causing chaos? Why would that? The civil war is the agenda. You're being driven, and this is directly coming from an Israeli foreign policy dynamic, but it's also being driven by people like him and the conversation that is highlighting many things that are usually taken out of context, but either way, making this about people fighting people instead of government powers manipulating people. Which is even what they're ultimately saying when you make the first point, but it immediately gets weaponized against the average individual there on the street, who in many cases is being abused by the very same government you pretend you're fighting. So I do think it's interesting to call that point out. He says it comes amid growing concern that technology is outpacing regulation and safety measures on social media platforms. That's where this all comes to. Using him as the justification to roll out what's already happening, and I believe he's, if not a willing part of that, at least a part of that. Like I've said before, like the Pied Piper of technocracy, he's literally driving you all into the position that they said you would be under his platform. And he says, we'll put more responsibility on tech companies to protect children and online remove illegal content. That's always how to play this. Sort of like the trafficking point that Trump just used to argue more military deployment illegally in the country. Of course we should stop these things, but we don't need that grandiose action to stop what we can. The point is that they don't want to stop these things. It's very clear to me. That's my opinion, but I think the evidence goes back a very long way. Like with the bill in the UK. They don't care about protecting children. They care about using what you care about to pretend they're going to do that when ultimately it's about restricting and ignoring your rights. Plans to do what it takes to keep people, particularly children and people with vulnerabilities, safe online. Safe from what? Ideas? All right, it's important to think like this, guys, and realize that we're all being driven very rapidly, even people that are very ardent about free speech, into starting to feel like there's caveats. There should not be. Speech is protected. I'm an absolute free speech person. I think that it's just like irritatingly objective. It's a time to err on the side of your principles. The overall philosophy I'm trying to move towards, they write, is one where safety is baked in from the onset, which almost always comes with it bleeds into, like, if when they're pushing the idea of baked in safety, that will end up meaning restriction of your rights. And I think that's the point. Now it says, so in other words, algorithms are there to protect people, not to exploit vulnerabilities. Well, they'll do both, like they always do. And only into the guise of protecting, I argue, in order to use that to suppress more. Mr. Musk has faced criticism for his management of Twitter, partly as a result of a decrease in content moderation on the site. Think of how funny that is, causing many users to leave the platform for competitor Blue Sky, which I find that really, I don't believe that's actually happening. But you realize how incredible that is? Content moderation has dramatically increased, in my opinion. They've said this themselves, implementing new tools on backs of what, and this is, look, you could argue that's wrong. I don't know how anybody else could prove it. I'm basing on what they've said, which is all we really have. And the point, as well as what we can see happening. But they themselves discussed adding content moderation tools on top of what they were using. I'll play the clip again. And they've all been clear. And let's be very, that can't be denied since it was discussed in Elon Musk's own lawsuit, the paperwork, with the conversation of GARM, that they admitted that they have complied with or exceeded everything that GARM, or the vast majority of what GARM, I think it was, oh no, that was the other one, but the vast majority of what GARM was asking for. And that's a group that they had partnered with in July, despite pretending to fight them later. And I still think that was a major ploy. And then they also admitted that up over 90% of what the government's already asked them for, they've complied with anyway. Pretty obvious to see that we're being lied to about this back and forth. But making sure we discuss the point about moderation. This was early, but also the clips go from the beginning to basically not too long ago, where they're openly discussing the fact that they will be moderating content. And I'm only going to play the first couple points of it, but to realize that if your issue is moderating content, like when Clinton came out and said we have to moderate content and everyone clutched their pearls and screamed, which good, we should be. But that's exactly what's already happening on the platform right now. So if your issue is you just don't like it when Democrats do the moderation, but it's okay when these people do, even though Yaccarino is a World Economic Forum, it's a game. It should matter no matter who is doing it.
I was shocked by the evidence uncovered by the House Judiciary Committee that a group of companies organized a systematic illegal boycott against X.
More of an open feedback loop for the advertising experts in this room to help develop Twitter into a place where they will be excited about investing more money, product development, ad safety, content moderation.
Content moderation.
That's what the influence is.
That puts your global town square, the one place that you can express yourself freely and openly.
We have built content moderation tools that have never existed before at this company. If you're going to post something that is lawful, but it's awful, you get labeled.
At long-term risk. People are hurt when the marketplace of ideas is constricted.
And we've introduced a new policy called freedom of speech, not reach.
Which is a violation of your rights. As Stan Husseini pointed out, it's obviously, well, precedent-wise, they're two parts of the same conversation. They know that. And these are very carefully chosen manipulations, in my opinion. So here's what he said. I know I find this interesting about Elon Facts shared something that Elon then tapped, and as usual, rises up, getting 13 million views. It says Elon Musk explains why he decided to build a free speech platform. I couldn't help but laugh. So just like he didn't build PayPal, he didn't build Twitter. But I'm sure that's how the history will start to remember it in the way we look back at things. He built a free speech platform. No, what he did was take over this platform and add moderation tools. Well, screaming free speech and everybody freaks out and Twitter files, and that's not what happened, guys. He says it was necessary to increase the probable lifespan of civilization. God, he loves to present himself as some kind of ingenious, some genius. I just think it's one of those things that will be framed as just hatred for this person. And I don't hate Elon Musk. I recognize how flimsy this is and how ultimately people are praising him for things that aren't even happening. That is worthy of criticism in any context. And I think as time goes by, this will be what people remember. Here's Tiberius. You bought it to control society and manipulate it. Either way, I think it's interesting that this is how it's this. If you have to create a fake version of what's going on, that should be pretty concerning to people. There's what Greg Reese had to say. Criticize the terrorist state, Israel, while you can, because it will soon be made illegal by Make Israel Great Again, the MAGA movement. Interesting. I happen to agree that's where it's going, but it's not just about Israel. That's the tool being used to drive this forward, by and large. But here's what Tom Cotton had to say, kind of in the same vein, also with what Libs TikTok's writing. And this just kills me. It's the same game that you play. It's like the woke right, woke left kind of dynamic. Here are people that are going into a government building, which, by the way, is open to the public. And they go in and they start protesting, which you can disagree with. But if you're allowed to go in the building and you just go in and begin to protest, it's not like you broke into the building or forced your way in, which is what happened on January 6th, other than what I do remember is obviously moving them to go by. The point is that the building was supposed to be shut down. So there's an obvious first difference. My point is, she writes, insurrection happening. Like, you are literally a parody of yourself when your whole point is, rightly so, that they're using insurrection in a political frame when January 6th was not that. Now the game always becomes they're using it as a way to kind of poke fun at them or call them out for pointing at something that's not, but it is still what's ultimately happening. And you can point to the way some people are responding, like this person. Arrest them all. Oh my God, I'm literally shaking. Planet of the Memes points out. 29,000 followers. So let's not pretend like this is not anger and trying to return the favor. That's the kind of petty small-mindedness of the left-right paradigm. But either way, you're talking about people that went in to protest for a ceasefire, for an end of conflict, and did so in a building they're allowed to be in. But of course, then maybe did something that, whether, I don't know if you're allowed to protest in there or whatever, but the point is, to pretend that this insurrection is just as stupid as pretending January 6th was an insurrection. In fact, it's far more stupid because of how much different this was. There are levels of points that within January 6th where people could point to of violence or whatever else, but to pretend insurrection is just so stupid. Armed insurrection, even more so. By pro-Palestinian protesters. And Tom Cotton, of course, that's why I just read that, says these Hamas-loving anti-Semites have been largely given a free pass. Change is coming. See, so even if you want to pretend Libs is making a joke, well, guess what? They're going to use it. Tom Cotton, who does have a position of power, is arguing, well, we're going to change that, right? You're not allowed to love Hamas, or in this case, actually support Palestine. But either way, you have a right to love or support or hate whatever you want. Even if you think people hate that, even if you call it a terrorist, or even if it is a terrorist organization, you have a right to feel and think what you want. Actions are what matter. If you're joining that group, well, that would be a crime. The point is that you are saying that they're not allowed to feel this way. He's not even pointing out the protest. This is the real problem. And people like Libs are supporting the censorship of your speech because they just don't like them, because they're, or whatever you think is the dynamic. Either way, it's a contradiction. It should be shown as hypocrisy. It's just incredible what people are willing to fall for. Yeah, so it says, so you're going to crush U.S. democracy for your AIPAC handlers? Some people see it. And Wokeness says, a bunch of grannies with American flags trespassing in the Capitol is not a coup. I agree. And it was obviously not a bunch of grannies. There was plenty of military-age men who were in there and acting a certain way. But I would agree. It's absurd to call it a coup or to call it an insurrection, because that's not what actually happened. That's clearly what they wanted to happen, or at least them to attempt this so they could use it the same way they already were going to anyways. Your government, by the way, not the left versus the right, but your government, and they all played their roles, Trump included. But then it goes on to say, starting World War III before leaving office is. Well, no, it actually isn't as well. But let's play it fast and loose with whatever you want the bad guy to be on the other side of the paradigm. Starting World War III, even if that was actually what was happening, would not be a coup. It'd be the actions of a current president. But why do we have to be so childishly stupid about this? Can't you just be honest about the risks, and which many people are? But this is my point. If you're mad that they're calling that a coup, then you should not use it in the same flimsy way. A coup is a very specific thing. Even the idea of what happened with Kamala and Biden is not a coup. I agree. There's all sorts of weird, illegal, even dishonest actions that happen on all sides of the paradigm. But we need to be honest about what we're looking at. I think that's a very important thing, because we're recognizing people like this, whether they know it or not, are actually perpetuating the problem. Now let's realize that Donald Trump is openly in support of what's going on in this regard. The suppression of the rights of people that are supporting Palestine. We're going to get into the coup, the Russia-Ukraine part of this next, right away. But I just want to include this for you guys to look at again, this long thread of him saying over and over and over that he will suppress your rights for Israel in 1,000 different ways, or even the bottom two. This one's about the burning the U.S. flag, which is a protected act. Roundly, the Supreme Court has ruled that, and he wants to put you in jail for it and says you're stupid for thinking it's unconstitutional, even though it verifiably is. Or in 2015, said you were foolish if you said it was unconstitutional to shut down the internet with Bill Gates' help to stop ISIS from influencing you. Both of which are shockingly, obviously unconstitutional. And he thinks you're foolish or stupid for saying that. No, you're foolish or stupid for saying that they are not that they're constitutional, or rather should be. And everyone should know this. Anyone denying that is lying or unaware of your rights. So going into the next conversation, all this matters because of how any dynamic like this is used. And so if we're going to talk about getting into the Russian-Ukraine side of it, you have to realize that all the same elements are there, just like we can see in Israel and so on, about trying to push you into an emotional state to justify, or, it's all the same kind of thing. Now, to get into this in particular and how this might be used, I think it's important to recognize, like I said last time, that despite all of the hype, which I'm not going to diminish at all, the very real risks of what are going on right now with Ukraine and Russia, but recognize that there is a level of hype around this, and the idea being that Putin is not stupid. He's very well aware that nothing has true. The idea is that this has always been on the table. If you think that this is the only indication now that the U.S. is suddenly involved, do you really think he doesn't know? Of course he does. He's made these statements publicly. The U.S. is literally driving this agenda, along with Israel, along with the U.K. as well. They know that. Putin knows that. So, yes, you can point out that the escalation of the allowance of these, or at least saying that, and then, of course, after that being used that way, is clearly an escalation. But my point is that if Putin was going to drive this to something larger, that he had ample reason to already do this. There's been 5 different red lines that have been crossed, just as egregious so far. For example, the Times reporting from UK that the U.S. was literally using helicopters to fly in Ukrainian Azov movement members to conduct operations in Russia, which I would argue is not as egregious as launching missiles into Russia, but the point is the same. You are invading by definition. So if there was ever going to be a reason for them to stand up and justify, now we're pretending and our actions are going to demonstrate that we think the U.S. is doing, he already knows that. So keep that in mind as we go through this, because I think this is about something quite a bit different. I think this is about trying to justify or use what was already coming to pass, which I'll play or show for you in a minute. Putin's already making it clear that what's happening now is sort of the end game of what he's going to be doing. Not more violence, but sort of finishing the dynamic. And ultimately, that Trump coming in and saying that this was going to be, we're going to end this very quickly. I'll go through it and you'll see what I mean. I think it's about trying to use this to, one, throw a bone to people to act like this is going to change everything. When in reality, both Israel and the United States, I think, want this to go away for the minute. It has been sapping they're both so overwhelmed with the ongoing genocide that the world can see. I think it's for very clear reasons. And this is a U.S.-Israeli agenda. It's all very clear. Now, this is from the 18th. Russian lawmaker says Biden is risking World War III with missile decision. Now, this whole hype about World War III, again, it's very clearly could. One of my biggest concerns is about the Azov movement carrying out crazy actions just for their own interest, knowing that would force the hand of something larger. That is arguably more of a risk than most, maybe kind of right up there with the prophetic side of the Israeli agenda and the same reasons. But nonetheless, the point is the same, that Putin is aware of what's been going on, aware of the other actions, and that this has been possible the entire time. We've already seen the Poland example of the missile that, the point is that they're already aware that this could have already been happening. So just because Biden says it publicly, all that does, I argue, is change the public's awareness of what's been going on, which then does drive Putin to respond to that. And we'll get into the nuclear point, which is, I think, wildly overblown, but still is relevant, because the Putin nuclear stance has been floated and discussed many times. And ultimately, all it changed was that Putin is now at the exact same position the U.S. is. Before that, it was that ultimately they weren't going to use them. Now they've changed it to where they will, based on certain actions. Like the U.S. and Israel are the same thing. Well, Israel doesn't make it as public because they pretend they don't have them, but that they can use nuclear weapons at any time, their discretion, and that they will reserve the right to whatever it is. That doesn't mean that they're going to. In this case, that's what they're trying to hype, is that Putin changed this. That means, well, look, it's coming. World War III is going to launch nukes, which is what Alex Jones is literally saying. By Christmas, he'll respond. It's so wildly irresponsible. So going through this, it says Russian lawmaker Maria Butina said that on Monday that the administration of Joe Biden was risking World War III if he had allowed Ukraine to use U.S.-made weapons to strike into Russia. Now, of course, these are all real risks. The risk of this spinning out into something much larger is very clear. But obviously, World War III, if we're going to pretend that there's metrics that have been met, we've been there since World War II. Well, exactly, but for many, 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 many different examples, from Syria to Afghanistan, we have been involved in multi-country states of war for many, 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 many decades. So what's different about this? Why would this suddenly become World War III? Because nukes are being discussed? What does it take? That bombs in other countries? That's been going on for a long time. Russia, the United States, Turkey, they're all involved in Syria. So what's the metric difference here? So that's important to think about. Why are they all using World War III? And this is important to think about even from the Russian perspective, because let's not forget, Russia was lockstep in the COVID agenda as well. Russia has clear overlapping influence from Israel as well. So we have to ask if there's more going on here. Why are they all hyping the World War III point for something that I argue they're all very aware of? And if we were in World War III, we would have been there for a long time now. So it seems interesting. Now, my point on the surface of it is that they both are engaging in the narrative war. So that's what I see it as. And I think it's easy to prove. So they come out and say, Biden says what we're going to do. And again, Putin's already aware of what's going on, the U.S. involved and all that. So they come out and they make their response. But is that really adding to the risk other than the same risk from the Azov movement? And now potentially feeling they have more reason to bomb into Russia. But I think they already do and have and recognize that they're going to see a response. He goes on to say, quote, these guys, Biden's administration, are trying to escalate the situation to the maximum while they still have power and are in office. And maybe so. But do you think that's in the interest of Biden's administration or to the detriment of Trump's? Maybe. But I think it's very important that we ask the question about that and not just lean into the partisan ideas. The real question is, what does this do for the U.S. government? Because that's the way I see it at the very least. And what it ultimately does is give Trump the opportunity to walk it back. Even if nothing actually happens, he can step in and by narrative act like this whole thing has been averted, even though maybe nothing was even going on, which I don't necessarily think in the full sense, but realize that if we're on the precipice of World War III, which is simply because they floated this idea and then Trump steps in and goes, never mind, what actually changed and happened? It's just important to think about. Now it says, quote, I have a great hope that Donald Trump will overcome this decision if this has been made because they are seriously risking the start of World War III, which is not in anybody's interest. Well, okay, so it's interesting, not that it has to always be overlap, but you realize they're in the midst of a multi-front war with Israel when there's multiple nuclear-armed countries involved, including Israel. Wouldn't that be a little more concerning when they're all actively going forward and engaging, and Israel has a policy about using nukes should they lose? I mean, just saying objectively, that's so much more of an obvious risk for possible World War III, nuclear war. So I just think it's interesting how much they're leaning into it back. And I think there's both have an interest to this. President Putin said on September 12th that Western approval for such a step would mean the direct involvement of NATO countries, the United States, European countries in the war in Ukraine, because NATO military infrastructure and personnel would have to be involved in the targeting, which is a huge point we'll get into next. But here's the point again. First, he said this on September 12th. So the conversation right now about this being some kind of fever pitch, well, why wasn't the talk? Because I get it that the statement hadn't been made. But I think it's interesting the way it's been framed as kind of an immediate issue when this has been ongoing well before even the 12th of September. And then the point being that Putin already thinks that. No, he already knows that. He already knows that NATO countries are completely immersed even on the ground. So then why would they say this? If I can show you statements of Putin months ago saying that, well, because this is the tit for tat, the public conversation. I think that's, even with the real risk, I'm pretty certain that's what's happening. Now it says in late October, Putin said that Russia's defense ministry was working on different ways to respond if the United States and its NATO allies help Ukraine to strike deep into Russia, which has already happened with long-range Western missiles. That's the difference. But does that mean nuclear response? Just even the conversation of the nuclear response, the nuclear doctrine changing? Well, there's a lot of speculation and hype about what that, knowing that means violence because Putin is a maniac, whatever the rationale. No, we don't really know what will happen. And my opinion is that's not what's going to happen. It just based on precedent alone, from what we've already seen the Russian government do through Syria, but there's more examples than we can talk about in this show of Russia showing restraint when the U.S. and Israel would have gone far more over the top. So in this case, is it in their interest to create something that would cascade into what they're telling you is World War III? Then clearly not. And if there's ever been an entity in this dynamic that's shown their willingness to be the one showing restraint, even if it makes them look weak, so far, at least during Syria Forward, Russia has played that role. So to me, I think it's quite obvious that they're not going to make this become that because they recognize that it's in nobody's interest. Even though Israel and the U.S. see those things and seem to not care. But maybe I'm overestimating what his measure of restraint is. But I think we all see the past examples, right? I think it's important to consider that. Now, then we have, this is from Eva Bartlett, shared this from yesterday. Bloomberg reported that Ukrainian forces have struck a border region within Russian territory using, now I've heard both Atacms, like basically I heard Lavrov from Russia call them attackums. I think that's more entertaining. Attackums, it sounds funny, like a kind of a joke almost, but that's what he said, so we're going to go with that for today. I know it's pronounced differently in the U.S. by most people, but saying that this is after Biden authorized this. Earlier today, in response to the Western escalation, Putin signed a decree to update their nuclear doctrine, which that's what's being pointed at as the real hype or the real, potential escalation in regard to what leads to World War III. But I kind of feel like it's more of an on-paper response. I already think this has been the case, and I think that ultimately it's all they've really done is brought it down to the same position, which, it arguably could be a quicker path to using them, but I still stand with what I said a minute ago. I don't think outside of Israel and the U.S. doing that first, I don't think that's what plays out, my personal opinion. The update states that any attack on Russia involving a nuclear state, even in collaboration with a non-nuclear actor, would be treated as a joint assault. Now, that makes perfect sense. And we know that's what's going on. So all he's doing is holding them accountable for what they've been pretending isn't happening. So this then becomes Russia begins mass production of radiation-resistant mobile bomb shelters. This became a huge point, saying that this kind of somehow proves that they're going to use them. I don't think at all. To me, if this is even what it looks like, and really is this mass production of these, or it's just more political back and forth, or used for some larger thing, it's not that crazy when what's going on with Russia, with the Azov movement that is very clearly, bombing the Zaporozhye power plant, nuclear plant, or any number of examples, or the fact that they just allowed a Nazi group, neo-Nazi element, at least the verbal allowance to use these things, which can carry nukes. Right, so it seems like a very logical thing, even if it is actually as big as it's making it out to be. Now, on the 19th, it says Russia began mass production of mobile bomb shelters that can protect against a variety of man-made threats. They're the Cub-M or KUB-M shelters. This war in Ukraine is entering what some officials say could be its final, most dangerous phase as Moscow's forces advance at their fastest pace since the early weeks of the conflict in 2022, and the West seeks to shore up Ukraine. It says the Kremlin said on Monday that Russia would respond to what it called a reckless decision by Biden's administration and cautioned that the move would draw the United States directly into the conflict. Statements like that, they know they're involved. They know they're already actively, directly involved with what's happening. Anybody with a brain can see that. So again, that's what makes me more so think it's about the public narrative game. Well, we're still having very clear risk. But I think what's interesting is if you look at the overall conversation, it's as if this is sort of like winding down in the Russian perspective. But that's really up for you to decide based on what you see them saying, what's happening. I mean, again, it's most of these people, Russia, the United States, China, Israel, I mean, they rarely say publicly what they actually think, which is pretty infuriating, but that's the world we live in. But so these bomb shelters seem to be happening based on Russia's own statements, and this is coming from Sputnik and so on. Do you think that's crazy? I think it seems like it makes a lot of sense with how belligerent both Israel and the United States are acting and arming some of the most dangerous people in the conversation. Now, this is the point that's clear, and I think this is why it has to be addressed the way that Russia's doing so, is that Americans have to be present for these to work. Or not as simple as that, but that apparently, as I understand, and I'll play a clip from Ritter, that they're the only ones that know how to operate these, and that they wouldn't be able to without them. So it's a clear 1, 2, 3 to say, okay, that means Americans are on the ground firing these things, or at least showing them how. And so it's the same point. We know the Americans are involved, or the U.S. government. It says American servicemen are involved. missile guidance and coordinating their flights to deliver the strike. We say this with complete confidence. The launch cannot be carried out without American officers, which has been said by a lot of people. Here is Scott Ritter with Judge Napolitano saying something similar.
Equipment, these ATACMS.
Oh,
for sure.
He didn't say it that way. I've seen him said both. I think it's ATACMS or ATACMS or something like that, but ATACMS sound more
sure to be operated by Americans.
100%. It cannot be operated by anybody but the United States. It's just the way it is. The guidance system, the data that goes in, is developed by a special Department of Defense activity in Europe that does targeting for guidance systems like this. It's done by American-only analysts, geospatial analysts. It is communicated from this site to a downlink station in Ukraine, manned by the United States. This is classified communication, so it's using National Security Agency cryptology, which means that only Americans can touch it. Ukrainians cannot touch it. The data is downloaded there, and then to load it up on the ATACMS again, it is a link that involves cryptology. Only Americans can do it. So the mission is planned by the United States. The data is loaded into the missile, and when the button is fired to fire it, it's being, the Russians will say, fired by the United States against Russia, an act of war.
I can hear a siren in the background. If you guys know in the chat, let me know. Which are one of them in some place that is actively under attack, like is Syria or Israel? Interested by this. You can hear it slightly in the background. But so this is an important point. Now, obviously, you could simply argue that they somehow trained them or gave them this information, unless there's more to it that I'm not really sussing out. But either way, the point is what everyone's acknowledging, that the U.S. government clearly is actually doing this for them, which I argue is really, honestly, nothing new, except that these are being used. Now, here's what Fiorella Isabel points out. I'll play, this isn't the exact clip, but one that's from the same briefing. I'll play really quickly, and we'll read what she has to say.
Well, on the decision of the United States to allow Ukrainian regime to use missiles up to 300 kilometers long, we read what the New York Times published about this.
Oh, by the way, there's also a point to point out that there's all sorts of agreements that the U.S. government doesn't seem to honor damn near anything when they just decide not to anymore. But historically, where you're not allowed to have certain, ICBMs placed in certain locations that have a certain a distance, which just seems so interesting that they abide by these rules, but then don't when they don't want to, and act like there's any structure. But ultimately, that's the idea. And so right now, with a lot of these different things, and quite frankly, what the U.S. government's doing all over the world, violate everything that they really hold everybody else to, which is not, most everyone's now capable and willing to point those things out. And that's why this whole rules-based order illusion has completely fallen apart.
There are still no confirmation either from the White House or from the Pentagon, but we basically take our position on the basis of what is going on physically. And physically, ATACMS, apparently not as long as 300 kilometers, are being used, including this early morning in Russia, against the Bryansk Oblast of Russia, which is bordering Ukraine.
So I find that actually pretty relevant. So all the talk about bombing into Russia, when technically it is, but we're talking about basically on the border of Ukraine. So it doesn't change the seriousness of the point is that if we can point out, as the Times covered at the least, that they're taking, flying them into certain locations in Russia, or that they have bombed in locations that are in Moscow, for example, it starts to begin to seem like this is not as much of an escalation as other things that have already happened. But that's for you to decide. I really am not trying to downplay the risks that are obvious in anything like this, especially when people like the Azov movement, who are funded by the U.S. and Israel, are, what they're capable of. But I just think it's important to point out that if this was some kind of major red line that was crossed, why wouldn't these statements have already been made with many other examples of very similar things? Or is it just about the certain kind of missile? I get the clear escalation around that, especially with the nuke overlap. That's kind of the main point, I think. But either way, I just feel like there's more to this than just simply pointing out this one step.
And we proceed from the understanding that this is happening, and that any modification of ATACMS cannot be used without American experts and instructors, including satellite data, including programming and targeting. The President mentioned this several times. If long-range missiles are going to be applied from Ukraine into Russian territory, it will also mean that they are operated by American experts, military experts. And we will be taking this as a qualitatively new phase of the Western war.
So, that's what I think. The final point on what I've kind of been pointing at here is that to me, that seems like what's happening more than anything. That Russia, well aware this has been going on the entire time, is now using this as the point of a pivot point, right? To, even though they already know it, but to publicly make the point that, okay, now you have put it into a new phase of war. So now we're going to respond differently, even though between the U.S. and Putin, or the U.S. and Russia, that they're already aware. They already, there's so much that happens behind the scenes in their conversations that we don't get to see or hear. And when you end up doing it, it's weird how it changes the picture for you. Or like seeing pictures of Clinton and everybody else, all, Trump and everybody all hugging and they're all friends, but then seeing them hate each other on stage, you go, well, okay, a lot more going on out there that's not happening back here. I think that's what it's more about. My opinion is that Russia's using this as a justification to pivot because it's new to people hearing it. That's what Fiorella says. Lavrov states the West wants an escalation after Ukraine launches 6 U.S. ATACMS at Russia's Bryansk region after Biden reportedly lifted restrictions on the use of the missiles, and Putin updated Russia's nuclear doctrine to state that an attack on Russia by a non-nuclear power backed by a nuclear state will be considered a joint attack. Now, that's not, why would that be that? That's obvious. That's like what a logical statement around if they're involved and they're firing and they're guiding them, then they should be recognized as being involved. So my point is to highlight that this is a very normal, or rather just logical move that's being framed as kind of like this fever pitch World War III, Russia's about to attack the U.S. kind of thing, which is what we'll get to in a second. Now it says, it's been clear that the U.S. military intelligence apparatus is determined to escalate toward war. And I argue that's just your government, left or right. And by this, I mean the apparatus beyond party or president. See, she gets it. Now Russia will make a move depending on how they read the situation, which could very well be an entrapment. And so that's the other thing too. They are very aware that the U.S. and Israel tend to do this when they hope that they will get a response to, then they can justify the next step. Putin's well aware of that. Now she says, let me clarify a few things here. The French publication Le Figaro has removed information that France and Britain, following the U.S., have allowed Ukraine to launch strikes with its Storm Shadow missiles deep into Russian territory. So that's no longer a thing, at least at the face of all this. No, that could mean one of two things. Now, I saw this too, and I think I actually have one included. Maybe not. About the UK being involved too. I'll come back to it. But people arguing, okay, well, now the UK is involved too, and more of a use to kind of see it's escalating. Now, what she's saying is that they have removed that. So that could mean that it didn't happen at all, which kind of seems like the most likely point. And ultimately, it was rumor or hype, and they removed it. And that's more about the indication that it's not exactly what it seems like, or it could be that it is happening, and they're just trying to cover that for some reason. So consider both. But her point is that that's been removed. This is the Times also cited that the U.S. may not yet have given consent to Ukraine's use of the Storm Shadow missiles, which, yes, comes from the UK, but the U.S. technology, which requires the UK to obtain additional permission. So that could be one of the justifications for why. Schools from Germany, I believe, has refused to supply Taurus missiles to Kiev. Only information about Biden's permission to launch ATACMS has been reliably confirmed, with Axios emphasizing it only concerns the Kursk region. Now, there's points I think we might get to at the end that gets into the allowance and all the. There's multiple elements of the world right now that are standing up and saying, we call for, even Bernie Sanders came out and said, a complete embargo, whatever the right term would be in this context, no more arming Israel. A little late though, bud, right? I mean, I feel like that's not even worthy of praise after you allow a year of genocide to go forward, but nonetheless, I'll still lean into it because whatever their reasoning behind it, even if it's selfish or opportunist, that's where we should be. This needs to stop. But it says Russia, for its part, remains firmly committed to the position of preventing nuclear war. Washington itself hasn't confirmed the decision regarding strikes into Russian territory, only the media. With Lavrov, Putin, Pryor, and other government officials, Russia has already said they will respond accordingly to the U.S. decision on strikes on deep Russian territory, which doesn't sound like deep Russian territory if it's on the border of Ukraine, but we'll see what happens. Now, this is saying Russia's new nuclear policy leaves U.S. and NATO facing strategic dead end. On Tuesday, Russia released a presidential decree outlining the basic principles of the country's policy on nuclear deterrence. The document sets out, among other things, that a massive aerial attack on Russia, including with the use of cruise missiles and drones, could trigger a nuclear response. Could. Same thing that you hear from Trump and everybody else. Not saying we're going to respond with nukes should you fire a missile at us. In fact, I don't think that's what their actions have shown for a long time now. But it simply gives this is kind of the point they're making, is by changing the doctrine to allow that possibility, it'll change, hopefully, their stance and their response. I don't think it will. I think they're belligerent at this point for obvious reasons. But the point should be clear that up until this, and I think one move before this, it's been the exact opposite, where Russia has basically said, we're not going to use nukes unless you fire nukes at us, kind of a thing. Seems like a pretty, comes from the argument of the past that we should be working our way away from nuclear weapons. That was the whole nuclear proliferation conversation, which they just never went along with. Now, whether one started versus the other, the U.S. has been blindly ignoring that for a very long time. Now, it says the statement by President Putin on amendments to the nuclear deterrence policy was met with caution by the West. They understand that the adjustments announced by Putin largely devalue the efforts of the United States and NATO to inflict a strategic defeat on our country, and the planned expansion of the list of grounds for the use of nuclear weapons effectively excludes the possibility of victory over the Russian armed forces on the battlefield. And in an interview with National Defense Magazine. So Tucker Carlson spoke up about, Mario Nawfal says, Russia starts building nuclear-resistant shelters. And this is kind of the fever pitch. Seems to be a real story. But of course, the whole point when you're reading this, especially from the New York Post, is this hype about how this is impending nuclear disaster. Kind of, to me, this is a logical response to a growing threat that the U.S. has been building along with Israel. He says, a lame duck president just started a hot war with the world's most dangerous country. Well, clearly, they've been in a hot war with Russia, so this is the game. This is my point. Tucker's not stupid. He's well aware of what's been going on. I've even seen him report things that indicate that. So the reality is to make it now, there's an agenda to make now this pivotal moving point, guys. Even Russia's using it. I think that needs to be clear. But on top of that, the most dangerous country, are we serious? Of all the countries in the world, couldn't you argue Russia, China is more dangerous? What about Israel? What about Saudi Arabia? How in the world is Tucker going to argue Russia's the most dangerous country in the world? Now, maybe he means from some kind of an adversarial perspective, but I kind of don't think that's where this goes. But you can decide for yourself. But even then, it's debatable. But the point is, I think it's about driving this new kind of fever pitch conflict idea that you're going to see Alex Jones screaming about. All of us are very close to being killed, he says. I hate this kind of statement. Certainly we've been closer to a potential fallout situation, whether it's nuclear or otherwise, because of a lot of different things that our governments are involved in, both sides of it. But to just say they're all very close to being killed, or, I don't know. I don't think it's as clear as to say that that's the reality of whether we're heading towards war or not. To me, it seems like a kind of an irresponsible statement, but you guys can decide. Yet somehow the Republican Speaker of the House hasn't even mentioned it in public or in leadership meetings. What's going on? Okay, well, how about you haven't mentioned the ongoing genocidal acts of Israel that are driving us more than anything else in the world to be closer to some kind of very serious act? Both matter. But I think it's interesting that they're kind of fever pitching this all of a sudden when this has been going on for quite a long time. Now, TASS Russian news agency said this. He said he noted that the issue had been discussed. The article's talking about what Tucker just said, basically. He noted that the issue had been discussed at a EU foreign ministers meeting, but the parties had failed to come to a consensus on lifting the restrictions, ruling that every member state would decide for itself in regard to the 300 kilometers inside of Russia point, which, by the way, this is my point again. The dynamic is not supposed to be that you get to pick and choose. These are things that have been set for a while that you hold everybody else to. But it says Kremlin spokesperson recalled that Moscow's position on the Ukrainian strikes by U.S. missiles deep into Russian territory was clearly and unambiguously formulated by Putin in September. According to him, this decision means a qualitatively new round of escalation. So what's important to see there, like I said before, is that this was a line that was drawn in September, and that they've now carefully calculated move, at least on paper, pushed past that line, allowing them to respond. To me, that seems like a very coordinated back and forth. Dmitry, chair of the Security Council from Russian Federation, says Russia's new nuclear doctrine means NATO missiles fired against our country would be deemed an attack by the bloc on Russia. Russia could retaliate with WMDs against Kiev and key NATO facilities wherever they're located. This means World War III. Now, to me, that'd be like Lindsey Graham standing up and saying a statement like that. It should not be indicative of this is what Putin's going to do. That's what Russia wants. Lindsey Graham's a moron and says crazy things all the time. Certainly shouldn't be ignored, though, right? So the point in this is about trying to keep people on the idea that to me, this is the same as Trump standing up and saying, if you attack us, we'll respond like you've never seen, like nothing's ever been done before, which basically means nukes or chemical weapons because everything else has been done. Like, it's very clear. But we should not ignore the possibility. But on top of that, recognize who's driving this, who is funding the neo-Nazi elements causing this, who are continuing to drive regime change in areas that all of this is coming from the Western efforts in the ground. That doesn't mean Russia's good or everything they've done is legal or whatever else, but you have to recognize who is making this happen. That's the U.S. government. Now, Zelensky says war will end sooner with Trump. Now, I made this point just yesterday with the CNN article saying something similar. I don't know how everyone seems to make sense of this. So if the whole thing, and I'll get into some of Zelensky's statements here in a second, are about the idea that you're never going to stop, you're fighting for your freedom, even though he's a puppet fighting for Western agendas, which actually explains why he's just going to stop when told to. But overall, so Trump, let's just say, so there's only two ways this goes, right? Either Trump steps up and says, we're not funding this anymore, which is what everyone pretends is going to happen, and we're going to stop the war. I hope that's what happens. I'll praise him for it if he does. But then the other side of it would be that you pretend that you can rush it faster forward and help Ukraine win, which is sort of what all of the narrative seems to suggest, but I don't think that's even simply possible, just to snap your fingers and give them more weapons. And, well, no, that's just being a continuation of the war. So if you think the former is the case, which means it'll stop right away, which is his promise, why would Zelensky support that? It goes against everything he's been saying publicly, everything he believes, everything, at least on paper. So when he says he hopes it will end sooner with Trump, how in the world does that make sense with what he's here's what he says publicly. That's a whole long one, but I'll read the main point that was highlighted. This is what Orwell sent me. This is not just about individual cities or regions. This battle is about all of Ukraine, all of Europe, about order or chaos for the entire world. While the world waits for a miracle from Trump, what? We must work relentlessly every single day. As a whole nation, we must strengthen and resilient. Okay, so that means he either is of the assumption that Trump will speak with Russia and get them to just stop. But that doesn't make any sense based on what they're currently doing and the actions they're currently taking and the continuation of the bombing of places that they're like the Donbass region or Crimea or whatever else. So if you believe that Trump is going to somehow just magically work, like, look, again, if that happens, that would be a good thing. If these maniacs are going to stop hurting and killing innocent people. But I don't think that's what any of this represents. So when he comes out and says, end sooner with Trump, if you're of the mind that that means stop the funding, that's not what Zelensky thinks. And I don't think that's what's actually going to happen. But even if it does, which we should also, I think, is a positive note, even if it's being used for something worse, like everything else we're talking about, I'm of the mind that it's about trying to rationalize or justify something that comes next. And I'll read a tweet about this in a second. So he says, today on the 1,000th day of the war, I addressed the Ukrainian parliament and emphasized that we do not trade sovereignty, security, or future. Okay, well, if the idea is that Trump is going to stop the funding, and that's not what he thinks, he's not going to stop no matter what. Now, I'm of the mind that I think that's what's going to be supported because that's what the government has been supporting, unless the government, both sides of it, have now decided they're going to pull back on this for another agenda. It says, Ukraine will not abandon its rights to its territory, nor will allow our nation to be exploited by anyone else's political battles. Okay, so I don't know what he means by Trump's miracle unless he believes that Putin is going to be talked away from fighting off a neo-Nazi force that's been killing its own people. Kind of hard to believe. Glenn Greenwald said, and this is important to recognize, that this is just like with Israel, by the way. Caitlin Johnstone says, listen to the Ukrainians, we're told, right? Well, here they are. And it's not as simple a poll. I don't think ever really encapsulates the full picture, but at least insight to something. It says the closer they are to the front line, the more they want peace talks. The further they are from the fighting, the more willing they are to keep throwing their compatriots into the gears of an unwinnable proxy war. Poll, majority of Ukrainians want peace talks to end the war with Russia. It says the support for peace talks is stronger in the eastern areas, 63%. Glenn says the U.S. never cared about Ukraine. U.S. government. That was the pretext for U.S. war policy. The goal was never to protect Ukrainians. It was to, quote, or rather, sacrifice them at the altar of weakening Russia, which didn't work. So who cares if Ukrainians don't want to fight? U.S., UK pundits need to feel strong. This is so obviously at least part of what's going on. But there's obviously a bigger geopolitical point to this. But simply just recognizing that they have been driving this at least at the first point to mire Russia and what's going on for maybe larger agendas, maybe something else. But how does that then make sense with what's going to come next? Oh, that's the same one. So Brad Miller says, Douglas McGregor says, the U.S. is sleepwalking into disaster in the Middle East. And Brad Miller says, no, the U.S. isn't sleepwalking into disaster. We're being deliberately led there. And I agree. Deliberate intentions are often masked by incompetence, but it's necessary to know the difference. He says, this is why Hanlon's razor has its limitations in application. I think that was more so if you can believe that it's stupidity versus incompetence, or let me look it up again. These are always interesting to remember. And like Occam's razor is one of the more popular, like all things considered equal, the simplest explanation tends to be the right one. This one is the atom that any never attribute malice to that which is adequately explained by stupidity. It's a good one to remember. I think the point is that I think it's both in a lot of ways, but the overarching point is that I agree with them. I don't think that this is something that's accidental or a byproduct. I think we're being led here for very obvious reasons. All sides of it. Now, I completely agree with what Off Guardian said. This has been my opinion since the moment I saw this developing. This is our take for Off Guardian. Escalating World War III brinksmanship over Ukraine even just on paper, mind you, is going to result in Trump taking over and, quote, calming the situation down, giving him, quote, see he saved us from the crazy pro-war establishment points. He says, hell, I'll throw him a Nobel Peace Prize for media circus of it all, like Obama. Then the nuclear near miss can be parlayed into, maybe a global government is a good idea to prevent nuclear annihilation. But they sure won't call it that. See, they see the same thing I'm worried about too. That even if good steps are, which even then it doesn't seem like it's a half a second of a maybe good step that's completely eclipsed by the bad thing on top of it, but realize that even if these things are happening for positive change, I'm very much of the mind that some of these things are being floated in order to blind you to what is bigger happening on top of that almost makes it null and void. I very much hope I'm wrong. Now, Thomas Massey says this about the Ukraine situation. Now, look, I agree I think there's two things. Is it two? Yeah, I agree 100% with what he's saying, with both. They are completely factually correct. But I don't understand why, of all people, he wouldn't contrast this with other things as well. Really, with the idea that they're using, like, for example, he says, by authorizing long-range missiles to strike inside Russia, Biden is committing an unconstitutional act of war, 100%, that endangers the lives of U.S. citizens. Absolutely. This is an impeachable offense, but the reality is he is an emasculated puppet of the deep state. I agree. But here's what's interesting. In that very tweet, I think you're missing the most important part, which is that why would the focus be on the unconstitutional act of war and impeachment as if it's an unprecedented step when, you know how many times, when the last time is the U.S. government declared a war that Congress approved? World War II. So we're talking about the invasions and bombings of Afghanistan and Syria and Libya or the Sudan or any number of things that Trump was also involved in. All of them were illegal in the same way. Or the assassinations of foreign leaders, which all of them are involved in, all of them. My point is that this is, in and of its own right, it shouldn't be like those don't matter. This matters. And I agree. If you want to impeach him on the way out, go for it. I think that seems like a waste of time. But overall, it's about accountability. But that's my point, though. If it's some token fake version of accountability for an outgoing president that will only amount in he did this thing that we all know he did. It feels like a manipulation. But either way, I still agree, and it shouldn't matter. But I think the bottom line point is, let's put him in prison for that. And so too with the rest of them that have carried out illegal actions that are everywhere you look. That's important to think about. And it's not whataboutism. Again, this person should be in jail for a lot of reasons. But if we're going to hold that standard, why are we only suddenly pointing out this when ultimately it does not even seem like I already went over? I think there's at least enough reason to consider whether it's not exactly what it looks like. When otherwise you can see all sorts of, look at Israel bombing Syria right now. All of these are illegal actions, but this is what we focus on. It should be that we focus on this and all the rest of them. And my question is why he wouldn't point that out. But that doesn't have to mean anything. You could just think that it's going to, distract from the point, which maybe he's right. But here's another example. And this just shows you that Biden himself knows what he's doing is illegal. But that, again, applies to just about every single person we could talk about. In some cases, even Massey, by the way. But it says, watch 2007 of Joe Biden clarifying that 2024 President Joe Biden has committed an impeachable offense by authorizing U.S. supplied and targeted missiles to attack a sovereign country of Russia.
Ask you about something you've been involved with. You said that if the President of the United States had launched an attack on Iran without congressional approval, that would have been an impeachable offense. Do you want to review that comment you made? Well, how do you stand on that now?
Yes,
do you think
I do. I want to stand by that.
Can I just say I hate the way he talks? An impeachable offense. He talks, the way he talks drives me crazy.
Have been an impeachable offense. Do you want to review that comment you made? Well, how do you stand on that now?
Yes,
do you think
I do. I want to stand by that comment I made. The reason I made the comment was as a warning. The reason I don't say those things lightly, Chris. You've known me for a long time. I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee for 17 years, or its ranking member. I teach separation of powers and constitutional law. This is something I know.
Back when Biden wasn't, a complete, right?
So I got together and brought a group of constitutional scholars together to write a piece that I'm going to deliver to the whole United States Senate, pointing out the president has no constitutional authority to take this nation to war against a country of 70 million people unless we're attacked or unless there is proof that we are about to be attacked.
Now, of course, the interesting point is that really, I guarantee if pushed that the argument would be that we're not, Ukraine's doing that. That's why they're already trying to distance. Oh, well, we didn't do it. We're not involved, even though, as we showed you yesterday, or the day before yesterday, that at every single step that they are involved. And now that's becoming even more clear with the attack and overlap that they are. But I get that would be the kind of the argument you're going to get from someone on the left that, well, they're supplementary, they're supporting. But it's the same way with all of these. They're very clearly involved on the ground. But all of these are crimes.
And if he does, I would move to impeach him. The House obviously has to do that, but I would lead an effort to impeach him. The reason for my doing that, I don't say it lightly. I say it because they should understand that what they were threatening, what they were saying, what was adding up to be, what looked like to the rest of the world what we're about to do, would be the most disastrous thing that could be done at this moment in our history that I can think of.
And now they're all driving for exactly that, because Israel wants war with Iran. But I think it's pretty crazy. I mean, the other thing as well. Hold on, it was
what looked like, I don't say it lightly. If he does, I would move to impeach him.
Oh, right. And so the overarching point as well is that this drives me crazy. I make this joke plenty of times in the past. The idea that, so just impeach him, you're fired. You murdered all these people and broke the law, but you're fired. That's it. It's always what happens. And this is kind of the game we see, so you commit, you murder somebody with your car. Can I just quit my job? Am I good? Obviously not. Not for you, but for them, it's like disgraced, removed from your position is somehow that's more than enough. No, they should go to jail for committing a crime like anybody else would. And the context that in the reality that you're not just committing a crime, but you're committing a crime that literally kills people. Where you're bombing a foreign country, and it's also a crime. I mean, that in and of itself should be a crime. But the point, clearly, yes, he is breaking the law for 1,000 different reasons. And yes, they should be held accountable. If we're going to go that route, we should be talking about every single one of them. Of course, Betty Johnson says, did Biden just start World War III to sabotage Trump? Well, anything's possible. But if you look, I think the game is that if you're only ever looking at this as the left versus the right, this is what we get. consider, of course, there's some kind of, but realize that, guys, it's in the same direction of the same agenda. If you really stand back and look at it, not the inner, woven, constantly fluctuating wedge issues, but the agenda that has been going the same direction for many, many different administrations. Does it make sense to do? I mean, consider it all, but recognize that this is just a floated point with nothing to truly back it up, that they did this to sacrifice. And how would that sabotage Trump? Because you're going to simply point at Biden and say it was all Biden's fault. So ultimately, it creates a dynamic that they're going to use to justify next steps. And I think that's quite obvious. I just think, my opinion. I have very little patience and little respect for the partisan game, especially when it's used to assume about what makes you feel good about your party. So last few points to consider is, maybe it's about other things too, outside of what we even talked about. Don't forget, for example, Russian Defense Ministry here not too long ago talking about that they're investigating 240 disease-causing pathogens discovered in U.S.-sponsored biolabs in Ukraine, including anthrax, cholera. So that would be in the interest of all of the U.S. government to stop that kind of action. Pathogens are studied and developed with intent for use for offensive actions, they say. Well, we know all this. But it's interesting how this is happening. The only point to float is that there may be other reasons this is happening, both from U.S. perspective, but also from Israel's perspective. Vanessa Billy points out the Russian army has recently increased its presence in the Golan Heights, the illegally occupied Golan Heights that Israel's taken from Syria, near the border of Syria and Israel. It says, according to the report, Russia has advanced 2 additional positions. And by the way, realize Golan Heights are very important for Israel for many reasons, not least of which is position, but water and resources. But according to the report, Russia has advanced 2 additional positions in addition to 7 posts that are already exist there. The General Rodionov, how do you say that? Rodionov, deputy commander of the Russian forces in Syria, said that the Russian forces in Syria, quote, have not withdrawn from any position in the region, but have increased their presence along various positions since 2015 at the request of the regime in Damascus. The Syrian army commander, whose identity was not disclosed in the article, told the news agency that Russian presence increases stability and security. Are the Zionists crazy enough to attempt a ground invasion in southern Syria? Well, we've been seeing a ramping up of action in Syria, bombing, which they've been doing for a very long time, all of which is illegal, no matter what the screaming narrative about Iran is. Even if Iran's there, government and everything, it would still be an illegal act by Israel to bomb a domestic civilian location. But I'm asking simply whether there may be other reasons to be driving some other action to stop, just consider other things going on. It's easy to get pulled into the one dynamic when there's much more going on in the world. Current report points out on top of that Russian army has established a new military base near the Golan Heights. Israel has long viewed foreign military bases near its borders as a potential threat. Then lastly, this is just an interesting throwback to what was going on in the beginning of the genocide in Gaza. That there was a back and forth between what Russia was and wasn't doing, and that you have and this is because of the Crocus City Hall discussion, and how this is rarely representative, was saying that Russia will pay the price. It's worth considering.
That I understand you are on the Russian payroll, and I understand this is a Russian propaganda, but you have to be very careful, because let me tell you, we're going to finish this war. We're going to win because we're stronger. After this, Russia will pay the price. Believe me, Russia will pay the price. Russia is supporting the enemies of Israel. Russia is supporting Nazi people who want to commit genocide on us, and just Russia will pay.
Funny enough, they're not talking about the Azov movement, right? They're talking about the Hamas or whatever they're pretending are Nazis in this conversation.
The price. Russia also. Now listen to me very carefully. We are going to finish with these Nazis. We're going to win this war. It's going to take the time it's going to take, but we're going to win this war. Afterwards, we're not forgetting what you are doing. We're not forgetting. We will come. We will make sure that Ukraine wins. We will make sure that you pay the price for what you have done. You as Russia. And you and as all the enemies of Israel. And you as all the people who are now making everything they can to support genocide of the Jews in Israel. We are not forgetting.
You get the point. It goes on for like 3 more minutes. The point is that he's talking about going after Russia because they're not supporting Israel's genocide. It's worth considering that there might be more at play here, right? I think it's very interesting to think about what he's saying, though, right? That you'll pay the price. And of course, at the time he's saying that, they're committing a genocide against Palestinians and always pointing back to his October 7th. Usual dynamic. Now, in the fever pitch, the hype around all of this, You've seen a lot of people latch onto it, like usual. The kind of similar, and we already talked about this in the past. I mean, David Knight's called Alex out many times, and so I'll even have the clip in a minute about Bill Cooper himself calling out Alex Jones as a complete manipulator. The point, though, is that this is always what you get in this kind of fever pitch hype around something, and it's worth considering whether there's more going on. This says, articles of impeachment against Joe Biden for illegally bombing Russia drafted after Republican senators and House members call for Biden's removal. See, again, were they doing that during Trump's last administration when they were illegally bombing in many different locations? Well, of course not. So consistency matters, right? But this is about, I think, not even going, whether this happens or not, in every possible way, trying to lean into hype around Ukraine, Russia, even though there's real risks there. And this new deviation about impeaching Biden, which makes basically meaningless work and distraction as somebody who's going to be on the way out. Why do you think that is? For somebody who seems to never want to call out the obvious Israeli agenda and the globalist overlap to it while talking about that. That's the thing that comes into my mind. But I just think it's very interesting, the choosing of the hype on this, or this one, World War III alert. I just think that's ridiculous. Republican leaders call for Biden immediate removal under the 25th Amendment in response to his bombing. You'll always see this. These are like 2 seconds apart. Bomb. It's a propaganda bomb. Breaking now, Putin threatens nuclear war by Christmas. Not even true. After Biden launches bombing. Literally, the headline says Putin threatens nuclear war by Christmas. Guys, these people are irresponsible. This is embarrassing. I just read to you where they're at. The shift of the doctrine, which is ultimately the same place the U.S. is, now they're threatening nuclear war by Christmas. Guys, this should be laughed at. And it's all about the fever pitch screaming World War III hype. All these are in this like minutes after, right in the same field. It's all today. World War III alert. Russia threatens imminent nuclear war after NATO launches bombing campaign in Russia. It's not true. They did not threaten imminent nuclear war. They simply adjusted the doctrine and said that if you do this, we could have this response. That's the truth of it. The rest is all hype. This one, again, this is November 20th, middle of the day. Must watch. We are in the first phase of World War III. Why does anybody lean into this stuff? Even if we have the real risk, that's silly. If you want to make that point, then point to the reality that we've been past the metric of what we call a world war for a decade plus, since World War II. But you're not going to point out the multi-stage war with multiple countries that have nuclear weapons in Israel's dynamic, but this is the first phase of World War III because of a back and forth. Which again, don't take that as downplaying the risks that are there, but realize how crazy the difference is. Again, breaking World War III update. You got to use those red flashy light emojis because that's important. UK joins the US in massive bombing attacks in Russia. Well, we just talked about that. That's up in the air, it seems, right now. It was floated, but then removed. But I think it's important. Now I shall play this little clip right here. As T pointed out in the past, I think these things are important to recognize that people that have worked along them recognize that a lot of this is knowingly either not, whether false or not checked. The lack of due diligence involved.
I am going to share a community story from our friend Richard Grove when he was at the InfoWars studio behind the scenes because of his documentary that he just filmed making State of Mind. And the commentary that he gave, observing that studio firsthand, was that they don't check their facts. They basically just run with it, and they do it way too fast. It's the same reason that, like, David Knight left the organization because he's like, yo, back off
and
with
the
it.
fucking
Stop
Truth
fucking it
Stream
up.
kids.
Yeah. So that's the thing. It's like, it's a nonstop thing. He's been like this for so fucking long. It's maddening. It's just ridiculous.
For a number of reasons, but
but you know, after
fast and loose with
recent
what
bullshit
was going on was one of the reasons Burmis gave for leaving InfoWars back in the day.
I mean, these things should matter. They're all subjective second-hand points, but these are things that have been said publicly. And these are multiple people that have worked with them. It's worth considering. And I think we're seeing it right there in front of us. Now, the only reason I find this important is because this is a very influential entity that is driving people to be hyping something that the very hype itself could be the cascading effect that drives that to happen. Like, that's irresponsible, period. And especially when we can see that it's not really the dynamic. It worries me that people are leaning into stuff like this, but because it's more entertaining. Actually, and then the other thing says, Western nations evacuate Ukrainian embassies before massive Russian counterattack. Well, we'll have to see. I find it, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what Russia actually does. Based on the statements, it's completely up in the air. But here's what Decentralized News put out, and it says, in case you're wondering what Alex Jones is up to, he's now telling his audience that the globalist New World Order, the BlackRock WEF UN death cult, is being completely routed and exposed and destroyed. You know, aside from Larry Fink being tapped by Trump to help pick the team, you know, but aside from that, BlackRock is being routed. It says the rout is accelerating. There's no reverse in this. The Democrat deep state system is complete collapse. The globalists know that they have been beaten. You know, this is like the QAnon sit back and relax kind of thing. As long as they can convince you that we're down, we win, it's over, when ultimately all they do is bolster their position. Well, as long as you pretend it's all gone, it's like whatever assumptive narrative you use to justify things happening. You just go, well, behind the scenes, it's all done. So let's all pretend like we're there. The same thing happened when Trump won last time. All these people acted like we did it. We got him in. We're over. We won. It's just crazy that people fall for this. Trump is just I'll just play it for you.
Study the globalists in history and all the different factions, as you know, most of my waking hours. And I can tell you now that the globalists, the New World Order, not just here, but around the planet, the BlackRock, WF, UN, death cult.
Right. Not the Yacarino part of it, right? Not the BlackRock part of it working with Trump, not the Israel part of globalism, but yeah, collapsing everywhere you look.
Is being completely routed and exposed and destroyed and being fed into a wood chipper politically, feet first, right now in front of us. I tell you what I really see and what I think. The rout is accelerating. There's no way they reverse this. All their crimes are coming out. Let's put the headlines up for the two different InfoWars and Real Alex Jones feeds I just posted on X. There's the InfoWars headline I wrote. Bombshell. The globalists know they have been beaten and are now in the process of total capitulation. Trump's victory has taken the global populist political realignment into high gear. Let's show the Real Alex Jones headline I wrote. The Democrat deep state system is in collapse, complete collapse. I see signs everywhere that the left is in total panic mode and abandoning ship. Trump is just for prosperity and doesn't want the Great Reset. He just wants to be the guy that turned America around and turned the world around, and everybody can go to church and raise their kids and live in safe communities and go play golf. Right now, in the war against the New World Order, if Trump delivers and puts good people in, and we're stalwart and strong and realize the war's not over, we are rapidly rolling them up. And this current global system could be defeated within 2 years. There's nothing they can do to stop us now other than a nuclear war. So we're not completely out of the woods yet.
And that works with Off Guardian's point, right? Oh, don't worry, he saved us from the nuclear issue, but that's why we need the very thing that we're kind of pointing to, but the good version of it. Just go play some golf and relax. Don't even pay attention. It's all good. We already won. Trust the plan.
They serve Satan, but God is in control, and I don't think God's going to let the planet get blown up quite yet.
God, man. I mean, I do not understand why this makes sense to, I mean, it's like a cartoon. It's ridiculous. Here's what the Censored News points out. Here's Jones suggesting that Trump is going to prosecute Klaus Schwab, Bill Gates, Fauci, and Hillary. Said it's not clear if this will happen before or after he stops World War III with Mike Waltz, Pete Hegseth, and Mark Rubio.
We get Trump in and keep him alive, and he delivers and gets good people in and can stabilize the economy, stabilize the border, stop World War III, and get Americans to stop hating each other, and then goes ahead with the prosecution of Schwab, Fauci, Gates. You've got to prosecute Hillary, Comey. America will be back. The world will be on a much better course. We've got a lot of serious problems that we still face.
I mean, I honestly don't know what's worse, whether this is being lied about for your own benefit or you actually believe what you're saying. I just, this is not about trying to diminish anything. Like, just realize, at face value, you're floating these bombastic claims with nothing, like the idea that World War III, they're diminishing, they're routing, they're all being destroyed, they're all fleeing the ship. What are you pointing to? All your secret school sources that we just know have always panned out, right? I love to go with that meme historically, but it's about in line with Q at this point. Other than big things we can all point to that happen and we go, yeah, you got it. I just think it's important to recognize that this is becoming more accentuated than ever. And this is about driving something much larger. I mean, the evidence on the table is overwhelming that these people are part of the same agenda. Maybe there's a reason they're all screaming this right now, because it's more clear than ever. David Icke says the same thing. If this was not so nonsensically tragic and utterly misguided, it would almost be funny, or actually be funny. I agree. But it's not, because it's pretty terrifying that this is actually influencing. And of course, here's somebody else. Casper says, yeah, guys, no worries. Mr. Jones has confirmed the globalists and New World Order is a full stop. You'll never have to worry about them because it was all the left. The news is confirmed. We solved everything overnight. He said, would you look at how easy that was? Why didn't we do whatever this is a long time ago? I'll never know. But praise be that the prophet has spoken. We can raise our kids and go to church and eat McDonald's all day in peace. The Maha way. Hallelujah. Speaks for itself. Now, here's what's interesting. So Alex Jones he literally just said the BlackRock, WEF, globalist agenda. Okay. Greg Reese, who apparently still works for InfoWars, who keeps calling this out, saying anybody falling for this is part of the cult. Well, you're pointing to Alex Jones. And he's the one that tags this. Go back to sleep, America. The swamp will fix itself. So they're very different in these positions right now. So, and that's okay. I mean, in fact, that's a point of praise, in fact, that he would allow that to be done on his platform. But what it needs to highlight is that Greg Reese is highlighting exactly what Jones is doing. Everything he's pointing to, as in believe in the cult, whatever, that's what Jones is doing. That he is in the group that Reese is pointing to. And here is National Files. Fox's business, Larry Gasparino, says Trump team has contracted BlackRock's Larry Fink to find a Treasury Secretary. Now, at first it was floated that he would be the Treasury Secretary. I argue probably wasn't even that accurate. And then it became Trump pushed back. And the point is that now he's, according to Fox News, tapping him to help pick that, which shouldn't be hard to wrap your mind around. Working with his son, with Kushner and Howard Lutnick to pick the team. I mean, it's the same things with a technocratic Zionist flair to it this time. Fink is advising he's not a candidate for the Secretary of Treasury. Bannon says, quote, Fink is the personification of all things wrong, all that is wrong and evil in America. Now, again, it's to be clear that this is coming from Fox News, but it carries weight just like any other platform reporting this on, especially Fox, around Trump. And there's already been things that they have actually reported that were true that have been changed after the fact. The point is, we should already see this is not hard to wrap your mind around since Trump leaned into him and picked him the last time. But here's what DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, parody says. We want nothing to do with BlackRock. Thanks for reporting. Obviously. And well, here's what's hilarious about this, by the way. They have 713,000 followers because people can't read past the first part of the headline. Parody. But if you look at it when it's on your phone, you don't see that. So people see this as this is how bad Twitter Files and the rest of this is tricked. People aren't doing their due diligence. Either way, the point is that this is coming, at least as being reported by here's Charles Gasparino from Fox News saying Larry Fink and at least one other BlackRock executive has been contracted, which again, corporate media is notorious for lying and being wrong, but realize that by saying contracted them, it seems to allude to the fact that he has insight into something. By Team Trump as they search for Treasury Secretary, which again, it shouldn't be that hard to recognize. Trump's been overlapped with Larry Fink the whole time. And it says Trump has and he tagged him. You'd think he would respond if it wasn't the truth. Trump has a long relationship with Fink, who is one of the best, he writes, risk managers in the business, and has often leaned on him for his views on the market, etc. Fink will not be a candidate for Treasury, but it tells you something about Trump. It sure does. That he has a big tent idea on how to run the economy. Refreshing. Oh, refreshing, is it? Maybe I'm going to read the comments and realize that it's not very refreshing. A motion particularly for the Republican side. Very, very important. So the odd man out says Donald Trump never apologized for appointing Larry Fink in his first administration. As well, I'll include the articles we put out about this. This one was during the COVID-19 dynamic, and I said the COVID coup, the BlackRock takeover of American interest, which this was, remember, a BlackRock plan around the U.S. economy, the Treasury, that was made before COVID-19, but then they used COVID-19 as the rationale for why we needed it. Usually how that works. That was all during Trump. All the biggest transfer of wealth in history because this country, the CARES Act, so many different things that are like not just important, but paramount, monumental for what happened later. And the supporters don't want to see it. And this was written by Josh Walkos or Champagne Joshi on Twitter, The Long Shadow of BlackRock. It's a great article going into some of the important overlaps for today. Now, this is important as well. Don't forget that this, we already went over this before the election timeframe. This was early November. Billionaire BlackRock, a billionaire, or was it, is that May or how's that? Anyway, before the election. Billionaire BlackRock CEO, and he said this publicly, doesn't matter who wins the election because he was invested in both. Wasn't that exactly what we're talking about? The point is that they make sure they do that, just like with Zionists, because it's about control. Now, Whitney also added to this, and she did. She called this out before, and she said, well, I tried to tell you, no matter who won the 2024 election, BlackRock was going to be running fiscal policy. And here we are. Again, citing what Gasparino said, so it's certainly possible that could shift or change, or he was wrong. But it says the people who brought you the going direct, which is what Catherine Austin Fitz has talked about a lot, going direct reset, wealth transfer from Main Street to Wall Street under the guise of COVID relief, that's Donald Trump, implemented first under Trump and continued under Biden, whose econ team was run by executive BlackRock execs, are back for more. And then this is the clip I was going to point to earlier around the debt dynamic and the failing of the audits from the Pentagon. True Stream Media made this, and we've actually played this clip before. It's actually, it's kind of important to see in the bigger picture, but it says the video of a comedian schooling a deputy defense secretary on why giving her agency $850 billion it is unable to account for is not okay has got to be one of the most mind-blowing things I've ever seen lately. Solari said for 20 years, DOD and the U.S. Treasury has refused to comply with the financial management laws. There is $20 trillion, which our brains can't even make sense of undocumentable adjustments to DOD books between 1998 and 2015. In 2018, FASAB 56 took the DOD books dark. This is not a failure to comply. This is a financial coup d'etat, a coup that the New York Fed and Wall Street have been happy to finance. Much of the funding is coming from citizens' tax payments and U.S. and global retirement savings. This is her point about the great poisoning overlap we talked about during the Dioxin show. And that was simply about the possibility of that, whether it's the Dioxin release or any number of things going on in the world. Damn it, that would pop right up. That it very well could be part of what's happening. And her argument is by lowering the lifespan of the population, it opens up a huge amount of financial access to these different programs and so on. Where was that? Right here. I called it Murder by Malfeasance, Dioxin Contamination, and the Ongoing Cover-Up. It's a good show. Focus just on that. But it goes on to say, so the coup is also a bank robbery, the greatest in history. And now the president's supporters, Donald Trump's, are talking about plundering the land and mineral rights. So just realize how clear it is. And she even made an argument in the beginning about how you could make an argument for why Trump would have been the better choice. And I said I could make the same argument. But the point is that if we recognize, regardless of that the same thing was going to happen either way, which is what we're in agreement on, and you can see clearly that they are already going to walk this forward. So let's watch this clip in regard to seeing how it's not a left-right thing. It's not a Republican-Democrat thing. It's not a Trump-Kamala thing. All of this has been going forward since before the COVID-19 illusion, through Donald Trump, through Biden, and now going to be continuing, and I argue, hopefully not, but finishing during his administration.
To be doing, like, there is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse within a system.
Audits and waste, fraud, and abuse are not the same thing. So let's decompose these pieces.
Please educate me on
sure.
What
so an audit is exactly what you just described,
yes.
Which is, do I know what was delivered to which place?
Right.
The ability to pass an audit, or the fact that the DOD has not passed an audit, is not suggestive of waste, fraud, and abuse. That is completely false right there. So
So what is
now is a question of?
I mean, to be as fair as possible and objective, you could argue that there is an opening there, right? That what you should argue is that it doesn't prove that that is the only thing. It could be that we just don't know where it is, but it's all being used perfectly on the up and up. Well, okay, then the argument would be, then how in the hell are you not managing yourself well enough to be able to identify that? And doesn't that very opening, that very gap, allow anybody within it to actually take advantage? Well, obviously. But I think it's much more clear that we know that that's happening. We really do. And that's his response makes that very clear. But the smug response, her whole smug demeanor that he even calls out at the end, is the real issue here. That they are just so far above you, you just don't. I'm of the mind that she is very aware of what's actually going on. Maybe not the full picture, but their ultimate job is covering this up.
It's suggestive that we don't have an accurate inventory that we can pull up of what we have where.
Exactly.
That is not the same as saying we can't do that because waste, fraud, and abuse has occurred.
Yeah, but it opens the door for that very clearly being one of the possibilities. And that's such a lazy sidestep to me.
So in my world, that's waste.
How is that waste?
If I give you $1 billion and you can't tell me what happened to it, that to me is wasteful. That means you
and we're talking about $850 billion, by the way.
are not responsible. But if you can't tell me where it went, then what am I?
Her laughing, the whole demeanor. Watch us when she goes into some very serious parts. She's literally twiddling her thumbs.
Supposed to think, and when there has been reporting, I mean, this is not. Look, I'm not saying this is on you, and that you caused this. But I think it's a tough argument to
I'm pretty
make
sure
that.
I didn't cause it.
That is a crazy response when you're talking about as much as we're talking about and the implications of how large that is.
An $850 billion budget to an organization that can't pass an audit and tell you where that money went. Like, I think most people would consider that somewhere in the realm of waste, fraud, or abuse, because they would wonder why that money isn't well accounted for.
Right.
And especially when they see food insecurity on military bases, and they see.
You want to talk about that? Because that's a good. We should be talking. I mean,
Well,
I'm
it's
trying to
all-
understand
is-
where you're trying to go, other than the dollars, which really bother you.
Wow. Like she's just acting like it's such an inconsequential part of the conversation. Let's deviate and focus on this one thing. My God. Like, I mean, it's almost more scary to think that she actually doesn't recognize the problem.
I think it doesn't really bother me. I think it's all connected.
Okay.
I think
tell
when
me,
I
tell
look.
me that story.
Wow.
Tell me how you're thinking
Well,
about that.
when I see
Patronizing.
a State Department get a certain amount of money and a military budget be 10 times that, and I see a struggle within government to get people like more basic services, and then that department that got that, I mean, we got out of 20 years of war and the Pentagon got a $50 billion raise.
Right.
Like, that's shocking to me. Now, I may not understand exactly the ins and outs and the incredible.
I mean, really think about that without even, at least on paper or for us, being able to demonstrate that they know what happened to it and they got more money, which I think is to show you that they are they're in lockstep for what they're trying to do with it. And they don't want you to know, or something else is driving it entirely. These people are going along to get along, or they're being influenced to do so for, blackmail, whatever else you want to overlap it with. But it is not about fighting for your security.
Incredible magic of an audit, but I'm a human being who lives on the earth and can't figure out how $850 billion to a department means that the rank and file still have to be on food stamps. Like, to me, that's fucking corruption. I'm sorry. And if that blows your mind, and if you think like that's like a crazy agenda for me to have, I really think that that's institutional thinking, and that it's not looking at the day-to-day reality of the people that you call the greatest fighting force in the world. So I get back to this idea of like, I'm not looking to pick a fight with you, but I am surprised at that the reaction to these questions are, you don't know what an audit is, bucko. Like, that's just weird to me.
The one thing I do like about what he does, as much as I'm of the mind that he's very much part of a larger manipulation, is that he does come at this a lot of times where people like that will go on stage expecting a softball. Because sometimes it can be like that. Oh, he's a comedian. It'll be and then he comes out with things that really rock their boat. And maybe that's part, you can think, I think it serves a positive effect in some cases either way. But I love that because you could see that she was just like expecting this to be a funny kind of poking each other. And I think what it was is that he got irritated with how smug and dismissing she was being. And that's why he took another level. And you saw her demeanor change. But I agree overall that that's pretty wild. This is not a left-right dynamic. And I think that, and Solari's point is that this is where we're going into the current incoming administration with BlackRock and all the rest of the overlaps. It's nothing new, guys. Oh, here, I'll include this article for you. Now I'll include these. We showed these before. I just recently went over this recently, but this was the clip, which I hadn't heard until recently. There's many of them. You could look it up. Bill Cooper talking about Alex Jones, which is kind of crazy to me because of what a central player he is, a part of the kind of foundational elements of what we are today, and how people compare them or overlap them, or and he's on the record saying what Alex is doing. And by the way, he's highlighting back then exactly what I just showed you. The bombastic, hyperbolic world war, he's talking about just exactly that. But all the way back then, to recognize that it's the same thing. At least in Bill Cooper's mind, he is a manipulator for obvious reasons. Now, this is an interesting take on this. And I the whole thing with the free speech aspect of it, the Sandy Hook thing and Alex Jones, like the point nonetheless, just like I point out with anything else, like a WikiLeaks dynamic, where whatever you think of Assange, the point was, even if he was an asset, we should still defend him being persecuted because especially because the plan was to use that against you. So whatever you think about what happened there, my point's always been that I stand on his right to say whatever he wants, even if it's all big gay. The point is, whatever you think about Sandy Hook, people have a right to express the way they think about things, the way they see things, even if you find that to be offensive, even if you somehow think him saying that leads to some other crazy action. That's the person's action's fault or choice. Speech is protected. It's an inherent right. Absolute free speech. So that's where I think we should be leaning into. The point, though, is that he makes the argument that because of what he's done in all this, that as High Impact Flick says, and I respect his opinion, he says Alex Jones did more to destroy free speech in America than any person in human history. It's a big claim. He says how? He apologized for having and broadcasting an opinion, right or wrong, that challenged the mainstream media narrative. Because of him, we now have a court precedent. And this is really what I think it comes down to. Like with the frog discussion or the ways that it's about deviating or using this to distract or whatever. I've seen a lot of them. He says, because of him, we now have a court precedent heavily penalizing anyone who publicizes alternative viewpoints. And you could even argue that he didn't do it on purpose, but the outcome would still be the same. It's worth considering what High Impact Flicks is saying. He says all he had to do is say, quote, I don't believe Sandy Hook happened the way mainstream media said it did because you provided no proof. It's a pretty logical statement. But he goes, then he could have just sat back and made them provide the proof. That's it. Instead, which we've seen, he retracted. He rolled over and submitted. Now, look, there's arguments to be made about what could have happened and the threats he was under and the potential financial attacks. The point is, either way, though, you kind of have to admit that this is the way it went. He says he put free speech on the chopping block and we all lost. Very interesting take on that, and I don't disagree. But I think you could add more nuance to that on regard whether Alex was knowingly doing so or so on. But very interesting to consider with all that we talked about. Now let's talk about the prophetic side about this as we get into the Israel conversation and foreign policy in general. Now I want to play this clip again to start this. This is Vivek speaking about why Israel has a divine right to exist, or whatever he frames it as, which I find concerning. And we'll get into the undeniable kind of religious extremist perspective, kind of vein running through the Trump administration so far, and how this is concerning for where this is going with the current Israeli administration.
These are decisions for now is the moment for Israel to return to its founding premise. The Jewish state has an absolute right to exist. A divine gift, gifted to a divine nation, charged with a divine purpose. Israel has an absolute and unequivocal right and responsibility to defend itself to the fullest.
So a divine right? I mean, come on, guys. This is an irrational stand, even from somebody who, when you're talking about a political dynamic or a country who is committing genocide or a country who has the potential to commit violent acts through justifiable war or not, to cite divine right to exist, that is a really alarming lurch into a direction of like the religious extremist Zionist perception that they have because if you have a divine right, well, what happens if you commit a crime? What happens if you commit genocide? Well, God said this is a very dangerous. I can't believe we're seeing politicians on the main presidential stage talk about a divine right to exist, or the idea that Israel, like everything we're talking about, the idea that Huckabee talking about the third temple and the end times, like these are right on the surface. Even if you agree with these things, to overlap them with politics is dangerous. I mean, you want to look at how dangerous it can be? That's Israel for you. This aggressive overlap of a religious perspective with a political stance has created the most alarming level of extremism I've seen in a long time. And it's right on the surface.
Applying the only language that its adversaries understand, the language of force.
And of course, we're talking about all the children in Gaza, right? All the women and children and elderly and doctors and nurses and medical aid workers, not even from Gaza, just happening to be there from London or from the United States or from Australia. Yeah, but that's all, just only force. Because we're talking about a war against Hamas. And even if so, are we talking about the Hamas that Israel funds and funded up until October 7th? Does he know all of that? Does he not care? No, just all force because of divine right, justified.
So what would David Ben-Gurion say today? He would say,
don't care, quite frankly. You're talking about another element of the foundation of an illegal state with a Zionist religious extremist foundation. These people committed horrifying war crimes. So frankly, I don't really care what they might say about how you're committing war crimes today.
Don't depend on anybody else's fleeting sympathies or permission to do it. If Israel and Mossad want to pull off Munich 2.0
and this is the scariest part,
take out every last leader of Hamas, wherever they may be hiding, from Doha to Dresden, host a red wedding at the Four Seasons in Qatar.
So like a reference to Game of Thrones. So he's literally saying if Israel wants to attack somebody anywhere in the world, it's their divine right. Okay, what happens if it's somebody's home in San Francisco? Is that still okay, Vivek? Well, you certainly just gave that opening. And Israel has certainly made that clear that they could if they wanted to. You guys have lost the plot. If you think this is America first, you have also lost the plot.
The next time Haniyeh and Mashal show up, they should go ahead and do it. If Israel wants to, at long last, abandon the myth of a two-state solution, Israel should go ahead and abandon a two-state solution.
The thing they all pretend they all want, but the myth, meaning they never really did, which we all know now. That means that Israel, which we can prove on paper, has been lying about what they've been wanting the entire time and sabotaging what they claim they wanted the entire time in order to stop anything that would benefit the Palestinians. The only way you can understand that is to realize that they have been ethnically cleansing and going after the population of all of Palestine since the moment they occupied Palestine. And they always pretend like they're just trying to go for, this is the objective and we'll let them come back to their homes. We'll agree to these different borders. We'll allow them to have their own state the entire time, making sure that didn't happen. And it seems like he knows that. That should bother you if you care about anything they pretend they're fighting for outside of their own control and occupation of your life.
The rest of the Arab world can absorb Palestinians just as the Jews absorbed their people out of 22 countries they were kicked out of.
Nope. Manufacturing a fake story here. Right? Because Palestinians let Jewish people come to stay allowed them in their territory in Palestine. And the Balfour Declaration allowed the Zionist organization to take all of Palestine, many of which the Jewish population within that were aghast at what they did to the Palestinians. All this is easily on the record. You could look this stuff up. And he wants you to believe that that's all that happened. And somehow that this is their territory because God said, well, even if you actually think that, how does one disagree with that? What if they're wrong? Do the Palestinians not get a say when they were clearly there? The point is, obviously, this guy is being driven either by a political agenda or something much more alarming than that.
Since 1948, the Islamic world cannot continue to condone the slaughtering of Jews while continuing to disown the Palestinians. That is the hard.
Funny how we skipped over the year of genocide and the hundreds of thousands of people being killed in Gaza. But yeah, it's just all a slaughter of Jews. That's it. But also, there were other than Jews that got killed on October 7th, but I guess he only cares about the one group.
Truth that neither member of either political party is willing to speak out loud to the Arab world. I will.
Gosh, it's disgusting. So here's what I find most alarming is the idea of him saying that Israel wants to go to Dresden. So basically they can go and attack anybody anywhere. And by their logic, they can murder innocent people as long as they're trying to go after what they claim is a bad guy. A lot of openings and what ifs and hypotheticals in that, right? But only for Israel, they can do what they want. Don't forget this clip. We've talked about this many times. Zionists called for genocide openly against us as they called against Gaza and Iran. What happened so far in Lebanon? Says, well, the operations room in the resistance, Hezbollah has confirmed that since the start of the so far failed invasion against Lebanon, now these are, I should have just skipped. The point is these are all just a bunch of metrics that are relevant toward the end of the show for what's going on in Lebanon. My point was to highlight what this is saying. And she's simply going over to show you that they are going after all of Lebanon, just like they're going after all of Palestine and all of the innocent people involved. This clip is from one of the leading show in Israel on mainstream media. The top part says they promised this mass slaughter would come last November in 2023. It says, and this is very public. It says, and we will tell you what we tell you every day. We are coming. We are coming to Gaza. We are coming to Lebanon. We are coming to Iran. We will come everywhere. Now realize they're not talking about just fighting the bad guy. They're talking about taking this territory. He's very clear about that. And it says, can you imagine how many we are going to kill? How many of you we are going to kill? You did not see the numbers. In all Arab history, I assure you that it will come. In case you are confused, I assure you that it will come. Numbers that you did not imagine. That it is possible. It is possible to get them. It's crazy how belligerent and genocidal this is. He said, and we haven't even got to the most important part. It says, and we are ready to enter international unity. It says, we are prepared to fight with the United States and the entire world. How long will it take until all of you, including all of your supporters, go up to meet Allah? And we will kill, it will be clear. This is the sentiment. So wait in the social media. Do a free Palestine. Do all your crying. We will destroy you. Destroy. He says that more than once. Share this video with your friends. Let them know what we're going to do for you. So not only is that alarmingly, and this is mainstream Israeli TV, the part about we were prepared to fight with the United States or all of the world. Did you not hear what Vivek just said? If they want to go to Dresden, if they want to go across the world and carry out a red wedding, they have the right to do it. Think about how crazy that is. As you have mainstream people in Israel openly saying that if you want to fight, we'll fight against the United States. So what if they do find something here that this is not, so again, think back just a brief moment to Russia and Ukraine and the obvious risk they're in. Do you not see how this is far, far, far more, we're beyond fever pitch, guys. Israel is openly committing genocide, is openly bombing multiple countries, many of which have nuclear weapons. You have people on TV saying, we'll go against anybody that stands in our way. You got leaders in Trump's movement saying they can go wherever they want. How is that not a more, you get the point. Where's Alex and Tucker and all the rest? Why don't they hype or talk about both? I think you can fill in the blank. Gosh, I'm going to lose my voice. Now, in this point, this is a larger point about the religious kind of fervor around it all. Andre X, who's been an activist there showing what they've been doing in the West Bank, says Jerusalem is being ethnically cleansed. 2 days ago, Muhammad Castiro's cafe in central Jerusalem was expropriated to be transferred to settlers. Guys, if you have to assume there must be more to the story, or there must be cheating or lying, or that you're wrong. This happens every day in Israel for no other reason that they happen to be Palestinian and they happen to be in a place they don't want them. That's it. This guy owns this cafe and they just decided they're going to give it to settlers. And what are you going to do about it? You live in an authoritarian apartheid state. You don't have any rights. It says this is a part of a larger campaign of land appropriation of the city. This is because of Jerusalem specifically and where this is going. But first recognize this happens every day to Palestinians. End of story. Anybody out there pretending like this is not the reality for people and making it out to be something else, you're either choosing to ignore the facts or lying for an agenda for Zionism, because it's never been more clear and it's been documented for decades. David Icke says this is what's happening to drive Palestinians out of Jerusalem. Now, everywhere, by the way, but specifically in this case, the point is about Jerusalem, in preparation for the third Solomon's temple to be built on the site of the Al-Aqsa Mosque in line with the make-believe prophecy. Important. Because this is kind of the important thing of the next few tweets is it's not about whether it's real. I mean, it is partly that, but it's about whether they believe it's real. And that's clear. They are openly talking about this at the highest levels of power in Israel. And Trump is a prophet, according to many of them. Dan Cohen points out Marjorie Taylor Greene. She says the U.S. funding foreign wars is one big money laundering scheme. It's time to stop the madness. They love to float, especially in times like this. They love to float this and make it look like they're the same party when ultimately they're all still in line with the same agendas. And that's what Dan points out. Marjorie Taylor Greene personally donated to Israel's Temple Institute, which seeks to destroy the Al-Aqsa compound and replace it with a temple, then wage genocidal conquests against Christians and Muslims across the Middle East. That's the point. Remember, the whole idea is that the Christian world will collapse before the end times. That's what these Zionists are openly saying. When we just played the clip of them telling you that the migration into Israel, into the Western world, Europe and the United States, is what has to happen. That's what's been prophesized. Now, that alone could mean just a small connected point, unless if it wasn't for people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich openly pointing and saying the same things. So can you not consider Republican movement that's been driven to reality by your best ally? Hope you can. David Icke highlights this video of basically the as it says in the beginning, you can see here. The red heifer ceremony. They're getting into the whole prophecy of it all. It's a 15-minute clip. Watch it all, but it goes over all these different beliefs, and it's alarming. Now, David points out Trump's new Israel-obsessed government cannot be seen in context without the end times prophecy of the third Solomon's temple in Jerusalem, planned to be built on the current site of the Al-Aqsa Mosque or Temple Mount to Jews and Christians. Palestinian Muslims have to be vanquished and removed to do this, which is what is happening as we speak. And Trump and what Trump and co plan to complete and company. Trump's transfer of the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem in his first term was all part of the stepping stones to this end, which include more formally the coming of the Antichrist and the lunacy of a sacred or sacrificed red heifer and much else. The revival of and remember, the red heifer, guys, the point is these are supposed to be like organic, like that a red heifer was born. That's a sign that the end times are coming. They literally genetically engineered a red heifer. That it's the same as all of this. Zionism is using these ideas. Like, for example, that God was supposed to give them this territory. Well, no, the UK handed you this. And so Zionists pretend this. That's why they chose the word Israel. This is all a coordinated effort. And that's why Orthodox Jews are the ones saying that this is a bastardization of Judaism, because the whole point is that this hasn't happened yet. You're playing Jews in regard to what God has done. The point is that God has not done this yet. And that's why the Orthodox Jews are so angry about what Zionism is doing. In some cases, this is another example. Instead of waiting for God to send symbols, they make them. Well, that's quite a bit different. I mean, I guess you could try to rationalize that is what God allowed you to do. The point is the same, is that they're manufacturing these symbols. It says the revival of the Sanhedrin for the first time in more than 1,400 years is relevant to this and is meant to lead to the imposition globally of the Noahide laws, which would establish courts and a legal system to ensure law obedience. The laws are symbolized by the rainbow image. It says, see how we've been perceptually prepared for that with the rainbow logo everywhere. Biblical prophecy is being made to happen, to make it appear to Jews and Christians that God is making it happen on the way to the Messianic age and the Christian second coming of Jesus. He says, you'll note how Christianity, not least Church of Babylon Roman Catholicism, has become a central thrust of Trump's team and the hijacked alternative media. and acts as his propaganda arm. He's right. That's been crazy all of a sudden. This forceful overlapping with your religious perspective and your supposed journalism, which are counterintuitive. Regardless of what you believe, one's based on faith, one's based on facts. You can't blend them together. That will end up contradicting one or the other. Trump picks now openly talk about the rebuilding of the temple. That's Huckabee. This is all, and more than him, actually. It says this is all gathering support from Christians, especially Christian Zionists, for Israel and what Trump plans to give Israel to advance these made-up prophetic happenings. Meanwhile, deep in the shadows behind the public players, they know it's all Messianic nonsense, but it suits their dystopian ambitions. Current events are all targeting this third temple make-believe, and people are being primed to fall for it. The third temple is said to be the precursor of a new golden age, and Trump is using the term. He is. We've heard that already more than once. It is claimed that a new golden city of Jerusalem will then become the capital of the world. This is so right on the surface of the conversation. It's crazy. And this is coming from the highest levels of power in Israel. And now at the highest levels of power in Trump's administration. I just don't know why this is not shockingly concerning for the people in the Republican and conservative side that don't want this or believe this. And it's all on the surface. Now, Ken O'Keefe makes an excellent point about this. You may ask, like, what's the point other than the prophetic perception? Well, here's an obvious overlap. As he points out, we've been talking about for decades, the Greater Israel Project. And again, this patch is right on their uniforms for many of them right now, showing you what they want. And this is what they want. That's what this is. Now look at all the land other than Israel in there. All of Jordan, a huge majority portion of Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. I mean, a whole bunch of other countries that Israel claims they have a divine right to take. Now, who was that again they were saying was going to get done with this and go on and take everybody else? Oh, that's right. The group they funded called Hamas, right? Or the Azov movement. They also fund. Who's saying this? Weirdly saying the same things. Can you not see how obvious this is? As O'Keefe says, their end goal for the Middle East, while pretending everybody else is doing that. Now, this is what we can see actually happening. So it's already showing you this is part of it, and this is the continued occupation or the physical taking of the land they already occupy. Because remember, occupying doesn't just mean physical boots in the ground, like the control of the territory. They've controlled them, and this is an international fact from international law, the human rights groups. No matter what Israel and the U.S. bleed about, it's obvious and proven. Alonzo points out Western actors were adamant this would never happen. The actual theft of Gaza itself. It's not about the land, they said. It's self-defense, they claimed. And when there's 50,000 settlers in Gaza, they'll still pretend like there are no 50,000 settlers in Gaza because the West at this point is being gaslit. But I argue the point is they'll make up some new narrative for it, right? That whatever the narrative is will be justifying the next step. And that's what we're seeing already, though. The Israeli government is now saying, and this is all public, by the way. It's right here in the clip. You can listen for yourself. It's been on Israeli media. What's crazy is how obvious it'll be on Israeli media, and the Western media and the Western governments will just act like it's not there, which has to show you how willfully dishonest they are. But the Israeli government, and this is Ynet News, by the way, that's where this image is from, is now saying clearly, publicly, to the Israeli press that its policy is permanent reoccupation of Gaza Strip. Now, again, reoccupation is inaccurate. It is occupied, has been legally for a long time, but they're going to take it physically. That's on the record now. And we already told you this. We've been saying this from day one. Again, another good example to demonstrate our value of this platform. I didn't say that because I was guessing. It was because the evidence pointed to it. And now here we are. It is doing so before Trump assumes office. This is important, to take the option of retreat off the table. As always, the Israeli government playing the American political game like a fiddle. Not only because they influence and publicly fund all of it, but because they can see the changeover. It's all very clear. Netanyahu has publicly said this on leaked documents as well as telling stuff to the media about how he can play the U.S. government. It says the region to the north of the Netzarim is set for settlements. This is public. We've been showing you the settlement conferences. We've been showing you Ben-Gvir dancing with them, talking about, we now even show you the new names for the new settlements that are supposed to be happening in Lebanon too. Meanwhile, the Western governments and media just pretend it's not there. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Here is where it's already being sold. We've also shown you this at least 4 times. Right now in the United States, there are Jewish centers openly selling land in Gaza. Do you not realize how shockingly illegal that is? On top of that, they're only selling it to other Jewish people. There was a guy who showed up wearing a Palestinian hat who said, we're selling land, right? I'm here to buy land. They wouldn't let him in the building. And guess what? No one's ever been held legally accountable for that. Not only is that racial discrimination, it's illegal to sell land that's currently owned by somebody else. I mean, it's just so crazy. And this is just to show you how open this is and how much they think they can act with impunity. As I just bought land in Palestine, it says, bragged the woman waving a land deed that as she left a Kingsley Jewish center.
To exterminate you all. Fuck you. Get those pictures out of my face.
Oh, there's cursing in this, guys. Prepare yourself.
Master supporting.
Stay in fucking Flatbush.
Get out of here. I have the right to stay here.
Stay in Flatbush.
Piece of shit.
I'm sorry. Bye.
So whatever your thoughts about the clip in general, the bottom line is this is illegal. According to literally everybody with a legal standing. They are, I mean, think about how crazy it is to be selling land in the midst of an ongoing war, whatever you want to call it. Genocide is what it is. But even if you want to, let's just even say it's a war between 2 entities, which is so clearly not. You're not allowed to sell the land of an ongoing conflict, especially through Jewish centers in a foreign country. It is amazing the amount of leeway, or whatever you want to call this, that your government, the police that are standing there, allow to happen here. There's just no way to misunderstand this. It's showing you what's really going on in every possible sense. Now, here's another example of this, and this is Talia Jane saying, any media outlet's going to report this or no? And this is the interesting point of this same dynamic. We're talking about a place in New York where they're selling land illegally in Gaza to only Jewish people in Jewish centers. Now, it says yesterday, the far-right pro-Israel extremist split from a real estate protest and started a fight with 2 lone pro-Palestinian activists after one of them was arrested. The person with the bike wasn't stolen, was also arrested, and the group lied, saying he punched somebody. And all the videos in there you can watch, they highlight who starts it and so on. It's always very clear, like the Amsterdam point. Both I and another reporter on the scene provided footage to officers showing that he did not punch anyone, but then they said that he couldn't release him. While he was arrested, we got into contact with an associate and provided him with the footage to send to a lawyer. The context is that this was happening at the tail end of a real estate protest where a synagogue was hosting an illegal real estate auction exclusively to Zionist Jews where they were selling stolen Palestinian land. Guys, they're putting out flyers. Think about how the impunity you think you have, and apparently have, seeing as how nobody's doing anything about this. Now, there was the guy on Twitter, I think his tag is the Muslim lawyer. He was one of the ones really calling this out, and seemingly nothing has happened as far as I could tell, not because he wasn't trying. It says, last time a real estate event took place here, young pro-Israel protesters harassed not just demonstrators, but press, often making threats of sexual violence and blatant and racist remarks at anyone they deemed to be not on their side. And you can hear him in this video. I'm going to rape you, and I'm going to rape your mother. Good stuff. That's coming from the Israeli side. Now, this one says, yesterday night, those same younger pro-Israel protesters, this is the important part, were wearing and carrying Jewish Defense League symbols. Now, we just heard the clip from Ian about the overlapping, the Irgun, Lehigh, like the terrorist overlap. Well, guess what? The JDL, which is the acronym, is currently considered by Southern Poverty Law Center, whatever you think about them, and the FBI to be a right-wing terrorist group. And even the ADL considers them a racist and violent group. And yet you got kids showing up with JDL symbols on their shirts who are then going after and fighting other people. And in regard, I mean, there's something very dark happening here, and only one political game. Like, the point is that people are out there being attacked and nothing's happening, and people then respond. They get framed for anti-Semitism. We saw this constantly, and there's a point I'm going to get into next that's very, very clear. But you have to realize, again, to be clear, this is not about Jewish, other than the fact that there's Jewish elements to this, just like we can see with the Christian Zionists. In this exact point, it is Jewish. It's Jewish Defense League. But my point is, this is a Zionist manipulation of all of it. Of course, you can feel free to disagree with that, but I think the evidence is overwhelming. There are plenty of Jewish people that stand up even at these locations and say what you're doing is wrong. So you can't broad stroke it. That's the point. But either way, recognize how alarming this is, and then why it turns people into thinking it's only about Jewish people, and then it creates what the Zionist entities are trying to draw. But it's alarming, whatever's driving it, that there's such an overwhelming influence in this country of people acting to the detriment of this country, and nobody wants to care about it, even people screaming America first. Now, quickly over the Amsterdam point that I just wanted to reiterate. I mean, I'm sure you've seen this by now, but just as we were covering it, and everybody honest was, this has completely imploded. And it's almost perfect based on what happened, because in the beginning, it was one of the most obvious things we've talked about. All the evidence was showing you the same thing. The police stood up and said the same thing. All the videos, and they just lied and all. But all the politicians in Western media came out and said, Jewish pogrom. And everybody was like, well, you're ridiculous. Here's all the evidence. Then, as usually happens in the reactive way, we got people above them. The police person that was above him, his superior, came out and said, no, they're making this up, and here's what happened. Well, we all saw the evidence, so all we ultimately got exposed was the influence of Israeli government on these people, able to pull strings on people at the higher levels. But guess what? Now it's come even further. Even though they did that, it is cascaded back down to this position where the Amsterdam mayor has now taken back the claims of pogrom comments and said that they are the ones starting the violence. Because that's the truth. Now, whatever caused that, probably just the fact that everybody was in her face and all the evidence was there, and it's opportunism. You have to realize that you're losing more, even if you accept the attacks from Israel or the fact that they may pull you from your position. The point being that you recognize you just can't keep lying because it's more of a detriment. Here she is speaking about it. I'm just going to go through quickly. You can listen to it if you want to play it. Amsterdam Mayor Halsema now admits no pogrom occurred in her city, and Israel puts words in her mouth. Yeah, foreign language anyway. It says, we were completely overtaken by Israel. At 3 a.m., Netanyahu suddenly gave a lecture about what had happened while we were still gathering the facts. It's amazing how this happens. This is such an important social engineering experiment, if it wasn't so horrifying with what's going on because of what they're doing, to see how clearly, right on the surface of this, you can see not only that they lied immediately, usually that used to be enough, then they pulled all these strings to get people in positions of power to lie on top of what we could see. And then for whatever reason, that wasn't enough because they're losing influence. And now we're back where the same people are going, never mind. That's not true. And they're still screeching about this online. Owen Jones includes a new clip. The video shows Maccabi fans attacking a Dutch citizen who was then arrested by Dutch police. And it's very clear. The guy just got mobbed, beat him up, and then he gets arrested. Look at that. There's just no questioning this. Wow. It really is wild how obvious this is. Asal Rod says, are there any of the Western media outlets that ran wild with Israel's version of the Amsterdam story going to cover this, or are they going to ignore it because it contradicts their entire narrative? It's crazy that the coverage is coming from Israeli media again. The Israeli media exposing the lies of all of Western media and every U.S. politician. Amsterdam mayor regrets calling attack on Israeli soccer fans a pogrom. Amsterdam riots were not pogrom, says mayor, defending Muslim population. Same thing. Wow. Ryan Grimm points out, oh, good Lord. The New York Times, this is actually pretty crazy, accidentally CC'd another organization on an email explaining that the Times had actually killed a visual investigation that would have undermined the paper's line that it was taking on the Amsterdam fight. So again, demonstrating whether it was their own decision or because Israel was forcing them, both of which I think come from the same pressure, that they knew that this was not true. And instead of putting out the truth, like an actual investigative paper would, They just pulled it because they knew it would contradict what Israel didn't want you to see, or contradict what Israel wanted you to see. And he goes, read the full story. Electronic Intifada covered this really well. New York Times kills investigation of the hooligans. And they accidentally called themselves out by CCing somebody that exposed it. How embarrassing. Now, another example, different location, Israeli supporters in tonight's game, this is on the 14th of November, between France and Israel. We talked about this already. And guess what? They beat up a Frenchman. And you've already seen this, but just to add to it in case you haven't, dozens of masked fans wearing Israeli flags can be seen laying into him. The crowd boos. It's all, and there's 14 videos catching the same thing. There's no disputing what happened. And guess what? No screaming calls about that. And here's another example of what they ignore in other context. Israeli settlers Israeli settler terrorists set fire to several Palestinian-owned vehicles in the West Bank. Oh, nobody cares about that, apparently. Look at this. This happens every day. And Alonso Gurmundi says, oh, another pogrom you won't hear about. This one, Times of Israel reports, IDF, dozens of mass settlers carried out arson attacks on Palestinian villages. No arrests made. Same point. Here is a really interesting one. I mean, I have to admit, I'm almost embarrassed for him. I don't know why. I mean, I think it's interesting is the Rebel News platform has 596,000 followers. But look at the reach they're getting on this stuff. I mean, think about that. Now I don't think that's all of their content, but it's pretty clear that most people have recognized how unabashedly, blindly pro-Israel this platform is. Zionist for the most part, like just aggressively in the interest of like lying, things like this. Now, this we already saw. You remember this? Todd says that I saw the video, 100% lie. Zionists are liars. Jewish Yale student journalist stabbed in the eye, says New York Post. How New York Post just showed themselves to be just, especially for pro-Israel stuff, just the worst. Stabbed in the eye, they write. Can't you do any due diligence or do you not care? By a Palestinian flag. Well, guess what? Here's the video. Remember this? I'm going to cut. Oh, here it comes. A flag briefly brushes right here. That's it. And by the way, you can tell that's a hand flag, like a one-handed small flag. It's not even a real large flag. And she goes, oh my eye, you got my eye. You stabbed me, she says. Clearly meant this was something they were hoping for. Now, what's funny about it is here she is the next day. Oh, weird. I don't even see a blemish. And you know what it is? I'm sure that her and Donald Trump share the same plastic surgeon, right? There's no mark, but they have a great plastic surgeon. So it just took a couple of days. You get the joke. The point is it's embarrassing. This is on Piers Morgan, for crying out loud. And not one of them has the courage to go, wait a minute, you don't have anything wrong with your eye. So how exactly can you be stabbed in the eye? It's a good question. The point was it was a complete fabrication. So here is Ezra Levant, I guess, just recreating that lie. This is pretty embarrassing, I have to admit. He freaks out. Here is the actual clip. Look at that. That's flag. That's not even pole. That's just flag brushing her head. I can't believe that they're this willing to just make. I mean, we can look. They posted that. Now, look, even if you want to pretend that the flagpole brushed the top of her head, you can clearly see that it was not hard. And even then, fine, make it about assault when the flagpole touched the top of your head. This is how childish we're going to be. Like, the reality is clearly you guys are trying desperately to make this into something.
You're getting in my face now, sir.
Are you going to arrest me?
If I have to.
So she was assaulted. You're not going to arrest the guy who assaulted her, but you're going to arrest me for asking you questions about an assault?
I think.
Oh, he's so tough. He's such a tough guy. Guy, this is such grandstanding BS. I mean, it really should make you laugh at these people that you're going to make it about. And you saw, that's the flag. That's it. I've watched the whole video. It's about that flag that you just saw brush the top of that person's head. And they're going to make it about assault on the flag. I mean, guys, we already went through this. I'm embarrassed for them. And this is what we're dealing with. Willful deception. Now, let's get into some more coverage of what's going on in Israel and Gaza, as well as Lebanon. Now, this is just, I mean, stuff you guys already know. The reality of this it's only gotten worse. and has only continued to increase in the same direction. The evidence has always been clear pretty much from the very beginning of this. And here we are. Over a year later, they're still committing genocide. They're still committing murder daily. Now, this is from the 17th, just in 24 hours. And how many times have I reported these things over the last year? Almost every day. In the last 24 hours, 117 Palestinian civilians lost their lives because they're continuing to murder these people while people are looking elsewhere. Here is antiwar.com. More than 100 Palestinians in Gaza killed by Israeli forces in one day. Here is Francesca Albanese highlighting one of the hardest things in this whole conversation is not just the doctors, but just the fact that when you can prove in real time the innocent, good, like not just the innocent, but the good-natured people, like these doctors that have been trying to help innocent people, and how they were not just taken, not just killed, but even according to the reports coming from Sky News, that this doctor was likely raped to death. It's not a joke. Francesca Albanese, UN rapporteur, likely raped to death. And I'll play the video for you in a second. A doctor, a stellar surgeon, apparently one of the most well-known in Gaza. He embodied the embodiment of Palestinian ethics, likely raped to death. The racism of Western media who are not covering this, and Western politicians who are not denouncing this, together with 1,000 other testimonies and allegations of rape and other forms of mistreatment and torture that Palestinians have suffered in Israeli jails, is absolutely sickening. Now, I'm going to play the clip for you, and it's a 15-minute clip, but I'm going to play just a couple parts of it. But recognize that this person is somebody who is pretty beloved in this area, who is kind of renowned for his compassion for people that were in the hospital. He randomly got taken from Al-Shifa when that was happening, and they've never heard from him again until they later got more information about what happened to him.
Just about everybody in Gaza knew Dr. Adnan Al-Bursh. The longtime surgeon was known and venerated for his empathy and warmth, while his surgical skills were honed by war.
This is the recovery room, full darkness, no water, no electricity. But we have a hero, surgeons in Gaza.
He was a lovely fellow. He was always smiling. He was very friendly. He was very outgoing, but he was aware of his responsibilities.
After Hamas launched its brutal assault 13 months ago, Israel unleashed its firepower to devastating effect. And as an orthopedic specialist, Al-Bursh was in demand, dealing with broken limbs and broken bodies in northern Gaza, while recording the surroundings on his mobile phone. However, the Israelis said medical facilities were used by Hamas, and Al-Bursh was detained by their forces last December.
And my opinion, because he was filming, because he was showing what was happening. That's the whole dynamic. And I'll play some clips again in a second from Nick Maynard, who pointed out what he saw happen to these people. All this comes further together with even more evidence when you can point back at what Nick and others who are foreign doctors from other countries who were there, who have testified to them taking and executing doctors in front of them, watching it happen. And still we don't have any accountability. The point is, this is one of those people.
Friends and loved ones never saw him again. Our phone. However, the Israelis said medical facilities were used by Hamas, and Al-Bursh was detained by their forces last December. Friends and loved ones never saw him again.
Hundreds of medical workers have died or disappeared in Gaza. But Sky News has tracked down people who knew Dr. Al-Bursh, people who worked with him, who witnessed his treatment. An eminent surgeon who was subjected to repeated physical attacks.
That is the claim.
He was so badly...
Now I'm going to jump ahead. I recommend you watch the whole thing.
Harsh, a point emphasized by the prison service when this Israeli television crew were taken for a tour. They're all
really quickly to remember that this, I'm not going to get into it, but you can see in this, they get to the point of was it said Tiemann? They show it right there. And this is where he was taken, right? He was literally taken to the prison where we know for certain people were being raped by the IDF, by the prison guards, all on the record now. And even in Israeli media, they were arguing and debating and fighting for the right, the ability to rape prisoners. Like, it's incredible that we even have to talk about that. And so the point is to recognize that in this conversation, they go over all these. You can see that the kidnapping, the taking of them from these locations, the torturing of them. And they mention right in this point about the sexual violence.
For long periods, and allegations of physical, mental, and sexual abuse are rife.
Now I'm going to get into just the point at the end when they discuss this.
They're all murderers, all terrorists, said the deputy commander, although many of these prisoners haven't been charged. Sky News can reveal new information about Al-Bursh's death. Human rights lawyer Nadia Daka has obtained a deposition from a prisoner who says he witnessed the moments leading up to the doctor's death.
He had clearly been assaulted with injuries around his body. He was naked in the lower part of his body. The prison guard threw him in the middle of the yard and left him there.
The deposition says Al-Bursh was taken by an inmate to one of the cells.
A few minutes later, prisoners were heard screaming from the room they went into, declaring Dr. Adnan al-Bursh have been martyred. Adnan al-Bursh was not the first case of a person who was beaten and died in the prisons since this war.
My God. Can you even imagine having this as a normal conversation? Anybody else? Russia, China, the UK, anybody. How in the world are we in this position? How does that not show you everything you need to know?
Before him were many and many cases.
The Israel Defense Forces told Sky News that the death of Dr. Al-Bursh was not its responsibility.
Now, again, make sure you're hearing this. They're not denying this happened. They're accepting it and acting like it doesn't matter. It's all on the record. The fact that they toss his body naked from the waist down out in the middle of the yard. I mean, this is somebody who's never been charged with a crime. That should be more than anything for the people pretending like, where's the process? Where's the democracy? But on top of that, realize this is a doctor who was taken, never charged, tortured, thrown out in the middle. I mean, it's incredible that we can't recognize how alarmingly obvious this is. For those that can't, I'm of the mind that most everybody sees this, even those denying it, they see it too.
The Israel Prison Service has also denied responsibility for the death of the doctor. In a statement, it said, all basic rights required are fully applied by professionally trained prison guards. We are not aware of the claims you described, and as far as we know, no such events have occurred under IPS responsibility.
Now, to be clear, that's your basic denial statement, no matter what. Like you'll have video of them doing it like we've seen before, and they'll still come out with a denial statement, which, by the way, happened with the rape conversation. My point is not to say that they're all deny everything. My point is that you have the evidence from the prisons, the statements from the prisoners, the evidence from the prison itself and the guards involved. It's all very easy to prove. That's why Sky News is covering it. The point is that you'll always get the denial.
Some people might say, some people will say that Dr. Adnan Al-Bursh was a terrorist.
Like, if I want to answer formally to this question, he was not charged till now, and many of these detainees are not charged from Gaza.
Dr. Al-Bursh leaves his wife, Yasmin, along with 6 children. They've been displaced by the war and currently live in the remnants of a school in central Gaza. The doctor's pictures now adorn the wall, and they've got his old phone messages, but that won't bring him back.
أنا نفسي بأقرب وقت يجيني وأدفنه وأكرم مثواه، بس برضو خايفة من هاي اللحظة.
إني أشوفه بعد ما كنت أشوفه عايش وله هيبة وإنه كان كبير وقد حاله، بالأخير أشوفه مستشهد قدامي.
Dr. Mohammed Obeid was detained by the Israeli military 3 weeks ago, along with several other medical staff. Doctors Without Borders says it is extremely alarmed and is trying to determine his status and location.
Meaning they don't know where he is. Another one, which, by the way, is a long string of doctors from the moment this started. And well before
this story
that,
is one of a countless number that have been buried under the immovable weight of Gaza's recent past.
Now, again, from the report coming from Sky News, raped to death, likely is the point. But based on the evidence, based on the reports, based on being naked and thrown out, the point is clearly what's going on here from this person's personal experience to the ongoing occupation of Palestine. There is no denying what's happening. There is simply just pretending you don't see it. It's everywhere. And I'll include this, and I put this at the bottom of the doctor thread. The ongoing thread of 40 different doctors at this point, all of them telling you what they've seen in Gaza. And yet still, and almost every one of them in the thread here are not, except for the last one, are not doctors from Gaza. They're international doctors that are there and testified to what they've seen. And still, not that it should matter any more or less, nonetheless, it is still being ignored. So take this into conjunction with, or I guess that works, but just keeping them in the same. Consider what Dr. Maynard is saying here, and recognize that what he's pointing to is what we're acknowledging happened. We're just coming to the fruition of it, recognizing he was taken from Al-Shifa. Maynard saw this go down, some of them, and he's dead now. Was never charged with a crime, was not a terrorist, simply was a Palestinian and a good doctor, as we're told.
Every single part of the hospital has been destroyed. The whole infrastructure of the hospital has been destroyed. When I spoke to Marwan yesterday, he told me there were 107 patients still in the hospital, 60 medical staff. God only knows what has happened to them. I think we've seen some of the pictures. Surgeons I know have been executed in the last 48 hours there. Bodies have been discovered in the last 12 to 24 hours who have been handcuffed with their arms behind their back. And so there is no doubt at all that multiple healthcare workers have been executed there in the last few days.
You believe executed by whom, Doctor?
By the Israeli Defense Force.
Why would they seek to execute surgeons and medical professionals?
Well, they've been doing it since October the 7th. Over 450 healthcare workers have been killed. Friends of mine that I have worked with over the years. Many have been abducted as well, and nothing has been heard of them since. So there is no doubt in my mind, and I can bear witness from this from my time at Al-Aqsa Hospital and from talking to people, that there's been direct targeting of the healthcare system in Gaza, direct targeting of hospitals, and multiple killings of healthcare workers.
Any death is tragic, but this is not, and I say again, anyone dying in any sense. So this is not, and please don't be upset by this expression, collateral damage. This is specifically targeted, you're saying, medical professionals by the IDF to be taken off and executed, is your belief?
Most certainly, that is my belief.
Have you at any time seen anything that would lead you to believe that there had been terrorists who were hiding in the hospital?
Without exception, every single one has responded to say they have never witnessed any Hamas militant in the hospitals they have worked in.
So he's clearly referencing one of these people we're talking about. I mean, I almost can't stand how even the response in this guy's conversation, at least he's having him on to talk about it, but his response being, executed by who, doctor? Why would they do that? Well, what do you mean, why? I don't know. Would you ask that if you were told Hamas executed somebody? The point is that we can easily see that there's any number of reasons or justifications why. The point is that they're not supposed to, that is outlandish to them, that's part of the propaganda. So I'll include these articles about Al-Shifa that we did back when this was the focal point. Israel caught lying about Al-Shifa Hospital, and this is what they used to justify all the killings. Revealed that Israel, in fact, built the command center and tunnel under the Shifa Hospital. It's public information, by the way. And I'll play this as well.
When were you in Gaza?
End of April for the first couple of weeks. And then there's sniper bullets. I have children that were shot twice.
Wait, you're saying that children in Gaza are being shot by snipers?
Definitively. I have 2 children that I have photographs of that were shot so perfectly in the chest I couldn't put my stethoscope over their heart more accurately, and directly on the side of the head in the same child. No toddler gets shot twice by mistake by the world's best sniper. And they're dead center shots.
In fact, more than 20 doctors recently in Gaza also told Sunday Morning about gunshot wounds to children. One American doctor told us he even reviewed CT scans to confirm what he saw because he, quote, didn't believe that this many children could be admitted to a single hospital with gunshot wounds to the head. Some shootings have been captured on video.
So, of all the disaster zones you've seen, how does Gaza compare?
All of the disasters I've seen combined, 40 mission trips, 30 years, ground zero, earthquakes, all of that combined doesn't equal the level of carnage that I saw against civilians in just my first week in Gaza.
Yeah, I don't have the heart right now to watch him choke up about that again. And on top of that, just realize what everything he's saying. It's backed up by all the evidence, while other people are pointing out. And really what he goes on to say, asking about children, how many? Almost exclusively children. And how even somebody like that, who's been seeing all these horrible, he chokes up talking about what he's seen there, and it kills me every time. Well, here is continuing evidence of that that's still happening to this very day. This is November 16th. The Israeli army has abducted 5 orthopedic surgeons from Gaza, whose fate remains unknown. God forbid hopefully we do not find out that they end up being raped to death from some torture prison in the next so many months. But sadly, this seems to be the fate for people, or possibly in occupied Palestine. I mean, this is what they want you to believe, or they making it. Well, here, I'll make the point with the next one. This is what we keep seeing. This monster, Zionist manipulator, is out there going, this is what defeat looks like. Massive Hamas surrender. How many times can they do this? Think about what that must mean. What win do you think you're going to gain by knowingly lying about this to convince Jane Soccer Mom to think that, oh, look, they're defeated? What is that going to do for you? The reality being that you can prove that's not what you're looking at with this picture. And on top of that they've done this before. Mossad commentary and the rest, they go, look at all these monsters and terrorists that have surrendered. And then 30 seconds later, you can prove that they all got released because most of them are doctored, which does happen sometimes. The point is, the truth of this is that these are a bunch of doctors, and just like we just saw, orthopedic surgeons, men with crutches. Yeah, quite the Hamas operatives. Mohammed Safa points out, Israel took patients out of hospital as a hostage, beaten during the cold winter, naked and blindfolded, the Gaza Holocaust. Every time. On top of this, he says, it is self-defense when you bomb tents of displaced people in a so-called safe zone in Gaza. Apparently, in Israel does it. They're not even trying to make up excuses anymore. Alan McLeod points out a truly psychotic argument. This is what you're getting from the Jewish News Syndicate. The word, in quote, Palestine is genocide. No, not the actual genocide that they're committing, but saying the word Palestine, that's the genocide. Don't mind the murdered children behind the curtain. I don't even know how the gall they have to put this out there. As well as the one you've already seen. We pointed this out a while ago. This is an actual article, rationalizing the horrors of Israel's war in Gaza. And it says, the novelist Howard Jacobson has argued that too much press coverage of dead Palestinian children is a new form of blood libel against Jews. Think about how ludicrous that is. Now, in case you might be willing to think that couldn't be real, because it is absurd, here's the actual article. Too much press coverage of dead children is a blood libel against Jews. What that even has to do with Jews, I have no idea. The point is, other than their narrative about how this is all about Jews, the point is you're talking about murdered children. And Israel's government killing those children to acknowledge that too much is against Jews. This is the kind of flailing desperation we've seen from this for a long time now. Now, here's that Visitor Guide 24 account, which, by the way, has 1.1 million followers. Thanks, Elon Musk. That's what's causing this to be. The point is, this is a platform that is not a news organization. It is an egregiously dishonest platform that lies about Israel like as a job, and has already been caught many, many times lying in this exact way, including when they had an interest to lie to you about what's going on in Venezuela. Don't forget, with Elon Musk supporting that guy and the woman with him they reached out to Netanyahu asking for a regime change in Venezuela. It's on the record. We talked about it in the show. They actually publicly put this out there. That's why Netanyahu and the rest of them and Elon Musk are all in the same direction, along with Blinken and Biden and the rest of your government, because they're all in the same direction. The point is, they were all lying about Venezuela. Here they are saying Gaza's population has actually increased by 2%. I'm not making this up for the podcast. It says, or 43,000 people since October 7th. So they genuinely want you to believe, because apparently the World Fact Book says so, that their population has increased by 2%. Now, obviously, that's not just absurdly offensive, but the fact that, as Dania here points out, the actual death toll of Gaza is unknown, which is, we all know that right now, because there's the estimate, because all the buried people under the rubble and so on. Look, I mean, think about how crazy it is to argue. What they're saying here is that it's increased by 2% because that must mean nobody's dying. So now they're literally like, what this whole game about how you're not allowed to deny world events, that, public violent world events like 9/11 on YouTube. These people are literally publicly going, there's no hope, there's no famine, it's all a hoax. Apparently, there is no genocide. Nobody's even dying. They're actually gaining in population. What about all the dead people that Israel is showing? What about all the people being killed that their own people are posting on Twitter and TikTok? But the point is, the estimates ranging from over 140,000 more deaths than currently reported, to the number being cited as 50,000 or whatever it is. But the fact that they can't even define that, and it says, therefore, the current population in Gaza can't be reported with an accuracy of 43,000. But how do you know they're a Hasbar, a platform? Because they're making stupid statements like this. Or that you can go back and prove they lied about the famine, or lied about a bakery being open, or lied about Venezuela, or lied about whatever currently suits the interest of the Israeli government. But think about how gross that is. Here's Haaretz from Israel. Gaza will soon face famine, UN-backed report says. EU top diplomat accused Israel of provoking hunger, because it's quite obvious what's happening. But I wanted to point out this in regard to the overlap to ISIS that happens to be important for the Israel conversation. This person points out this should not be a surprise to anyone. ISIS is a U.S. Zionist creation, which it is. It's easy to prove. To begin with, to sow division and create chaos, both in your countries, whoever's listening, and anywhere else in the world. I hope all of you are understanding what really happened in Syria, as the U.S. hegemonic front tried to overthrow a government which supported Palestinian liberation. Mohammed Shihada points out, Israel is aiding ISIS-linked terrorists and criminals to sow chaos and famine in Gaza. Shadi al-Sofi, a wanted murderer and son of an informant collaborator with Israel, and Yasser Abu Shabab, a drug dealer, are the main warlords responsible for looting most aid under IDF protection. And remember, this is not a secret story. This is Haaretz. The Israeli army is allowing gangs in Gaza to loot aid trucks and extort protection fees from drivers. See how easy it is to manufacture this? Then you get all the morons like Fetterman that come out and point and go, look, we told you Hamas was taking the aid. Even if it was, are you meaning Hamas that Israel funds? Or are we pretending that's still not the case? The bottom line is, it's publicly reported by Israeli media that the Israeli government is working with these gangs to take it. That's now been publicly revealed. And the West doesn't know, or we're missing it, or we're confused, or they're lying to you. His point is, they're working with this under IDF protection, just like with the settlers. They formed gangs of over 200 armed criminals and, quote, established a military-like compound, per the United Nations, in an empty death zone fully under the IDF control, where they looted only this Saturday night about 100 aid trucks at once. And you have Israeli IDF members laughing and posting videos about stuff like this. It says this way Israel can absolve itself of responsibility for its deliberate starvation policy in Gaza and say, look, we're letting aid in. It's Hamas. It's their fault. The food doesn't reach people. The lie, and again, as claimed by Senator Fetterman, playing his complete role, whether he's even posting these things or not, or just handing it to a Zionist asset. IDF soldiers never fired at those gang members as they loot aid right in front of Israeli tanks and troops in a closed military zone that no Gazan is allowed into. Oops. The IDF only fires at local policemen whenever they try to prevent the looting, claiming that they're Hamas. See how stupid this all is? And realize this is publicly reported by Israeli media. The UN has acknowledged this. It's obvious. The point, though, is getting into the ISIS overlap in this first way. That I find really revealing. And don't forget all these past examples of the captured ISIS entity that was actually a Israeli Mossad agent. Even Whitney wrote about this for Mint Press News. Or this interesting point that we've showed you before. IDF chief finally acknowledges Israel supplied weapons to Syrian rebels or gave them medical treatment, or, the bigger reality that they have actually created this proxy element that we call Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and whatever else. Not to say they're completely in control of all of it, sort of like a Hamas overlap. That's how this works. But they are influencing it and guiding action in some cases. Now, whether that's how it works with Hamas today is up for debate. But we have to be honest about the fact that they were funding them and influencing them in order to keep them divided. But I do believe that's changed since 2006. But don't forget, this is obvious, even in Ukraine, which they're also funding. We've shown you this video many times. It's from the cradle. The Associated Press actually published footage of a Ukrainian unit commander who was wearing an ISIS patch. It's very public, and you can see this in many different examples. There he is right there. This is not, it's not some kind of manipulated thing. It was public on mainstream corporate media, and they tried to hide it after the fact. They're working alongside both the U.S. intelligence as well as Mossad in these locations. It's public information, guys. You just got to care to look at it. Now, I'll include these two shows where I go into this specific overlap to that main point, but also as it applies to what they call ISIS-K, which is what I think is kind of the Afghanistan element of where they're going next. But the point is, this is supposed to be the new ISIS element, which you can literally prove possibly doesn't even exist, and sort of like a cutout they're using to fulfill this role, but is basically controlled by the same things. Two different shows. So, talking about that in the context of what they're doing, the Israeli occupation, and this is on the 17th, commits a new massacre by targeting a group of humanitarian aid workers, again in Khan Yunis. Barely, I mean, not even barely. I don't even think that breached the mainstream corporate media. Who cares, right? World Central Kitchen, we're just going to keep murdering aid workers and pretend like it's Hamas because it's easier. The truth is, you can prove this stuff as we're talking about. Here, it says 2 bakeries serving over 700,000 Palestinians have now announced they won't be able to supply anything the next day because of the flour shortage being created by Israel. All these hungry people in the middle of a famine. And I pointed out, now watch as the bought and paid for Western media tries to gaslight everyone into thinking that this was anything other than an Israeli agenda. The Israeli army is allowing this to happen. But that's exactly what happened after that. They started calling it, like Fetterman did, Hamas or somebody else. Dropsite News reports last week that Israel has armed these gangs in Gaza, enabling them to hijack the aid shipments. Now, this is a reporter from in Gaza. On top of everything else coming from Israeli media as well as the UN, how much can we ignore? Hijacking aid shipments to resell them the stolen supplies at exorbitant prices. These gangs, he reported, operate under protection of Israeli quadcopters. Abed emphasized that Israel has systematically targeted and killed civilian local security forces responsible for safeguarding the aid. However, he noted that these officers are not Hamas. By eliminating them and enabling gangs to create chaos, Israel shifts blame for aid disruptions onto the resulting disorder. In reality, it is Israel's actions that are directly undermining aid distribution. This is on Aya Batrawi saying UN agencies say more than 100 aid trucks of food in Gaza are being attacked by armed looters. So it's easy to point to this and say Hamas, but it's not. And we can prove this, especially because of Israeli media. It's one of the worst looting incidents in more than a year. World Food Program says it's assessing the future operations, which is how this works. Them and UNRWA told NPR the food convoy supplies are supposed to enter southern Gaza on Sunday, but it was instructed by Israel's military on short notice to enter a day earlier through a, quote, alternate and unfamiliar route. Why do you think that is? See, this is important. That's where it got stolen. So they reroute it to a location where they know they can control the dynamic. Nobody's going to see what's happening, but the story got out either way. But this was about trying to get it. It's so clear what's going on. They want them to go on a route where they can control how this takes place. They allowed it to get looted rapidly. All 100 trucks, boom, and they blame it on somebody else. Drivers hurt, trucks damaged, food stolen. It says the attack highlights a key challenge in delivering food to Gaza's starving population, as Israel frequently attacks police there, deeming them part of Hamas. Out of 8 bakeries in central Gaza, 4 shut down in recent days, 4 are critically low on flour. At this point, they're no longer able to do it. Read the article for yourself from Haaretz directly, or any number of other provable like facts that it's being reported. To question them like anything else. The point being is it's not some fringe thing you can't verify is being reported. This is Haaretz reporting this, giving you the background to say what they're doing, and that you can back this up with video. You can back this up with the United Nations. Even certainly could be some, but realize that what we're seeing is all actively adding up with what they've been doing from day one. Same thing here. Under John Fetterman comes out and says, the truth in Gaza, Hamas steals aid and sells it to their own people. Either he's this stupid, which is certainly possible, or he's actively lying to you for another country. Probably both. And of course, he gives you a screenshot, because why give you an article to read? Because maybe that'll give you more information. Large food convoy violently looted, UNRWA says. Right. So are you see, you could have even used a better image. So you're telling me that the people that you think are stealing it are telling people that they're getting stolen from? That lines up, Fetterman. Like, this is just lazy. The truth is, he knows he's not going to give you the link, because if you read the link, it'll make it clear that it's not ultimately that we don't know, or that it's just not definitively Hamas. But I said, anything else, Israel? Or excuse me, I mean, anything else, Fetterman? Even after being shown the facts, you will still lie for a foreign country. It's the truth. Now, another great article from 972 magazine says the not-so-secret history of Netanyahu's support for Hamas. That's the other point, is that he's simply pointing at Hamas taking it. And my point was, well, even if that's the case, Hamas is being funded by Israel. Not to say that means they control everything going on today, because I don't think they do. But that has to be reported as part of what's going on. And there's a reason they're so desperately trying to ignore that. But here's another article that goes over the longer history from 972. Saying from sabotaging Oslo, which we talked about a lot, to funneling Qatari cash to Gaza. Netanyahu, quote, has spent his career bolstering Hamas to help perpetuate the conflict. Another great article from another Israeli platform. Oh, I think, hold on. Might have lost it, actually. Yep. Stupid. Oh, there we go. I just simply said, in case I missed something I was writing. Yeah, I think this is important to say. So I said, great article. This in no way, though, invalidates the legal right of armed resistance per the Geneva Conventions. Because there's more than once I've gotten that argument thrown at me that I'm somehow undermining this point. I mean, I think the facts are what matter. Even if it does, the facts are still the facts, and that's the truth. But I'm not saying that to somehow invalidate the act of armed resistance, even if Hamas literally works for Israel, because it would still be protected act of armed resistance, even though the crimes that were committed, like taking those children, were still crimes. It says, just adds insight into Israel's many attempts to sabotage any possibility of a two-state solution that it's pretended to want for decades. Here's Philip Lazzarini, who says that if Israel does effectively ban UNRWA, responsibility for providing aid and services to Palestinian refugees will return to the occupying power, Israel. For those at the back, Israel's currently committing genocide against the Palestinian people. So this is all by design. And they know very well what UNRWA is and why it needs to be there. They love to pretend it's just some kind of terrorist organization. It is the right of return. What Israel, in previous discussions that are so long past, they think you don't know, many don't, have agreed to give them their territory back, because that's the legal dynamic of international law. Many of them still have the keys. UNRWA is keeping track of those things, but they have no designs to give it back. That's why now they're all saying we're taking northern Gaza again. But as the French press agency reports, there is no plan B to UNRWA in Palestinian territories. So when that happens, that means Israel is they're going to remove the last barely connected efforts to keep this going, which will be the last. I mean, that will drive them into something much darker, which, if that's even possible, what that looks like. Rami Abdul from the Euromed Human Rights Group says, field execution, starvation, and ethnic cleansing in northern Gaza. Another main report, and I believe this is the Middle East, what was it called again? Grab it real quick. Forget what this is called. The International Middle East Media Center. Just another report backing up the reality of what they're doing. This is a good thread discussing I'm going to, just for time, I'm going to go past this because I'm going to wrap this up here. But the point being, all Drop Site News doing great work in general, but lately about this topic, showing you that Blinken and the ongoing effort, the Biden administration, to place all the blame for the lack of ceasefire on Hamas, as usual. despite all the evidence. They are really desperate. There's no way around it. Like, they're just blatantly lying about things that they know we can all prove. And again, and this is not just because this is the one article. I tend to do this as we go past these topics that I feel are just like so shockingly clear. Let's use it as a reference point. But realize this is just one of many. This is a Haaretz article. How Netanyahu has systematically foiled talks to release hostages from captivity. There's been endless articles from Haaretz, from Times of Israel, from Israeli individuals publicly speaking online, telling you that Netanyahu has been refusing this. He's been sabotaging this from day one. We know this if you care to look at the facts. Now, Ben Reeve points out that 2 aid trucks entered the starvation zone. This is the 16th, according to Haaretz, in northern Gaza for the first time in a month and a half, reaching a school-turned-shelter. So that alone is crazy. For the first time in a month and a half to where people are starving. Israeli soldiers then prevented the Gazans from reaching that food and then set the shelter on fire and burned the aid down with it. This is literally another article written by the leading Israeli media platform. Do you realize what they're reporting there? That even in the midst of this, while they're pretending groups are taking it, when they're facilitating that, then this can only be seen as a sadistic, torturous effort to pretend to give them some, but then take it, snatch it out of their mouth right before they get it, burn it down. That is, I don't even know if there's a word strong enough for that. If you want to torture them or kill them, they could just they want to just starve them and kill them. But they have to make it that much worse. They have to deliver the food in front of you and then take it and burn it down. I just don't know. That's so sickening to me. This is what Zionists are doing. And even their own media is pointing this out for you. Here is a UN member telling you what's going on.
How was Israel able to starve 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza so quickly and so completely? We have never seen in modern history this speed of starvation ever. Of course, this doesn't start on October 7th. You can go back multiple points in time. From 2000 to 2023, Israel has a profound degree of control over Gaza. And it's like a faucet that you tighten and loosen. And they would make sure that the Palestinians in Gaza were just hungry enough to not raise alarms.
I mean, they have articles where they've publicly quoted what they're saying. Just enough calories to survive. That in and of itself is a crime. More documented throughout history than you can ever imagine. If you're just catching on to this because of post-October 7th, have a good time looking back at the horrifying realities of the last 76 years that are all on the record, and yet somehow we never talked about it.
They were counting calories and measuring what is allowed in to make sure that everyone remained hungry in Gaza, but not so hungry that it raised alarm bells in the international humanitarian world.
Right. Think about how sinister that is. So you can't just murder them or kill them. Like, that's the whole genocide point that they're trying to debate online. If they wanted to kill them worse, they could do it. That's how we know it's not genocide. That's an absurd point that's going around right now. Despite the fact that by every metric, legally speaking, it obviously is, even according to the leading experts in the world on genocide. But realizing that they know people are watching. So as they do this, they're doing this in a way, they don't just kill them. They do it in a way that makes it subtle and slow and under the radar, or really under the radar for people that choose to look away.
On October 6th, 2023, half of people in Gaza were food insecure and 80% depended on humanitarian aid. This is an attempt to use starvation to displace people, to kill people, to annihilate people, as an attempt to erase the Palestinians from history and from their land in order for Israel to fully annex Palestinian territory. And we see that their annexation plan continues now into Lebanon.
It's all right. Yeah, but he must be Hamas, though. Sort of the blind assumption in the direction of whatever makes it sort of like with Trump. Funny the overlap. Well, here, Jews Fight Back is super excited to show you what Tom Cotton has to say. This guy is such a stupid person. I mean, he really is like anyway. I just, it's not just that I dislike them for what they're doing. Like, if you watch and listen to these people, like, this is the kind of guy who got picked on in high school who now wants to lash out at anybody who thinks has more. That's the kind of people we're dealing with here. He's a ridiculous caricature of a person. He says, why should Israel be responsible for providing aid to Gaza? Israel's the victim. We did not provide aid to Germany and Japan in World War II. Despite the inaccuracies and the stupidity of what he's saying, the bottom line is that this is Israel's responsibility, according to international law, according to everything that's been happening, everything, every angle you look at. He's just trying to play on the ignorance of the average person and trying to tap into some level of hatred for people that they've dehumanized. And no one around has the turn, and they go, massive truth bomb. I mean, it's just sad and embarrassing, the stupidity of people in this conversation. That's by design, though. They have engineered this. Find the courage to stand up and look into this for yourself and recognize how obviously wrong this is. And I'm not talking about opinion-wise, like on the record. It is their job to do this, whether or not you think it should be or not. That's the legal reality of it. You are the occupying power. And on top of that, UNRWA is the group set up to maintain the records for all of this. And they're just choosing to starve them to death in a place they control. But Tom Cotton wants to know why we're helping the people, the innocent children and women. And yeah, because you're a sinister monster. That's why, because you don't care. Or he's being paid by somebody and they only care about money. You can decide for yourself. In general, according to the United Nations, for many, many, many times so far, the committee finds Israel's warfare methods in Gaza consistent with genocide, including use of starvation as a weapon of war. That's a big step because the ICJ has already made this claim. Now, the UN, even though they've taken action necessarily, which is supposed to be what they're going at, have now ruled that this is consistent with genocide. So there's just no denying what we're looking at right now, and they're going to pretend it's not there or say, Hamas or whatever. Here's Fetterman yet again. It's funny how it seemed to be acting in every way for Israel. All these American politicians out there every 30 seconds screaming about Israel, or posting biblical prophecies about Israel, or posting, come on, guys. Doesn't this seem a bit strange? He says, I reject the accusation and investigation of the strongest terms. Guys, he's literally responding to the Pope. Pope Francis calls for genocide investigation. And of course, doesn't give you the link because the link will tell you more information he doesn't want you to see. But John Fetterman says, I reject the accusation from the Pope about genocide. Like, you guys are ridiculous. Like, I'm not going to say because the Pope says it makes it true, but for crying out loud, what are you going to get debate? I don't even explain. Like, these people are compromised. They're literally challenging and shouting down the Pope for talking about genocide. Do you even think he's in control of this account? Here's Tom Cotton again. He goes, to be clear, it was Hamas that tried to commit genocide against Israel. These people are desperate. Only the morally bankrupt would blame Israel, the victim, for fighting back against Hamas and trying to rescue. Even if you want to pretend that's true, how do you explain all the innocent people being killed? Where's all the evidence of human shields, despite Israel doing it every 30 seconds? Or about the hostages Israel has been killing that their own people are saying. Like, this narrative only exists between Netanyahu and U.S. politicians and the media reporting it. Their own people in Israel tell you a different story. Do you think Tom Cotton doesn't know what they're saying? He's being paid to tell you a very clear narrative. And what's funny is, even on Twitter, have a good time scrolling down through this. Almost every single comment, save for a couple of these extremely pro-Zionist ones that even then are like Vivid right here. Thank you, Tom. It's true. Great response. If you look through all the comments, almost every single one of them are like, you're working for Israel. You're not American. Like, everything. Every one of them. Howard Beckett says Francesca Albanese slams Starmer in the UK. Now, I'll get into the Starmer part probably next show. The point is, he's out there in a past video calling out genocide in a location, doing a fraction of what Israel's doing. This is how disgustingly hypocritical these people are. But she is responding about why this is genocide. Obviously it is.
UK is in breach of its international law obligations. It's in good companies because many countries are not abiding by international law right now. Israel is committing a genocide. It's not only me saying that. It's hundreds of legal experts, historians, genocide scholars, including from Israel. There are 30 experts of the United Nations saying that. There is the International Court of Justice recognizing the plausibility of a genocide. Why the UK is still trading weapons with Israel?
Oh, dang it. She really is she deserves so much credit in this conversation. Because of the position she holds, because of the potential pushback, and the fact that she has been just powerfully out there calling this out. Good on her. you should still question everything else or whatever else she does, or even this conversation. Just like everything else, question them and ask whether. But the point is that she is standing her ground and backed up by the facts. In this conversation, I think she is absolutely knocking it out of the park. Alonzo Germundi points to this, John Spencer, saying, there's no genocide in Gaza, of course. And he goes, they forced people out of their homes without setting any infrastructure for them. This is recent. This is the northern Gaza part right now. For no infrastructure to go to. And then their soldiers looted and then demolished their homes empty, which they posted on Twitter and TikTok, with bulldozers and controlled explosions while wearing their underwear of displaced and dead women and teenage girls. What part of this is urban warfare? It's amazing. These people are posting this on their own accounts, and we act like it's not true. Remember, here's Mohammed Safa showing you what they're doing to these people. And here's the important part. No matter what you think you're looking at, Geneva Convention, Article 49, in one picture. Well, let's look. Geneva Convention, Article 49. Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, relative to the protection of civilians, persons in time of war. It says, quote, the occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its own civilian population into the territory it occupies. Oh, that's pretty simple. It's exactly what they're doing. It also prohibits individual or mass forcible transfers, as well as deportations of protected persons from occupied territory. Well, what do you know? Guys, look, there's literally no air in this conversation. These are not all Hamas terrorists based on their own admission. So even if they were, by the way, the point is still, the dynamic is that this is against the law in every possible way. Well, it's very clearly about civilian. That's the point, though. That's why they need to pretend it's all Hamas. They are literally forcefully, and look, I mean, let's take it all back anyway, because they've publicly talked about this, that they are moving civilians out of northern Gaza. That's all public now, on top of the fact they're publicly telling you they're going to take it. So there is no air in this conversation. They are committing genocide, or specifically a violation of international law, specifically Article 49 Geneva Convention, right on the surface. And they're publicly telling you that because bad guy. Well, it doesn't matter. There is no because. That's against the law. No matter what narrative, that's just end of story. It gets so frustrating as we go through this every time. Any one of these points alone should be enough to change this conversation. It just shows you how willfully dishonest these people are. The Cradle reports the UN has reported that now at least 100,000 Palestinians have been forced from their area of northern Gaza, just in 24 hours since the 15th. UN workers on the ground report worsening conditions due to Israel's continuous denial of aid. So on top of the aid, they're breaking the law by forcefully transferring civilians both from within their area and to an area they occupy. There's no way around it. Now, in regard to the actual talks of people being the hostages or the actual POWs, detainees, by and large, again, don't forget that Netanyahu, publicly known by his own people, is the one foiling the talks. And just to quickly, rapidly go through this at the end, the point is that they're all making, he's offered $5 million for each one. But it's a meaningless statement, guys, because at the end of the day, they don't want this back. This is all floated narrative. How is that going to work? They're going to bring it back and they're going to shoot them. It's not going to happen in some public setting, guys. This is happening in the desolate area that it used to be Gaza. He's literally saying, anybody out there? Well, they shot their own people, guys, when they walked up and they were speaking in Hebrew. Even BBC reported it. Hostages shot by the IDF put out SOS sign written in food. They shot 2 of them right away. One of them ran off 15 minutes later, as the article reports. They coaxed him back out and they shot him dead. These people looked Israeli. They were speaking in Hebrew. They're going, don't shoot me. I'm a hostage. They shot him anyway. Pretty easy to understand that. So you think for 1 second you're going to have a member of a Palestinian come around with a hostage and say, here, we have a hostage for you. What are they going to do? Arrest him, shoot him, sure as hell not give them $5 million. This is about you and a narrative for you to think that he just wants to save everybody. Nope. His own people are calling him out for these lies. Dropsite News reports the U.S. stands completely alone, vetoing the newest UN Security Council resolution for an immediate unconditional ceasefire. Despite all the narrative, they continue to be the only ones stopping this. Hamas has been willing to do this since the first week. The 9th and the 10th, there were 2 offers for complete transfer and a ceasefire. They turned it down like they did every other time. Now, again, we have the United States being the sole entity voting against what they claim they want. That's this guy right here. Now it says U.S. vetoes another draft resolution that would have demanded an immediate ceasefire and would have reiterated demand for the immediate unconditional release of hostages, despite them lying about this publicly. This despite the E10 removing Chapter 7 language from the text, which would have seen the Council determine that the situation in Gaza Strip and regional escalation constitute a threat to international peace. There's a reason they did this. The U.S. government's playing its role for Israel. Chair of the UN Special Committee to investigate Israel practices says, quote, before we delve into our report findings, let's take a moment, I say, to take a step back and reflect on the broader picture. Under our watch, we have been permitting the clock to turn back to an era of unchecked barbarity. The very persecution we once vowed would never happen again, now permitted under the guise of technological precision, the manipulation of international law, the insidious disinformation. Our inaction is not only failing to protect innocent lives from the ravages of war, it is unraveling the international legal system itself. A framework painstakingly built to protect peace and security for all. Whatever you think about it, the reality is Israel's challenging whatever it was. So I asked the question, he says, to what end does our silence ultimately serve? Surely it is serving to tear apart lives, fuel endless cycles of violence, set an entire region ablaze, and dismantle the very protections we established to safeguard humanity, all for short-term geopolitical interest of a few. As I present this report, I urge each and every one of you, do not turn a deaf ear. History will not forgive or forget our inaction and complicity. Madam Chair, this year's report examines the mass civilian casualties and life-threatening conditions intentionally imposed on Palestinians in Gaza. Our findings conclude that Israel's methods of war align with the characteristics of genocide. The point this is even publicly being stated is why this will never go away. You can't pretend like the point is the evidence is out there and it's come from the highest levels of power in the conversation. They're done. It's important to make sure we recognize what this means. Now, this is actually a really interesting clip. Syrian Girl posted this. Is an Australian politician. I would say essentially the context is admitting that the U.S. has coerced her into not saying the truth, or rather into voting for, or rather against the ceasefire. But not because she wants that, at least that's the implication, but because the relationship from the United States would suffer. Oh, I don't think I'll grab it real quick since we're at the end. The point is that it's interesting to see that this is what the U.S. government's doing, or that Israel is doing through them. But it shows you that we're not talking about democracy or some kind of legitimate process when they can just clearly do what they want like this, or rather just influence them to get what they want like this.
Up, then that's not good for the future.
Did you vote against a ceasefire, Susan? You bet
it's
you
not
did.
good for our future, Jason, if we don't have a positive relationship with the US.
Did you vote against a ceasefire?
Jason, it's not good for the US relationship between Australia and the most important relationship we have in the world. That's what you should be focusing on this morning.
Thank you. Wow. So she wouldn't even respond. Think about how wild that is. And she just goes, well, it would hurt our relationship with the United States. Well, yeah, that's the point. Asal Rod points out propaganda versus reality. Here's Clown Blinken. Today, I met with families from Gaza. I heard the suffering that their loved ones are continue to endure. Some killed or wounded, others displaced. Yeah, they really care about that. It says we're working tirelessly to get more aid to people. No, they're not. In Gaza and secure an immediate ceasefire, the opposite. In both cases, the exact opposite that we can prove. U.S. vetoes ceasefire. Just think about these, how disgusting these people are. I hope, truly hope, that they suffer at night thinking about what they're doing. I don't think they do. I think they're sociopaths, but I at least hope that they do. Whatever reason they're compromised, that they have to suffer from the guilt of what they're doing. But again, I don't really think that's what's happening. Here is the state of Palestine. What the hell does Israel need to do for this council to act under Chapter 7? Is there a UN charter for Israel that's different from the charter we all have? I think we all know that's the case. And here is Linda Thomas Greenfield. The situation in the Middle East requires an urgent solution. For more than a year, we have seen devastating civilian suffering in Israel and Gaza, and the West Bank and Lebanon. We have seen upheavals and unprecedented attacks by Iran and its proxies. Really? in the West Bank. Oh, I guess that's a period right there. So either way, only diplomacy will provide a path. Well, guess what the fact check says? Greenfield has consistently blocked diplomatic solutions intended to reduce civilian suffering. Perfect. I mean, everything's calling these people out. And lastly, or last couple points here, how many times have I made this point? It absolutely makes me sick that they still use these children. Now, again, as always, let's be clear, it was a crime to take these children, the Biba's family or any other children that were taken. Whoever did it, Hamas or whatever, or Palestine Islamic Jihad or whatever, because there are debates, that was a crime. Period. And they need to be held accountable for that. That does not invalidate the act of armed resistance. Now, thirdly, as their father has publicly reported, and it was even backed up, as Dan Cohen points out, from corporate CBS media, they were killed by IDF bombs, like a lot of other people that we can see there. Like, as even their own hostages coming home have reported about what they saw. And here's the video for you where he's cryingly pointing out that his children were killed, which is horrifying. And yes, Hamas plays a part in that. But the reality is that Israel killed them, and they know that, according to their father. And yet, every day they come out and say, and use their children, use their faces. It really makes me sick. I said their father publicly stated months ago that they were killed by the IDF bombs like many others. That you know this, yet continue to use their memories to gaslight for genocide is exactly why your own population is calling you out. It's gross. Here's Ted Cruz, because he cares about Americans, right? He's an American politician. Well, today he met with the families of Americans that are trapped in Gaza. The American hostages held by Hamas. Not just Americans that are trapped in Gaza, because it's not just those, right? Does he know that? He said, I told them I'm committed to do everything possible to bring their loved ones home. But Netanyahu is not. So they don't. So that's what they're the ones involved with what they're doing, and they're making sure they stay there, which their families are telling us. Or they're killing them, which their families are telling us. He says, American hostages in Hamas's hands. I told these families I'm committed to countering those efforts and making release of hostages a prerequisite for ceasefire. Well, too late. We just had one. It was right there. We've had 14 of them so far that you guys have continued to deny. But I pointed out, as I often do, I said, Senator Cruz, what about the 600 Americans trapped in Gaza? Currently being tortured, bombed, and starved for over a year now. Do you only, I always make typos when I'm doing, only Israeli Americans matter to you? Oh, no, I did say it right. Do only Israeli Americans matter to you? Who do you truly represent? And do you not care that those Israelis are also being killed by Israel? All those points matter, right? What about the Americans you don't care about that are there because they're not on the Israeli side? Do you only care about them if they're Israeli American? And what about the fact that those Israelis are being targeted and killed by Israel? Of course, he doesn't care about any of that. Here's Stefanik on day 409 now, doing a grandstanding thing on Twitter where she go every day, who, same point, only seems to care about the ones that are in Gaza that are Israeli Americans or Israeli whatever, but doesn't care about the Americans, Palestinian or British Palestinian, that are in Gaza that are being bombed and attacked by what you guys are supporting. And she simply says 409 days since they abducted civilians, and that's all they care about. Who cares about the year-long genocide? But he says, your daily dose of Elise Hasbara, does she know that we know? Pick up the phone, call your boss, Bibi. Here's Haaretz. Israeli defense officials, government pushing a side hostage deal, eyeing Gaza annexation. Well, guess what? That's where we are now. That was October 13th. Now it's reality. Operation Hush, silencing the families of the hostages. Guys, this is Israeli media making it clear that they're ignoring them. But she, from a U.S. position, wants the Americans to think the opposite. So the only world in which this exists is between Netanyahu and American politicians taking a paycheck. Simple, easy to prove. Lastly, for Lebanon, as Al-Rad points out, Israel has killed more than 200 children in Lebanon just in the past 2 months, according to UNICEF. Well, that's the reality of it. The headline is more than 200 children killed in Lebanon by some phantom murderer, right? UNICEF, James Elder, who's been really calling this stuff out. Israel killed 4 children in Lebanon. This is just in the one day. Here's what he has to say about it.
Complicated. Here, there's so much when people try to justify or ignore what's happening to children here in Lebanon. Oh, it's complicated. The war's complicated. I'm so sick of hearing this word. There's nothing complicated about this. What's complicated about a child's bedroom? What's complicated about the way their clothes were set out for the next day? About them having their science books ready for school? About weather and the seasons. There is nothing complicated about the idea that children should get to experience the beauty of weather and the seasons. There is nothing complicated about a child going to bed and expecting to wake up the next day. That was not the case for the 4 children who were killed here. There's nothing complicated about the fact that children in Lebanon deserve protection, and they're getting none.
Reads from the podcast is keep them safe from war. It's a straightforward act of humanity. Well, I'd like to believe that it's that simple, but I guess it only applies anywhere other than if Israel's involved, it suddenly doesn't matter. Sal Staniforth, says Lebanon has accused Israel of a systematic destruction of villages. Here's the interesting part about this clip. So it's corporate media, BBC. They're reading it out. Lebanon has accused Israel of systematic destruction of villages, right? And it says we are then shown the footage of them using demolition to destroy these villages. Look, there's no denying that, guys. So the question is, why does the presenter say accused when you can literally see it happening? It's the whole point. A U.S. envoy says Israel-Hezbollah truce is within our grasp, but there's no optimism for Gaza. So we just moved on. We're now, the Lebanon is the new dynamic, but it's the same thing. A truce? In what concept? In what context? Here's the problem. Craig Mokhiber points out the U.S. envoy, which is what they're discussing. That's what that article was pointing to Lebanon. He's not a mediator. As he highlights, it's Israel's Tom Hagen, like a reference to The Godfather, kind of like the consigliere, the person who kind of handles everything for them. His role is to use U.S. power to coerce the Lebanese and press for Israeli demands, including its, quote, right to commit genocide in Palestine and to violate Lebanese sovereignty at will, without any interference from the Lebanese resistance. That's the point. This is where we are. And in case you missed it, they're still bombing UN locations, not UNRWA, but UN locations, specifically UNIFIL in regard to the Irish locations in Lebanon. There just is no legal justification for this. They can't just call them Hamas or just call them Hezbollah. These things don't land in this conversation because they're not in Gaza. There is clear documentation. There is people with video. There is more going on. They can't box these things out. And yet, where is the world? They are literally bombing these peacekeepers in Lebanon. UNIFIL peacekeepers and facilities were targeted again in 3 separate incidents in southern Lebanon on the 19th, yesterday, with 4 peacekeepers injured in one of the incidents. They've already killed some of them. I just am so exacerbated by this. How incredible it is that we can be in this position and how clear the information could be. It's the same thing we always come to, right? The world sees it. I don't know how we can deny that at this point. What it needs to show us, and we should never lose sight of, is that the power structures left and right of our current situation in the United States, everywhere in the UK, all the governments that are blindly supporting this, it's not just one element. It is that the government has been compromised or bought or whatever I guess it's the same point. Whatever it is, whether it's blackmail, funding, something, they are choosing not just to go along with this, but to go along with it while they know you see it. I just don't know how that can be anything other than something that almost is beyond their will, but not to give them a pass. Because I frankly think a lot of them are just being bribed. But I just don't see how we can ignore what this shows us. This is a systemic problem. Now, the question is what to do. Now, that's not end of the show. I'm going to tackle all the world's problems. But the point is, I hope you'll think about that. What can you do in your life to have an effect on this outcome? Whether it's speaking to your politicians or protesting or doing your own show or whatever, something. Decide to do something. Care enough. to recognize that this is not just about people in a different country halfway around the world. It's affecting you in your life, in your country, and everything you do. Everything, the U.S. election to all the what's going on in Lebanon, it's around the world. There's something much bigger happening around this, and the more we pretend it's not there, the worse this is going to get. Hopefully we can actually see something change, but the awareness is there. So it's really in our court right now, guys, what we decide to do about this. Not calling for violence, but recognize that there is action is necessitated. We can't just pretend this isn't going on. But I know you guys feel the same. I know that's why you're here, because you care. It's in everything you're doing, in the chats you're having. Let them hear you. Let them hear you. On that note, I'll end with that clip since that's what it reminded me of. Thank you for tuning in, guys. I know it was a long show today. Important to get all this out. Now, on that same point, I won't, now for two reasons, because this is long and a lot of content for you to catch up on, I won't be doing a show tomorrow, but I also have an obligation towards the end of the day. And I think on top of that, actually, on a third note, I'm realizing right now that they're going to be working in our whole area here. And I think the power is going to be out most of the day. So either way, there won't be a show tomorrow for those that, heads up on that. So we'll be probably most likely doing one the day after next. But get this content out there, clip this out, talk about it, get this in front of people. You are making a difference every single day. And that's exactly why this is happening, the response to this, because you are changing the world with everything you do, with the information you're discussing, with the people you reach, one by one. It's happening right in front of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of all that we do. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
You also Hind Rajab, 6 years old in her car. You all heard the audio, you amplified it. She was 6. She calls the Red Crescent and she says, I'm scared, I'm stuck in the car. They said, where's your family? She said, I'm surrounded by their corpses, they're dead. He tries to read Quran to her, he tells her, reassure her, we will send the ambulance. The genociders were so merciless. When the ambulance turned up 24 hours, the tanks blew up the ambulance. Hind, 6 years old, died alone, surrounded by the corpses of her family. Sidra was playing with her cousin running on the roads. They told them, go to the south, we won't touch the south. But they lied. The liars, they lied. They bombed the north and then bombed the south. Sidra, the pictures went viral because of you. You showed the world. She was hanging from the wall with her legs blown off. You have exposed the genociders, which is why they are ringing the bells to get you to be quiet, which is why they are waiting for us to slip up to expose us. They are worried that now that the world has seen the truth, the highest Jewish representative in the US in the Senate, Chuck Schumer himself, comes out and says Israel is on course to becoming a pariah state. Elizabeth Warren says that if the law is to be applied, Israel is committing genocide. Even the right-wingers in Donald Trump's rally, they're chanting genocide Joe, genocide Joe. You entered areas Palestine couldn't enter before. You delivered the message to corners it couldn't reach before. It wasn't because of the mainstream media. It was you. You carried the voice. You are making the change. You are changing the world. They are desperate for you to go home. They want you to pack your tents and go home. Tell them and roar, we're not going home until Palestine is free. Roar and let them hear it.